join the call just as we woke up, and then this fucking dickhead just starts to stream.
Oh, what is?
Okay.
There we go. Connections.
When did you wake up, SK?
Like a little less than an hour ago.
You woke up at 2?
Yeah, around there.
Told him.
Dude, I was meant to wake up at 1 because I was gonna get my fucking haircut early, so I can be home on time for disagreement day.
You told him.
What do you mean I told him?
No, SK.
Told who?
What do you mean?
Told who?
JD, bro.
listen. We can
Bro.
have a conversation about that another time.
We'll
We'll keep you in the loop.
Are you
We'll
talking
keep
about
you in the loop.
Are you talking about TGXSK?
Yo, what is this code, bro?
All right. Well, how's it going, everyone? Disagreement Day is back. If you have a I know it's been a while, so I imagine there's going to be a lot of topics to disagree on. But if there is any disagreement whatsoever that you have had, you are welcome to join. So yeah, we already got quite a bit of people in there, so I guess we'll start with I think I saw Squirty first, so how's it going, Squirty? What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
I like your name, Squirty.
Interesting profile picture too. That's all I'll say.
Squirty, you are on the line. What is your disagreement, and tell us why? Squirty, what is the disagreement?
I don't think they're there.
Bye.
I need a pee.
Listen, everyone. This is Disagreement Day, not Silence Day. Okay? Let's understand what Disagreement Day means. We'll bring in.
Dude, I just checked the
Jane.
fucking. I just checked the disagreement chat. I just realized he's still on the fucking server.
Yeah. All right, Audacious Jane, you're on the line. What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
Good, my fellow YouTubers.
Oh shit,
What's
Tim,
up?
what's up?
I remember you said that Infinity War was trash.
Yes, I did.
Why
This is good. SK
why is
had
it-
just convinced me that it's not a perfect movie yesterday.
I was not expecting an Infinity War debate, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's go! Let's go!
I was expecting to.
Let's go! And this is the first thing I wake up to.
All right, well, Audacious Jane, is
there?
there a point that I made that you disagree with?
Yeah, I disagree that Infinity War is trash.
For fuck's sakes.
But like, have you heard a point of mine?
Okay, so do you have a problem with Thanos?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, what's your big problem with him?
So my big problem with him is that the whole destroy half of all life thing came out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. If we actually look at the past with Thanos and how he was involved, or look at the Guardians movies, look at Avengers 2012, none of what Thanos was doing at all aligns with, I want to erase half of all life because I believe that that is best for the universe and its resources. That's just not a thing. And I think the clearest indicator of this is that in Guardians of the Galaxy 1, we actually see a record that says Gamora's the last of her people, and she explicitly says to Peter Quill, you know, talking about Thanos, saying, when Thanos took my homeworld, basically saying that he killed everybody on her planet. That is what they've established in the Guardians of the Galaxy 1. So if that's the case, then you look at Infinity War, where they show, no, actually half of all life was destroyed on her planet. They're actually thriving now. Where did this come from? That is bullshit. That doesn't make sense. Like, that is such a
Okay.
huge gap in continuity that they did just to so Thanos could have his ideology, which he never really had in the first place. If he's fine with sending Loki to have war with Earth, or he's fine with sending Ronan to possibly destroy a whole planet. I mean, that's what Gamora said. When Thanos was okay with destroying a whole planet, I couldn't stand with him anymore.
It's not even just that either. It's just the fact that, like, even in
Mhm.
Guardians 1, he was portrayed, like, semi-comic accurate because, you know, he doesn't give a shit about politics. He just wants to bathe in that guy's blood. And then, you know, all of a sudden, he's giving all these, like,
He
weird
was a
fucking,
bloodthirsty
like,
conqueror.
yeah, and all of a sudden, he's, like, he's saying all this, like, weird shit to trying to, like, relate and, like, be sympathized with.
Yeah, they just completely flipped his character, and it doesn't work.
In the same movie where it's like when he had his Infinity Gauntlet built by the dwarves, like he just kills them all and like and leaves
Yeah.
one. It's like that is not a man to be fucking to try to reason with, especially if he's like literally being like, I hope they remember you, and then he
it's
just
also
lets Tony live.
It's especially weak, too, because they try to imply that he's willing to make the greatest sacrifices in favor of his ideology, which is why he kills Gamora and cries about it. So, they're basically saying, yeah, he's willing to die for this, he's willing to give up everything he wants for this, which I think is silly. This was never set up.
Okay, that's very deep. Very good points. So, where to begin on that? I guess Thanos, he was kind of a blank slate before Infinity War, where we didn't really know what his ultimate goal was beforehand. So, it doesn't really, I wouldn't say it contradicts that he ultimately wanted to get rid of half of all life. All we knew about him for sure before Infinity War was he just wanted all the Infinity Stones, and
Well,
he
in
was a bad
Infinity War, they
motherfucker.
say that he's had this ideology since his planet got destroyed. Or not destroyed, it ended. He said what he predicted came to pass.
Okay, that doesn't contradict anything in Guardians.
Well, it does, because he's willing to destroy whole planets.
No, he didn't destroy Titan. Titan got destroyed because
No,
of,
I'm not saying that he destroyed Titan. I'm saying that he was okay with destroying Xandar. And, like, the whole reason Gamora couldn't stand with Thanos is because she knew that he was willing to stand by the destruction of a whole world.
Even if Ronan is like the main antagonist of that movie, Thanos' presence is still there.
And again, Thanos killed all of her people. Gamora's the last survivor. He didn't kill half of them.
Okay. So, is that the only issues you have with him?
Well, I think this is, like, really significant. Like, Thanos just doesn't work.
We can bring up the donut. Well, like, actually, there's the fact that Loki and Ronan are even, like...
We can bring up MCU Peter being shit as always.
Well,
it breaks the plot of, like, Guardians and...
Well, yeah, we can
I
talk
don't know.
about the donut ship. So the donut ship shows apparently you can fly from Titan to Earth in like less than a day. So if you can do that, what was the whole point of that overcomplicated scheme in 2012 where Loki had to create a whole ass portal to get the army there? Why not just fly there?
That's Joss Whedon's fault for rewriting the Avengers 1
Nope.
script.
Nope, that's not his fault. The reason that's not his fault is because, as far as we understood in Avengers 2012, because we barely explored space, we didn't know how far Thanos and his army were. As far as we know, they're in deep space, which is why they kept relying on an even longer plan where Loki was trying to manipulate Selvig to open the portal. That was the whole plan. So if the whole plan was manipulate Selvig to get this portal open, like, why, at that point, why not just fly over there? Why did you have to do that? That's a waste of time.
Hmm. So, hmm.
I don't care
How
what
many,
Joss Whedon
how
did.
many of
He
his
should have made
soldiers
Infinity War.
how many of his soldiers you think can fit in a Q ship?
A lot of them, judging by how many show up in Wakanda. What's up, TK?
Well, they no when they weren't just using the Q ships. They had those like pyramid like things that
Well, the point is
came
that
in
they
like a
flew there.
beam.
They didn't use the space stone for that. So this is the
But maybe
problem,
he
right?
didn't have the.
Well, here's the problem. If you can fly over there in less than a day, then what is the whole point of spending a good year on just creating this whole scheme of opening a portal to Earth?
They fly now. They fly now.
What's up, DC?
It maybe he was just trying to save on gas.
Well, that's
Bro, what?
that's my point, right? They probably couldn't make the trip there because it's so deep in space.
Well, okay, but think about it like this: like, do you expend more resources, making like a billion Q ships to fit all your armies in,
It doesn't expend
or
resources though.
and traveling? Huh?
It doesn't expend resources. We see in the movie.
You don't think the Q ships run on fuel?
Well, no. Even in Homecoming, that's not even how it works. It runs on these energy cores that don't really run out unless you blow them up or
Wait,
something.
Homecoming. Wait,
Yeah.
Homecoming.
Yeah, it involved the alien tech.
It said it was unlimited energy in Homecoming.
You'd
That's
have
how
to
it
prove it
operated.
runs out, I guess. You kind of have to.
Really?
I don't know.
Are you talking about that thing that Peter took to the high school to test on?
Oh yeah, that's one of them.
That's tech.
Not to mention that again, don't you think it would just expend more time to do this manipulation tactic with Selvig? Instead of just flying over there? Especially when the plan is hinging on trusting Loki with the Mind Stone and trusting him to deliver the Tesseract to them and not just keep it for himself.
Well, what if he had to do it sneakily because he was trying to duck Odin?
Well, the reason they want to do it through stealth is less so about Odin. It's more so about practicality in terms of actually getting the stone.
Oh, but it was established in the first Thor movie when the ice giants they tried to take over Earth back in the day, and Odin put a stop to that. So maybe Loki told Odin, Loki told Thanos, you don't want to fuck with Odin, so we got to do this a little more carefully.
But then he doesn't do that at the end.
What do you mean?
But then he has
an
entire army just crash right in instead of doing this through any kind of stealthy means. He's so brazen about it.
Yeah, but I think that was the point though, because you open that portal, Odin doesn't have time to prepare his armies to defend Earth. But if he travels in space, then he just Heimdall can see everything and say oh shit, there's a huge alien armada coming to Earth. Oh,
I mean, you could apply. Couldn't you just apply this to the plan that they go with, where because he can see very specifically what Jane is doing. So what if the same happens with Eric Selvig, who is also a person of interest to Thor?
Well, Loki told the Outsider that it would be a very short conquest. So I don't know, maybe Loki thought he could take over the world, have it all set up before Odin had a chance to really respond to it. It'd be that quick. Because
I mean,
like
Thanos has the
outsiders,
largest army in the universe. That's what they say. So,
in the first Avengers.
well, they say it in Infinity War.
Okay, that's 6 years after the first Avengers, though. So, I mean, it's not necessarily contradicting that maybe he, increased his armies and
In just 4 years, even though he's been at this for way longer
in
than
6
that.
years. 6 years.
Oh yeah, 6 years.
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, he had the largest army even after he lost the Chitauri and Ronin's army.
Yeah, but that's only set in Infinity War, though.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay,
That
so
even after he lost a ton, he still has the largest army in the universe.
yeah, but we don't know when he got the largest army. It might have been like maybe he saw like, okay, after I took the L.
So
in the
how has
first
he stayed
Avengers,
in power for so long if he just can't get an army like that easily?
through fear
Yeah,
of his
but
own power.
yeah, but you
And
need
Black
power
Widow.
to have for the fear to be credible, which is why he would have had the largest army in the universe in order to keep conquering.
I mean, it's the same way. Like, how does Joker keep all of his henchmen in line? It's through fear. So
Yeah,
I mean,
because he can actually feasibly do something to them.
yeah, just
And
like
also,
how
they're not
Thanos
even all done through fear. A lot of them is through money.
Yeah, but like in the first Guardians, like Ronan's not saying like, oh, I'm gonna take out all of Thanos' forces. That's the real threat. He said, no, I'm just gonna come after you. And his subordinate was like, no, Thanos is the most powerful being in the universe. So he has that reputation.
Well, I mean, that's a problem in and of itself, because Thanos' whole plan in Guardians of the Galaxy is send Ronan to get the Power Stone, which is probably the one thing that could actually overpower him if Ronan were to confront him or his army. So I think that's another problem with Infinity War, because at least with Guardians 1, you can understand that Thanos didn't really have much of a choice. In Guardians of the Galaxy, or sorry, not Guardians of the Galaxy, in Infinity War, they show even before Guardians of the Galaxy, when Gamora was a child, he had Ebony Maw with him. And Endgame makes it worse by showing he had the entire Black Order at this time. So,
Well, yeah, but yeah, that flashback we only saw he had the Black Order and he had the Chitauri, but we don't see the Outriders though. So he might have created the Outriders between the gap of Avengers 1 and Infinity War though. It's possible.
between the gap of Avengers 1
And we don't see
Infinity-
anything like that in Guardians either, so
I mean, yeah, I guess this moves towards a bit of the Outriders themselves. Moves a bit towards of an Endgame issue, because we see them in the final battle in Endgame, and that takes place during Guardians. So,
okay, yeah, that's an Endgame problem.
yeah, that's Endgame problem. But as for Infinity War, you still had Ebony Maw, you still had Gamora, you still had Nebula to do the job.
Wait, hold on.
Whereas with
Wait, you think? Wait, sorry, 1 second though. You said Gamora?
yeah, that's what he was relying on to get the orb.
Okay,
Like relying
remember
on
our
what my
last-
point is that relying on Ronan is silly, given that he's heavily untrustworthy and he literally has a sorcerer with him.
okay, but I remember in our last debate though, I said, why didn't Thanos send Gamora to Earth instead of Loki? And you said, well, Gamora's not that strong. So
Yes,
So,
that's
I mean,
why
it
I
is
mentioned.
more
That's
that-
why I mentioned Nebula and Ebony Maw.
okay, Nebula is weaker than Gamora.
Is she weaker? I thought they were like, relative at least.
I mean, Gamora kicked her ass in the first Guardians, and
Yeah, but
kicked
she
her
keeps
ass
improving. Regardless,
like,
it doesn't
when
really
the-
matter because they're both trained to be very fierce and effective at what they do.
But are they?
And you also have again Ebony Maw, which is the reason I brought him up was because in the flashback they showed that he existed.
Okay, but you said they're not like Nebula and Gamora are not effective enough to like.
But there's also
handle
Ebony
both
Maw,
of
though.
them.
That's important. That's why I
Can
brought him up.
Ebony Maw beat Thor? Can he?
Can he what?
Can he beat Thor and Odin?
I didn't say that. I said he would be better than Ronan.
No, but like, so that's what was my point with the problem with Avengers 1 was he sent Loki instead of Gamora or the Black Order, but then I remember your argument was, okay, well, Thor was there, so only Loki would be strong enough to take on Thor there.
Are we talking about 2012 or Guardians? Because I thought we were talking about the plan in Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
Okay, forget all about that. Let me just move on to. So I guess you do bring up good points on Thanos, but I guess I take it as.
Should we shift to another character then?
Yeah, but I want to say this about Thanos real quick: is that I think the pros outweigh the cons with Thanos Infinity War, where okay, he's a character that, he's the only MCU villain that showed like genuine remorse for his actions and that he's people, and then all the heroes assume that Thanos was just this heartless monster that didn't give a shit about anything, but we know for a fact that no, he can feel love and empathy, and there is more depth to him than he lets on. So I think also like he has so many iconic quotes, so I think overall that just makes him a good
Iconic
villain.
quotes. Sorry, that just reminded me of some. Yeah, I mean, I think in a vacuum that stuff can, that can definitely be seen as a strength. And I think it's good in Josh Brolin's performance for sure. I would also say that it doesn't really like what we talked about earlier in terms of his ideology. It kind of falls flat when that isn't well set up. But yeah, we seem to agree on that. So I'll move forward with another character. Did I talk about Spider-Man? Why I hate Spider-Man in the movie?
No, not yet. What's up with him?
Okay. So with Spider-Man, there's a lot of things that I have an issue with. One, he creates this plan based on the movie Aliens, and I guess he's just fine with sending Ebony Maw into space, even though they've clearly established that he has a rule against killing. For some reason, the fact that the Avengers are willing to kill and Spider-Man isn't, that's just never brought to the forefront. I guess Peter just stops caring about whether or not villains live or die, which is really, like, that is strongly out of character for Spider-Man. Which I think No Way Home, interestingly enough, did better by having him question Strange on the decision to let the villains die.
Yeah, those are human villains. Ebony Maw is just a weird, Squidward-looking ass alien.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I'm saying, like, well, Ebony Maw is just a Squidward-looking ass alien.
Well, sure, but you can also say Gamora is just a green-looking person. Would that make it okay to kill Gamora?
Yeah, but she's pretty normal besides the green skin, though. And she's also not trying to wipe out
does looking different make a justification for Spider-Man to kill a sentient living being?
Well, Spidey didn't kill him. It was Iron Man that shot the missile.
It was Spider-Man's plan. If Spider-Man gives someone a gun and has them shoot someone, that doesn't clear Spider-Man. And like, yeah, I think that is kind of a shallow defense, the idea that he's an alien. It's like, well, okay, sure, but that's kind of a racist logic for Spider-Man to go with. Oh, he's an alien, so I should just kill him.
Does Spider-Man know for sure that Maw can't survive in space?
Why take the risk?
because the universe is at stake, and so you kind of, I don't know what other choice did he have, really?
He could have knocked him out, which he does with the Vulture. He could have webbed him up.
Well, he tried
I mean, that's
that,
what he
but
does
then
with the
every
supervillains. He didn't have to kill him.
Yeah, but when Maul was in the streets, though, like he had his back turned to Spidey, and he was still able to swat him away. So I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
like
but
he didn't want.
That doesn't mean you can't knock him out or anything, or restrain him.
I mean, can he be restrained by webs with his telekinesis powers? I don't know.
You could knock him out. I mean, I don't know. This is a bit of a weird defense to me. Like, would Spider-Man, let's say there was an evil Doctor Strange, would he kill that Doctor Strange because he might use magic in retaliation? I mean, what about how he fights the Vulture? The Vulture could kill him. He could vaporize him with his alien tech, and he doesn't kill him in battle.
But is it not worth the risk of Maud dying in the vacuum of space when weighed against trillions of lives? Is that not worth the risk?
Well, it might be, but I don't think that's something Spider-Man would immediately resort to. I think he would try to save both, but...
Okay,
you know.
so you think he should have put more effort in restraining Maud before going into knocking him into space?
Yeah, I think that would make a lot more sense.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I don't think it's a huge issue, but
I think it is a huge detractor from his moral objection to killing. And even if he is going to, like, you know, he's gonna bite the bullet because he believes he might have to, I think you should show that Peter's not comfortable with this decision. But here he doesn't really seem to care. He's just like, oh, yeah, that happened.
Literally played for a joke.
Oh, that just happened.
Yeah. Okay, SK, have you seen the Justice League episode Star-Crossed?
No.
When the Thanagarians were coming, they came to Earth and they were about to blow it up.
I have not.
Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Okay, so quick spoilers on that. So Batman, they had their Doomsday device.
Well, hang. All right. If you're gonna, I do want to watch that cartoon eventually. So, let's just table that.
Well, so it's just like not relevant. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's not relevant. It's just we agree this is an issue, so we'll
even
we'll
if that
on.
was fine. Like those characters have their own sets of rules and morals and whatever.
Okay.
Spider-Man really has his in the MCU.
Yeah, but the relevancy is that the animated series Batman does have a very strict no-kill rule, and that includes aliens. So, I won't spoil it. All I'm gonna say is that
I see it.
He was gonna do a plan that would definitely had the risk of killing a lot of aliens, and he didn't mind that because
it's not relevant. It's not relevant. We're talking about Infinity War. If that makes sense.
I just saw it.
It's just my point was even if these heroes like Spider-Man, even if he does have a no-kill rule, he's still gonna take the risk and kill a bunch of aliens if it means he can save the Earth, though.
Well, it depends on which aliens we're talking about. If it's like mindless drones, that's a different story we're talking about here. But this is a situation where it's basically a 2v1, and there's a lot of different ways they could try to restrain him or knock him out. That's a fight.
Okay, so how about this though? When the Avengers were on Titans and they had Thanos restrained, do you think Spider-Man would have objected to them killing Thanos there?
Yes, because he's restrained and they have a choice here.
So if they had succeeded getting the Infinity Gauntlet away from him, you think Spider-Man wouldn't have said anything about like, oh, what do we do with Thanos now?
Well, yeah, he would. I would imagine he would say he should be put to justice. I don't think he'd want to execute him.
Probably
who's gonna live with
Black
justice?
or something. That's probably my guess, right?
Like, Spider-Man doesn't kill people. That's very core to his character.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna disagree on that one. Any other problems with Infinity War?
Yeah, let me think.
Talk about the
Here's one that I
first
think
time
is really strange from a plot perspective. So, you know, when Thor goes to Wakanda,
Hmm?
how did he know that Thanos' army was even there? Why didn't he regroup with the Guardians when that was their plan initially? Split up, then regrouped so they can go to Thanos. Why did he go to Wakanda when he had no clue that his army was even there?
Well, that's simple. He read the script.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got no defense on that one. I agree that's a problem.
All right. Let's see what else comes to mind. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot some shit with Spider-Man. Him with his identity. I don't even know what to fucking say with it. I don't know why his hair with the secret
He has
identity
his
like
mask
fell off a
off
cliff.
every
he-
second.
He takes his mask off in front of Doctor Strange and says, "Hi, I'm Peter." It's like, did you really just say... It's like that joke in Ant-Man. Did he really just say, "Hi, I'm Scott"? But, like, worse this time, because this is actually out of character for Peter. Why the fuck would he do that? Why does he just unmask himself in front of the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Can I also say a flaw
Yeah.
with Peter in the movie that you and Liam pointed out? So in Civil War, which Spider-Man debuts on, it at least shows that Spider-Man can hold his own, especially if he's able to tank like a whole ass metal. You have a metal arm? That's awesome, dude. Like that shit.
Yeah.
And then when the Guardians, not even just the Guardians, but also like some shots with Thanos, but like when the Guardians first appear to fight Peter, he's getting fucking tanked by a normal ass dude in tech.
Yeah, Star-Lord
with
kicks
fucking
him with
Star-Lord.
his 2 feet, just and he falls down to the ground just from Star-Lord, a normal ass guy kicking Spider-Man when he's in an Iron Man suit. Like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, it's worse because he's wearing literal Iron Man tech.
He's wearing a suit that is so strong that it can just walk off being hit with a tank shell. It can contend with Thor. It can blast right into Thor while he's flying. It's like,
Actually,
that is insane.
Since we're talking about this, actually, without the Iron Spider, he's able to like actually somewhat hold his own against Cole Obsidian in this movie as well, and that's really
True.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally stops Cole Obsidian, like, he holds his arm when Cole Obsidian literally contends with the Hulkbuster, which can contend with the
Yeah.
Hulk.
It honestly just feels like the Iron Spider just nerfed Peter.
I know. It's like, what, this should make
It's
him a
so
better...
funny,
It makes me a better
'cause you
Spider-Man.
think- It makes no sense too, because you think that like even in like Avengers 1, like Tony is pretty fucking OP. Like with his armor literally standing against a fucking god. You think it would make Peter like unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he should feel unstoppable. I mean, that's the thing with Spider-Man in general. A lot of his villains, in spite of how much they don't like him, they do recognize he's a threat. He's extremely formidable. And I think this is something that's being lost in media. Like, I think the strongest indicator of this is Friendly Neighborhood, probably. Because, good God, that performance against, like, Unicorn, horrible. His performance against, fuck, who else is there? Who is it? Like, the Speedster guy and
Like
the
Speed Demon
Blade? Yeah, Speed Demon, whatever. That was horrible. Like, he is terrible in that show, at what he does. It's embarrassing.
I guess in fairness to like someone like Speed Demon, like he is a speedster, I guess.
No, yeah, but like, it's not even just that. It's also the Flame guy. I don't know. The point I'm making is that I think what's kind of being lost in media is the fact that Spider-Man is supposed to be a really formidable hero, and they just routinely forget that. But yeah, I'm just gonna show some of this on stream as to what I'm talking about. All right, give me a moment. So, this is Infinity War. I'm gonna mute the film so it doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna go to where Spider-Man's fighting the Guardians, because I think that's just his performance there is hideous. All right, so they show up. Skip ahead. Okay, so right there, he's a bit freaked out, you know, whatever. So this is what happens, right? So he's standing right on his 2 feet, and I think, like, just in general, Spider-Man, just even trying to push Spider-Man should, like, without a suit, of course, that should be really goddamn difficult. Think of that scene in Man of Steel where that dude at the bar is trying to push Superman. Yeah, that's not gonna work. You can't just push him over. So you have that and the fact that he's in an Iron Man suit. But Peter Quill, being a normal-ass dude, kicks him that far off. Are you shitting me? And this is Spider-Man we're talking about. Spider-Man in a suit of armor that can contend with the God of Thunder. Like, what? How is this? That's nonsense.
When was it said that the Iron Spider could contend with Thor?
Well, I mean,
it doesn't have to say that.
You can look at Avengers 2012, right? Because this is a more advanced. This is basically on the level of, well, kind of close to the level of Iron Man's nanotech suit, and his suits are constantly improving. You look in Avengers 2012, Iron Man can contend with Thor.
Yeah, and his armor. You think an armor like that would literally be like fucking paper mache to like a god like Thor, but no, it's literally beating the shit out of Thor.
Oh, that's a good point. Someone mentioned Peter should have been able to dodge that with his spider sense. That's true, yeah. And yeah, he jumps over, and like still, I don't know what he's doing here. So his arms don't block this thing. He doesn't dodge this thing at all. He doesn't even react to it. He just gets grabbed by it, like casually.
Let's let Audacious go.
And then he gets like shocked a bit, and like just real quick before we go, just this frame in itself. There's just so much wrong with this frame in itself. Normal guy overpowers Spider-Man and puts him in a chokehold, holds him at gunpoint when he has an Iron Spider suit on. Like, yeah, this is how we get Spider-Man defeated? Like, are you serious?
Am I right, SK?
Yeah. I think that's just another nerfing of Spider-Man there. But yeah, the point I was making is that I think this is just it's another indicator of media just not being aware that, yeah, Spider-Man, he's supposed to be very formidable, and it gets annoying when media forgets that.
The point is that he literally has like superhuman strength. He should be better.
Yeah.
And you know, he's an asshole about it. So it's like, yo, I'm stronger than you, bitch.
You could use that same logic against Spider-Man 2, where Spidey is piecing up Doc Ock 50 times, and Doc Ock is not getting knocked out by it.
Well, there's a couple reasons for that. One, Spider-Man pulls his punches, so he doesn't want to accidentally kill him. And two, his powers are canonically fluctuating in the film. So there actually is an in-universe justification for that.
So his powers is... Wait, so you're saying he doesn't have the spider powers when he's fighting on the side of a train and sticking on it, and he's piecing.
Oh well, yeah, he's doing a great job on the train. Yeah.
No, he does. He just pulls his punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, he still hits him like 50 times. Though. I mean, like, even pulling the punches.
I think 50 is a bit of an exaggeration.
I'm also like, hold on. Also,
thank you, Super Gaming, for the super chat.
Raimi human durability is it's not necessarily aligned with.
Well, yeah, Raimi exaggerates it pretty significantly.
No. Okay, that's not a good point, because Spider-Man can consistently one-shot normal humans in the Raimi verse.
I mean, it depends on what. Well, it depends on what feats we're talking about, though.
Yeah, but
in Spider-Man 1, when the muggers were going after MJ.
No. I meant against Doc Ock. Like, which feats against Doc Ock should have stopped him?
When he punched him like
that's
really good time. Like,
probably when he fell down to the train. When he got pulled off the clock tower and fell on the train, that should have done something.
Didn't his arms catch his fall?
I don't know. Well, I would have to watch the scene again.
Yeah, I mean, Well, also,
Like,
like, why is this I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. Why is this relevant? Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2. It's like we're talking about if this makes sense. We're talking about how
For a second, I
Spider-Man.
thought you were referencing something
But
completely
it's
different
it's
when
the
you
same
said
reason
that.
you brought up Man of Steel. Like, why was that relevant?
I
When
mean,
did I bring?
the point's
Well, I brought up
pretty-
Man of
I
Steel
mean,
to compare the concept, just so you can visualize what I'm talking about.
well, listen. The point's really simple. The point's really simple because SK is just simply saying that Peter already is pretty strong. He literally is superhuman. And the Iron Man armor is also pretty strong. It's pretty OP. It can go up against Thor. So you think that adding 2 and 2 together, Peter would be at least the second most powerfulest member in Iron Man's team in Infinity War, but he's not.
What if,
Yeah, if you wanted to
maybe
like
Peter
actually compare it like to Spider-Man 2, like I would see an issue if Doc Ock like threw a punch on Peter's face, and that somehow just like knocked him off balance. It's like no, that's not happening. Or let's say Otto was able to just with his bare feet or bare hands just push Peter to the ground. No, that's not happening.
I also
I
honestly don't understand why people think it's relevant to compare Spider-Man losing to a completely random normal human character versus Spider-Man struggling or losing against one of his pre-established villains that was made by the ground up to literally fight him.
Like he has 4 metal arms specifically to contend with him.
Even if you want to go to the details of like, oh well, Doc Ock should have got knocked out here, and there. It's like at least theoretically, hypothetically, Doc Ock can literally fight Spider-Man and give him a good fight.
Theoretically, hypothetically.
Yeah, bro. Peter Quill's a normal ass guy with a bunch of gimmick gadgets. Peter would literally throw him like a fucking ragdoll. It's not a fair fight.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't get hype moments in Aura.
He's the fucking
Doug.
shocker.
That movie has no fucking hype
that's a
moments
lot
in
of
horror,
it.
bro.
But yeah, so like, do you see Audacious Jane or Audacious Joan? My bad. Like what the issue is that we have here. Like, does it make sense?
Yeah, I mean, but you could also say that Spider-Man was just sandbagging against Star-Lord.
Why?
Well,
Because
we're talking about him not being like pushed down to the ground by him. You don't have to hold back to not get pushed down. Like all he would have to do is just stand there, and he wouldn't get knocked down like that. He also just simply has to dodge him.
How is he not able to avoid his attacks when he's way faster?
Yeah, I think like I think you're kind of confusing like what we're talking about here. I'm not saying knock him out immediately, right? What I'm saying is why isn't he just dodging these basic attacks?
Can I bring up another thing to make my point? Is
Yeah.
that you remember World's Finest in the Superman show where Superman and Batman first met in that club?
No, I don't. So it's not gonna help.
Okay,
I think I know what he's gonna bring up.
Yeah, but Superman, he puts his hand on Batman's shoulder. Batman grabs Superman's arm and judo flips him and knocks him on a table. And that was Superman.
And Superman was not damaged in the slightest, and he was just surprised that Batman would even try. And then immediately Superman body checks him and figures out he's Bruce Wayne and embarrasses him.
So Kinoplex is in chat saying,
Man
has
wasn't
SK
in
threatened to sue anyone over criticism like his daddy Birdbrain yet?
Oh my god.
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, hang on. Be quiet. Hang on. I don't know, Kinoflex. Has Birdman doxed anybody over criticism? Ask yourself that.
I don't know.
Wait.
Like, has Birdman defended pedophiles?
What is this gotcha he
what
has?
Did I come back to? What did I come back
Kinoflex
to?
is trying to do this gotcha, saying Birdman threatened to sue over criticism. Yeah, this
is he in the
Kinoflex, you doxed someone over criticism because you couldn't handle your shitty video being criticized
for 20 minutes.
Like,
Cabo, shut up, dude.
like what is the lack of self-awareness here? Birdman threatened to sue me over criticism. Dude, you doxed someone over criticism.
Wait. You're being too mean. Jack Kettner, join Disagreement Day, bro. Let's go.
True, yeah.
No.
Baby
we'll
steps.
welcome you
Baby
back with open
steps.
arms, buddy.
We'll get Kinoflex. Join Disagreement Day. Join Disagreement Day.
No, dude, no.
Dude, come on. No.
Kinoflex claims to be a champion of justice. If he really
We have
believes that,
bigger
then I
fish to
challenge him to come
fry.
here and debate me.
SK, we have
Let's
bigger fish
go.
to fry, bro. Look at
I
Mick on your
know,
profile.
I know. I'm just saying, Kinoflex, that is like shockingly hypocritical of you. Oh, you did
Yeah,
this
no,
over
let's do it.
criticism? You doxed over criticism. Like, don't even talk. Get the fuck out of here, loser.
What a great Wednesday.
Yeah, what a great Wednesday. Anyway, yeah,
Wait,
so
I gotta get into uniform real quick.
Audacious Jane, we can move on to another point about Doctor Strange. I don't know if I talked about this with you yet. Doctor Strange's portals. We've seen
Just,
through.
one last,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Just one last point on Spider-Man didn't get injured by Star-Lord. To be fair, though.
I'm not saying he
was
got
at
injured. I'm
gunpoint.
saying he shouldn't have been knocked down.
He was
Because this is in the middle of like a serious fight.
Well, he was tased and incapacitated for a while, enough for him to be grabbed.
True, yeah, that's another thing. Like, if you
Which
try
is
to
why
grab
it's
him,
comparing
wouldn't he
that
just
to-
like...
That's some
Which is why it's
advanced
strange
alien
comparing
tech.
that to the DCAU Superman-Batman thing, when Batman didn't even damage the guy at all, and he had to use kryptonite. Like, that's just a weird
I
comparison.
mean, like Spidey, he got shocked by some advanced alien taser shit.
He has a suit of armor that literally should absorb electricity.
Yeah, wait, what do you mean
Yeah,
a
but that's-
taser? Iron Man literally took the God of Thunder shooting lightning at him, and that amped him.
Also, the fact Spider-Man even got hit by that is the problem.
Yeah,
You
that's
should see
just,
that
that's
coming way
insane.
before it ever happens.
I mean, yeah.
He was
I mean,
literally leaping
Spider-Man,
at
like,
Star-Lord, looking right at him, and he has faster reflexes and reaction time. He would just go, "Oh, you're doing that," and immediately counter it.
when it comes to Spidey in all media, he should never get hit because of his Spidey sense, but he still does.
No, that's not true at
What?
all. I wasn't even
Like,
bringing up the spider sense. I
Yeah,
didn't
but
even
you
mention the spider sense. I'm just talking about him being monumentally faster.
Okay. What was the Doctor Strange point?
Okay, with Doctor Strange, so you know how he can, basically, portal open and then just chop someone's arm, right? We see that with Cole Obsidian.
Yeah.
Alright, so why doesn't he do that to Thanos this whole movie? Why does he end up,
Well,
like, literally giving him the time stone and being like, oh
Well,
yeah,
'cause-
this is the one way we have to do it? Doesn't make sense.
Because he saw all the possible futures, and that way didn't work.
Why would it not work? If he saw that, someone's arm got chopped off when he used the portal, like, how would that just... Oh, that just didn't work.
'Cause the rules of the time stone said that wouldn't work.
There's no rules of the
What do you-
time stone that says he can't do that.
Cap, Mark Webb's is already taken. Fuck off. Get a new one.
Oh, man.
Oh, no,
Peter Parker would laugh at frivolous lawsuits considering Jameson frequently tries to do that to him. Why aren't you following the footsteps of your hero? I don't know, Kino Flex. I think Peter Parker would condemn doxing over being criticized because your terrible video got criticized.
Do you think he'd to defend pedophilia?
Probably.
Probably not. I don't think Peter Parker would do that. But yeah.
thought we
So
were talking
Kino
about
Flex, I don't know why you're here to start drama. I don't know why you. This is another thing too. I've offered Kino Flex a VC to work this out, whatever he wants to bitch about, and he's refused that. I've offered that beforehand, and he's refused, even though he wants to do that with Birdman so badly. But he's willing to show up in
Well,
chat, start some
how about
shit,
this?
and refuse to hop onto the mic.
How about this? How about we set up a 2-on-2? Like me and USK, and Kino Flex can bring on the backseater.
True.
We can have a discussion.
He can bring Jan too, right? He can bring on Jan.
No. I want the backseater, so it's 2-on-2.
You want You want backseater?
Yeah, Kino Flex, if you're there, I'm not reading the chat, so someone else will have to read to me. Are you able to do a VC with just me and SK, with you and backseater, so we can discuss our problems?
Marriage counseling.
That'd be great. Yeah, we'll let him think about that. But yeah, so what do you think about the Doctor Strange thing with the portals? What do you think of it?
So maybe Thanos, he has thicker bones and skin than
That's not how
Obsidian.
teleportation works. It's a matter of teleporting from one location to another.
Is it possible, like, he tried to make the portal and it wouldn't cut all the way through?
Why
Is it
would that
not-
not happen? Like, why would that not work?
Because Thanos is apparently the most powerful being in the universe.
So that means you can't relocate his arm elsewhere?
That's because of the stone,
I mean,
right?
it's
Yeah,
not
it's because of the stone. It's because of the stones, but I don't see the relevance to this. It's not a matter of a sharp cut. It's a matter of teleporting from one location to another by force. I'm just here to see if he's willing to have any integrity and admit that Birdbrain wanting me to take my Ironheart videos is laughably stupid. I don't remember him saying take down your Ironheart videos. I don't remember him saying that.
You know why you don't remember him saying that, SK? Because
Why?
he didn't.
Because he didn't. Well,
Well,
I assume.
hang
Well, I
on,
assume
hang
real
on,
quick,
hang on,
real
hang
quick.
on, hang
I'm in
on,
the
hang
middle.
on, okay.
Well, hang on. I
Well,
assume
hang
that
on.
he was referring
We
to the
need a
tweets
peaceful
that
resolution.
mischaracterized him.
Well, like Kino, well, I want your answer, bro. If you are able to get backseater, why not just do a 2-on-2 with me and SK? We'll have a civil discussion about this.
Well, what I find interesting
You
is
even have
that
backup. You
KinoFlex.
got backseater.
Well, what I find interesting here is that KinoFlex is trying to call Southpaw a pedophile, even though he literally shouted out Southpaw on his channel, so we know he doesn't actually believe that. So, it's like, get the fuck out of here. We know you don't have any integrity. You literally went on Reddit with your account and said, SK called me a pedophile, that's why I doxed him, even though you have zero proof of me calling you a pedophile, because I never called you a pedophile, and you've never corrected that to your audience. Not once have you said, oh, I'm sorry, he didn't say that. Not once have you said, yeah, I never had proof of this in the first place, I was talking out of my ass. You didn't do that.
Yeah, but SK, I think you're missing a key point. He doesn't have the proof. Backseater probably does.
True,
why he will
Backseater
be
might have the
joining
proof. That's a good
Backseater
point. That's a good point.
But
yeah, like KinoFlex, you really don't have a leg to stand on for integrity. I know the reason you're not stepping into voice chat right now, because we would all kick your ass right here. Because you're objectively incorrect. We have all the receipts.
Well, no. In fairness, you could probably just use the excuse, you know, oh, I'm outnumbered. That's why it has to be a 2-on-2. Me and you, SK.
Well, no. If he agrees, we will kick everybody else off of this.
And we will try and get backseater.
Bro, what the fuck? No.
Yes.
What do you mean, no?
Don't kick everyone off. I want to fucking be here for this.
Yeah,
DJ,
we should get Pokery too. We should get Pokery as well.
We should get Pokery. We should
get
Pokery.
yeah.
We need to tell him his proposition, bro.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll DM Pokery right now.
Oh my god.
No.
Yes.
All right. Here,
You
hold
might
up.
scare off backseater, bro.
All right, hold up.
I don't give a
Let me
fuck.
see this. Hold up. I haven't seen this. Here's your out. Delete all tweets, videos, and posts you have mentioning me, and never mention me in public again, or I'll sue you. He literally tweeted that at me. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you're recounting this correctly, because quite frankly, I don't trust you, because you're the same person that claimed I called you a pedophile when I never called you that. You have no proof of me ever calling you that. But assuming what you said is true, yeah, I think that's a bit extreme. I don't think you should have to delete everything, each and everything that you've said. I think that's a bit extreme. However, if he can prove that there are things that you've said that are libelous, which you've done it to me, so it wouldn't shock me. Yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation that if you're spreading libel about someone, that they will take some kind of action. And that's the thing, KinoFlex. You literally spread a libelous claim that I called you a pedophile when I never called you a pedophile, and you used that as a justification for doxing, and you went to the EFAP subreddit and went, this is why I did it, guys. Please don't not trust me, or whatever the fuck you said. And people just still didn't trust you. It's so funny. Even r/Muller just, like, completely rejected you over the doxing thing. When they hate me. They hate me there. It's like, that is crazy.
Well, it's very simple. KinoFlex, are you able to join VC right now?
Yeah, we will kick everybody off of here if you're down to just join VC. We will kick everybody off of here.
Except me, of course. and we will make sure that Backseater will be able to back you up. We will literally nickname him Backup Seater.
Backup Seater.
Okay, you're ruining the disagreement day, bro.
Wait, SK,
We had
I'm not.
something
Yeah, you
planned.
literally ruined.
I
Look
know.
at me.
Don't
look
worry.
at
Don't
me,
worry.
Look at
Don't
Kaba,
worry.
Look at
Don't worry.
Kairito. We had
Don't worry.
something planned.
I know. Okay. You're right. So yeah, Audacious Joan. Back to Doctor Strange.
Fucking idiot. You left this
Oh,
poor
we
guy
gotta-
hanging.
Now we gotta finish this though.
Yeah, but in fairness, having Backseater in a VC is way too important.
That is. Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. He's making another claim. I have to address this.
No, move on.
What did I say was
please.
all right? After this one, what did I say was libelous in my Ironheart videos? You literally said they were great and agreed Bird Brain was an idiot. So here's the thing: I didn't say your Ironheart videos were libelous. I've never said that. I don't know if they're libelous. Maybe they were, and I didn't catch on to something. But I don't believe they're libelous at this point. Am I more skeptical on whether or not I trust your videos because of your tendency to take things out of context? Yes, I am going to be more skeptical on if they actually hold up if I cross-reference to Birdman's videos. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry if that offends you that I don't trust you as much after you've been caught lying. Like where you claim that where you doxed me based on a lie. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, KinoFlex. Join the server. You're welcome in. I've never banned you. But yeah, Audacious Joan, do you agree on the portals issue or no?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, logically, he should be able to do that, but then the defense that the movie sets is that he saw all the possible futures.
Couldn't we then say it's a separate issue? The idea that the possible futures, the fact that there's only one, in itself is a plot hole, because there should actually be, like, way more than one, judging by how he can slice the limbs off if he needs to.
I mean, even if there's a storyline where they say there's multiple there's only one possible way you win this in the future or whatever, I think the movie should at least address how the more obvious ones can't happen. If there are obvious ones.
Yeah.
Like, why would Doctor Strange not try to do that at least to Thanos? Why not at least try it?
I would say it's more of a contrivance than a plot hole, but...
Well, I think it's a straight-up impossibility that it doesn't work.
I mean, maybe. I mean, we don't have anything to say that, okay, can Thanos be affected by the portal arm slicing? I mean, it's never seen.
Doctor Strange doesn't try it.
Well, like, what reason would it have for it to not work? Because the reason, like, I don't think his durability is relevant is because that's not how the portal chopping works. It's a matter of moving from one location to another. That's literally all it is. It's not a matter of how sharp it is. It's a matter of, well, where is your body in relation to the other part of your body?
Yeah, okay. Any other points?
I do have quite a bit, but I wasn't expecting to go full into Infinity War. So think of this more so as, like, here's some issues I have. What do you think?
Yeah, let's rapid fire it.
Yeah.
Why did Thanos flood? Why did Thanos flood the Nova Corp?
Why did Thanos create the dimensional rift? But yeah, it's been
Thanos
fun.
kill his daughter?
Why did Thanos burn the crops, burn down the houses?
Criticizing someone for having a bad take on political assassination is not libel. Okay. You know what is libel though, KinoFlex?
No.
No, yeah, I'll
Just get into VC, bro.
Well, yeah. Well, Jack, just get in, pal. Just get in, buddy.
Okay, so y'all can't see me, but I'm doing the fucking speed laughing thing so hard
Hang on a
every
second.
time.
All right,
I make
well, hang
a
on.
message.
I first want to say goodbye to Audacious Joan before we get to the next one. Appreciate you coming on. You've been great as always. And yeah, we'll have somebody else on.
I'm going to extend an olive branch to Jack.
Okay.
While we wait for Jack,
well, let him
to
say
gather his
goodbye.
stuff,
Yeah,
let him disclaim Rainy Spider-Man.
Jack, if we can't get Backseater, I will side with you against SK.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'll
All right.
destroy SK for you.
All right, Audacious Joan, thank you for coming on.
Oh yeah. Can I just say one more thing real
Yeah.
fast? SK, you like Superman, don't you?
Oh, I do like Superman, the movie.
So it's no longer 5 out of 10.
I think it is an 8 out of 10. Liam and Exopokri have convinced me this is actually much higher than I gave it credit for.
Our proposition has changed
Their proposition has changed it. Yes.
here.
I'm so happy that you've seen the light.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. See you later.
Later.
Oh, whatever.
Wait.
Regardless, I'm here to say that his video on wokeness sucked. Might make a response to it. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Since you're clearly obsessed with me. I would like you to make a response to the doxer video, though, where I showed that you doxed me over a false accusation you made. I'd love for you to address that, if possible. If possible.
Well, come on. Well, Jack, once again, bro, if you want to talk about this.
Yeah, we're open to conversation, buddy. Even I'm open to it.
Just me and SK. Just me and SK.
Yeah, no. We're keeping it balanced.
I'm gonna side with you, Jack. We'll make it a 2v1 on SK.
Yeah, we'll do a 2v1 on me.
That's a
Superman was a 5 out of 10. Okay. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to hop on KinoFlex.
Let's get someone else in. Well,
yeah, let's let someone else in.
Yeah.
All right, Sam Raimi Spider-Man, what's up? What's up, man?
Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
Welcome back.
No. It's me, EW SWAT camera Spider-Man.
All right, Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan. What are you gonna show for this time?
So when I came in, I thought I'm gonna try something different today, something that's not superheroes.
Okay.
That's
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Well, first off, you know of these two movie stars, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna have a debate with you on that.
Well, what's the debate? Like, what did I say that you disagree with?
Oh no, this one I came up with myself. This was something you said before.
Well, so what did I say? I'm confused.
Well, I was gonna come in with a debate saying like, well, I don't think you mentioned those two before. I just came up with this myself.
Okay, Sam Raimi Spider-Man, what did I say that you have disagreed with? Any take that I've said?
Okay, well, it's not what I planned, but I would do another Spider-Man debate, but that just won't end well for me.
Okay, well, let's talk about something that will end well for you. What is a disagreement that will end well?
Well, that's a tough one because of all the times I come on here.
So is this disagreement day, or is this like I don't want to disagree today?
Well, I sort of made it up as I went in here.
Okay, so
Alright, I have a disagreement day. Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan, I disagree with your shilling of Spider-Man media because you're the cause of stuff like One More Day. What's your counter argument to my proposition?
Let me try something. Hold on. Okay. Oh wow. First, I just want to say I like that you went back to liking Superman. Just want to say that first.
what about Superman?
Didn't you have a criticism that there were other superheroes in Superman?
My real thing I just want to say is that I don't think the game Web of Shadows was awful.
Well, I didn't say the game was awful. I said the story was awful.
No, wait, we kind of went through this already.
So, are you gonna debate on that disagreement or no?
We tried to debate on this.
Okay,
already.
okay. So I'm gonna make this clear again. This is called Disagreement Day, not Indecisive Day. Alright? We're gonna move on if you do not have a disagreement.
This is not what
Well, I have a
planned.
disagreement with him. I disagree with his constant shilling of Spider-Man media because he's the reason stuff like One More Day happens. That's my proposition.
Oh my
It's counter to my
God.
proposition.
Oh, he left.
That
Disagreements,
was
people.
fucking
Disagreements. Disagreements.
Okay.
Power Goss. You're on the
Oh,
line.
shoot.
What is your disagreement and tell us why?
Oh shoot! Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No.
Oh shoot! I can actually hear you this time.
Awesome. All right.
Okay. All right. Okay. First disagreement I initially had. This one I actually can manage is relating to Batman Begins. At least in the killing of Ra's al Ghul part.
Uh-huh.
Keep in mind, I'm going to bring up your initial video. Now, keep in mind, I actually agree with everything else in the initial video. This is just the one thing that I actually do have a flaw with. All right. Should I share my screen here, or?
Well, no, you can just recount it. I'll know what you're talking about.
I have the tab, like, right there.
Yeah, but, like, what's the flaw?
All right, hold up.
What's your proposition?
And I'm just going to bring up the clip so that way it's fresh in my mind here.
What exactly is that?
Okay. Well,
All right. My first initial point was saying that he cannot save him ideologically. My initial point there being that he usually cannot save, like, say, the Joker ideologically, and yet he still is willing to go out of his way to save him, regardless of the context.
right, so, do you know the context that I gave in my video regarding Ra's al Ghul?
Yeah, the train is about to crash. He said, and they're both about to die, and he says, I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you either.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel like that kind of, like, just stretches the no killing rule a little bit.
Well, so let me try to break down the scenario here, right? So
Alright.
because obviously this is a bit more realistic, so Batman has less he could do in the situation, but Batman really does have a choice between saving him or just self-preservation, and the reason for that is because in order for Batman to actually save someone effectively, they have to actually willingly go along with it. If they mess with him, if they attack him, yank him, shake while it's happening, it's not going to work out in his favor. And Ra's al Ghul has clearly established that he's willing to bring both of them down. Yeah, like, you know, as shown even before he got on the train, when he used the grapple hook to get on the train, he's already struggling to, like, even keep himself balanced, so how is he gonna stay afloat if, you know, Ra's al Ghul is attacking him in the middle of the save, the attempted save? It's just not gonna work.
One of my initial suggestions would be he just simply knocks him out right there and then grabs him.
Right, but wouldn't that continue the fight if he attempts a knockout?
Possibly.
Yeah, so that's my point. He doesn't have time to continue the fight. They're both just gonna die. And also, like, what if Ra's al Ghul just traps him again? SK is just
Okay,
grifting
fair
with his
point.
video by intentionally being bad faith to pander to Birdman. I'm pandering to Birdman, apparently. Even though I have a video on why Ironheart is bad coming out, but okay.
And also, not to mention, buddy, address the
so-
elephant in the room. Why did you dox him, and why did you defend a pedophile for 20 minutes in a
Ow.
voice call?
Or very
Okay.
Why don't
simple.
you
I have
address
no
the
space on
elephants in the
this.
room, buddy?
Also, why can't you just join the VC, bro? I will personally make sure no one else is here but me and SK. And once again, we can get backseater. Like, I'm not joking,
I
man.
still remember getting into an argument with Backseater.
It'll be more fucking it'll be more productive than the fucking chat argument shit that's going on.
I don't know why
Might
this
as well
fork
say
snapped.
anything.
Yeah, Kinoflex, I think it's ironic that you're saying that I'm acting in bad faith when you doxed me over a false accusation. That's all I have to say. Like you have no leg to stand on.
I cannot see the ledge.
But yeah, what's your response, Power Ghost? What's your thoughts?
Okay, I don't really have any other arguments. You kind of just disproved me, so I don't really have any other option but to concede here. My second other disagreement, or well, what I think may lead into a disagreement, this part is more so for that purpose, is regarding Sonic Adventure 2, its story to be specific. I do remember you making tweets disliking it. I do have to ask what your thoughts are on the story.
I think the story's good. Like, I don't have much else to say.
Alright, I
It's the
thought
game
we
that
were...
shit. It's the game.
Okay. I do have some personal problems with the story, but I do think it's overall good as well. I guess I don't really have much to argue on. Maybe if like the next person like shows up with a disagreement, I might have something to add, but nah, I don't really have anything else there.
Gotcha, okay.
That was a very productive disagreement day. I say we move on.
Alright,
Alright. So should I like exit or...
Yeah, you can exit, it's alright.
Okay.
Oh yeah, SK, check DMs. I want to say that so bad. Please let me say it.
No. No.
I have no clue how to leave.
Which Sonic game do you think has the best story?
I selected this one
Unleashed?
personally.
Alright. What's up,
Oh
SoundClaw?
my
What's your
God.
disagreement?
Oh, my disagreement. My disagreement is with your criticism.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I'm done fooling around.
That was mean. That was mean.
This
That's
is
Dumb
mean.
Liam.
Alright, what's your disagreement?
Your criticism towards Lex Luthor.
Which one?
The plan that he was about to destroy Metropolis.
I've already explained this. This is not a disagreement. I've explained this in the video. On Lil Platoon.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So there's
Well-
no disagreement.
Well, I have one disagreement, and that is your it's your profile, definitely.
Oh, it's my profile?
Yeah.
What?
Goodbye, SoundClaw. Goodbye. I will not even dignify that argument with a response. Alright.
Context for that profile will come in another stream, and I'm going to personally enjoy that one.
Yeah, SK, I just thought of a disagreement. I disagree with you harassing people all the time, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Why would you disagree with that? That's like one of the few redeeming qualities of SK as a person.
Yeah, but do you have any evidence to back that up?
Evidence to back what up? That's good to harass people. I mean, look at Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan.
Wow. Alright, let's bring
Well, evidence isn't proof.
Evidence is not proof. Alright. Welcome to Disagreement Day. What is your disagreement? Tell us why.
Hello. I'd like to preface this by saying I'm a pretty brand spanking new sub, so if I'm like retreading old territory, I appreciate you working with me. But
Bro, he sounds like Sheev talk.
I was gonna say that, yeah. That's kind of funny.
I don't know who that is. I'll
This
have to grab a
fucking
link to that
Sheev
later.
talk in disguise, bro.
But I'm here to talk about Marvel Spider-Man 2, and
Okay.
specifically.
Oh, I
that
thought you were about to talk about Star Wars and super durability.
Dude,
Sorry.
yo.
No. Specifically that I did not mind the off-screen redemptions or kills, specifically in regards to the villains, as much as SK did.
Okay. I guess we could start with Martin Lee. So, yeah. What are your thoughts on Martin Lee?
I know that was that's probably the one that I agree with you the most on, as far as not being able to see a lot of where his vengeance would have subsided in between games. Obviously, I'm not ruling out that something could have happened in the 2-year time jump, but for him, especially with what happened with Miles early on in the game with the raft, or the raft ambush, I can definitely see why that's a big issue for people, especially when he's just suddenly in the arena when we see him again. I would definitely like to see more on that stance, but I don't know what else I would have done in the moment, because I'm probably giving a little bit more thought to like the meta history of like the rush development and the deadline from Sony, but trying to put all of that aside, as much as I loved Stefano Young's performance, I definitely know that there was a gap there, but I'm more here in regards to like the villains that Craven killed off screen, or in regards to like Sandman and who was the other one? Tombstone as well, where those were ones that I didn't really mind having an off-screen thing for, because it played more towards the theming, and that I don't know what else you would have done with those villains after their introductions and depictions in the first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bit of a word vomit. Thank you for sitting through that.
That's all right. Yeah. I think like the large issue I have with Martin Lee is that the core behind why he's doing what he's doing is because he hasn't resolved that resentment towards Norman for what he did to his family, and that's just, I don't think that's even talked about, the fact that he wants to get back at Norman, or it's even addressed like why he would not, why he gives up wanting revenge on him. It's just kind of dropped.
Yeah, Norman as a whole really took a backseat in the second game, and I know that there was a scrapped concept art from the first one where it was Lee and the demons interrogating Norman as opposed to Otto at the top of Oscorp Tower. So I know that was a process that they played with, and I would have loved to seen that brought in, but I think that's less of a problem with Martin Lee's character and more a problem with Norman Osborn taking a backseat for Harry's arc, and that's a whole nother can of worms, but at least that's the way I interpret that.
Okay, yeah, I definitely understand like how I guess the production kind of played into a lot of the issues in the story, which is definitely unfortunate, but I don't know, I guess we'll have to hope they improve upon that in the
all that I'll simply say is Halo 2 went through hell, and that game has the best Halo story. Like that, the production of that game went through genuine. No.
Yes.
Halo 3 is literally better. That's an argument.
Halo 1 is literally better too.
I haven't played. Shut up.
Halo 1 is better. Yeah, back me up, Captain.
No.
Halo 1's propeller hat Nintendo kid. I'm gonna let you guys sort this out.
Halo 1's great, but Halo 2 is so fucking awesome.
True.
Not gameplay wise. Not even close.
Yes, gameplay wise. I don't see the problem you have with the gameplay. The gameplay is so good.
Your health is way too low. Some of the enemies are way too unbalanced. Terrible spawn points. The maps are not big or explorable anymore.
Yeah, they are.
He's got a point there.
The first level, they are. The first level was literally you on the Warhog, and you're just driving around
in a straight line.
No, what the fuck?
Literally, yes.
Literally, no.
But yeah, back to what we were talking about. I do want to point out that I don't think Spider-Man 2's production issues, or they were rushed, is an excuse for the terrible story. Because, okay, I can kind of excuse terrible gameplay like Halo 2's because of it being rushed. Because you have to do a lot of stuff to like make the gameplay of a video game work. For the story, all you have to do is get a guy to fucking write, that shit down and set up storyboards and stuff. It is not that hard compared to like the other stuff in video game development. And the fact that they did have 5 years to think about it, plan out, and think ahead. They had more than enough time to make a good story and a good follow-up to the first game. So I just don't think it's an excuse at all. They had the time. They had the enough preparation. They should have been forward thinking about what they were going to do in the next game. So I don't think they were rushed is a good argument for the terrible story that they made.
I can definitely agree with that in a macro sense, and that's why I'm here to specifically. I specifically want to talk about how they handled the Rogues Gallery, as far as thinking about their use of Tombstone as one of the first introductions of their redemption theme in that story, and as well as some of the other villains that they killed off screen in ways that I personally didn't mind, especially with characters like Electro and Vulture, where I think for a lot of people it's kind of like for each adaptation, once you see the character and you see the gimmick and you have their one boss fight, there's not a whole lot more of a role for them to serve for their adaptation of Spider-Man. And while it might have been cool to see one more of those happen on screen instead of just Scorpion, I didn't really mind it because, like, I can't imagine Adrian put up much of a fight, or Shocker. And maybe Shocker would have been like a good stand-in in lieu of Lonnie for a redeemed villain, but then we'd have to know what Herman Lee looks like, and we don't. So it's something where I really appreciate the things that they wanted to do. I just don't know if I would have put each name in each spot. And I want to know if there's any other kind of swaps or other approaches you would have done if they said, hey, we want to introduce some kind of reformed villain in Coney Island somewhere, or hey, we want to kill X number of villains off screen, who should we pick?
Honestly, if we're gonna use villains from the past games, literally, I think almost any of the other ones in the first game would have been better than Tombstone, because Tombstone is pretty fucking evil in the first game. So you gotta justify it more. I think if you like had it be Electro somehow, that would be better, because Electro doesn't even seem that evil. He just seems to be having fun with it. Like, he's just immature in a way.
Yeah,
You
that's
could've just
why.
done that.
That's why I think and I think SK mentioned this similarly in his big retrospective, was characters like Flint and Quentin, where like they didn't really seem like they wanted to be bad guys in the first place. They either had a specific goal or they were just showboaters that wanted the attention. Like, it makes sense for them to have the arcs that they do, but yeah, that's why I was like maybe Shocker, maybe Electro, because I know that previous adaptations have made him more of like a nervous wreck, like ball of anxious energy type of character, but Insomniac leaned more towards a like classic kind of sleazy New Yorker guy. So I can maybe see that happening, but I'd love to see a shot of him like struggling through that, in the sense of either getting bullied by some random other New Yorkers who like clearly recognize him with the big star-shaped face scar. It's not a hard guy to spot. Whereas I feel like just one admittedly exceptionally huge guy with albinism might have a bit of an easier time at least kind of skirting by, whereas as Electro, I'd love to see like the discrimination he would face and how that might impact his redemption arc.
Yeah. I just think the problem with it being Tombstone is that it doesn't make sense with the character established. He was way too evil for what we got in the second game. Like, this guy genuinely enjoys killing people. Like, in the first game, he literally has fun doing it. Like, he toyed with his own guy before he, like, snapped his neck, like, kind of brutally.
Yeah.
You got some stones, Rick.
Yeah,
You got some
that
stones,
was a good line
Lucas.
read. Yeah,
So it's just so fucking out of nowhere that it's like, he's like, yeah, I'm Spider-Man. I learned my lesson, and now I'm gonna be a normal ass citizen where I have to do hard work and move carts and shit.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I realized something I didn't mention up until now, was that they had to pick someone who wouldn't have an easy out for the Hunter's trap for Peter and Harry to bust him out of, and like say that was Electro. I know they like rigged the cage in some way, but I feel like there's some kind of electricity based like workaround for that wouldn't make his rescue practical or a compelling mission in the same way. So you have to think of a similar like low power villain, or at least not like a supernaturally powered villain that could be both reasonably reformed and reasonably like rescued, or like reasonably helpless in a certain situation.
Like that. I guess you could use Shocker then, because like, you know, Shocker is He's just like some normal guy. I mean, you
Yeah,
could do Rhino, because in the first game, Rhino literally wanted to stop being Rhino.
Yeah, I would have loved if they used Rhino, and I know there was like the under New York Easter egg of like Rhino's head on the trophy wall that they didn't use. Watching
Yeah, they
Kraven
were gonna
kill Rhino
kill
would
more
have been
villains.
amazing. That would have been so good and would have really highlighted it more so than Scorpion or Electro. So the fact that we missed that, I think, kind of plays into how he would. This is a bit of an aside. We might have to get back on to the topic, but he was kind of misused in Miles' game. I didn't like the use of Rhino in Miles' game, and so I think because they'd already given him a boss fight 2 games in a row, they didn't want to do it again.
I don't even think you need a boss fight with him. Just say that he's not Rhino. Like, take the suit off. Like, just take it off for good. Like, he finally reformed. After, like, Roxxon's done manipulating him, he's just like, I am not Rhino anymore.
I would love
Like, I
to
think that would have been fine.
I would love to imagine that, like, Hulk-sized Alexei, just like lifting the go-kart off the kid that fell over with like 2 fingers.
That would have been so much funnier, yeah.
That would have been a good
That would have
bit.
been great.
But that brings
Also,
me
like,
back to...
another smart thing about making Rhino the one that's reformed is, like, the point of he was in the Miles game. We have a healthy amount of Rhino in Insomniac Spider-Man. We have him in the... He's, like, very well exposed. Like, you see him in the beginning of the prison break. You have to stop... You know, you have to foil one of his plans where he's destroying, like, the police headquarters. You have to do a stealth mission with Miles with him. You have a boss fight with Peter, and then you have 2 boss fights with Miles and him, and a whole, like, first chase sequence at the beginning of that game. It's like, yeah, we have a lot of Rhino, and he's very well characterized, and they do expand on his character in, like, these games. Like, we know what his wants, his goals are. It got developed a little more in Miles that, like, he deep down, he still kind of wants to be Rhino because he doesn't want to be irrelevant. You can just finally just get him to reform.
Yeah, I think what they had to do was they thought about it more from a gameplay perspective than a writing perspective, and I haven't played them recently enough to really, like, break down, like, compare and contrast all the Rhino encounters across the Insomniac games. But I think after a while, Rhino's one of those villains where, like, once you get the gimmick, he's a big angry wall of meat. Like, you kind of don't know what to do with him after fighting him a couple of times, and that's why I didn't mind killing off, like, Shocker or Electro, because it's like, you see them, you get the bit, and then we don't really know what to do with them outside of that. Like, I know people were upset about, like, Vulture and Electro, but, like, what else do you do with them other than, like, that one holographic fight in Miles' game where Peter's doing this mocking voice about Adrian being old?
I think there's a lot you could do with characters like Vulture and Electro. Especially Vulture. They established in the first game that he's dying of cancer. Like, why would you... Killing him off is so bad because they don't do anything with it. He's actually I think he has the least amount of screen time out of all the Sinister Six members in the first game. He's not in the Miles game, and then he's dead. It's insane when he has the most interesting story that actually even reflects what the other characters are going through. It's like Kraven's dying of cancer and Vulture is too. So it's like you could have done something with that.
Yeah, maybe.
Or you could have just put him in a side mission. Like
if less because Electro's not there either. Because Vulture at least gets, like, the hologram fight. I know that's, like, kind of a pseudo use of him in Miles' game, but I think Electro probably has the least. And I know.
Well, they established there that Bespin screwed over him and his business. So, like, his backstory is like the comic version, and which is like, okay, we could do something with that. We can have him, like, try and kill Bespin one more time before he dies of cancer. That could be an interesting, like, story. And it's like, I think here's my argument for why the villains being killed is such a bad idea. Because, like, you know, you're saying, like, oh, what else do you do with them? I think it's really simple. You put them in side missions and you do side stories. It's like, oh, Electro can't be the main story. It's like, yeah, I don't think he needs to be. You could just do a side mission, like a 3 side mission, like, arc where it's like, I don't know, he's trying to, like, blow up New York because he wants attention or something.
Yeah, I think they might have been trying to figure out, like, what would have set them apart, because as soon as you said Electro side missions, I thought about the chase sequence from Web of Shadows, which is awesome, but is also, like, a totally different characterization, where he's got that more nervous wreck type of energy. And you'd have to think about what else Electro would want to do that would match his goals of, like, the whole pure energy thing.
I think we should expand why he wants to be pure energy. I think it would have been interesting if a side mission did Electro and they just simply say the reason he wants to be pure energy is because he wants to be powerful enough to be respected. He just like wants like some kind of reverence in life. He doesn't want to be a nobody.
Yeah.
And if he's like a god, then he's definitely not a nobody. Like that could be something you could do with him.
Maybe.
Like there's many ways you could take these characters. Like these characters have lasted for 60 plus years in the comics now, and they're like full of stories and stuff. There's a lot of like things you can like take inspiration from and stuff.
I think it's hard for people to try to figure out a way to do it that's not quite so cyclical. I know we haven't brought him up because I don't think we need to, because I think he was handled well. But there's that Mendoza video about like the perpetual tragedy of Kurt Connors, who's like okay, he becomes the lizard, he unleashes the rampage, and then in some fight or cure he comes back, and then he just kind of, you don't really know what to do with him other than bring him back into the lizard once again, like they did in this game, or just try to like figure out how to make him interesting as Kurt, which I think was something like the Raimi films did really well. I'm really bummed we never got to see Dylan Baker's lizard, but to come back to
been cool.
the actual game. Oh yeah, come back to the actual game itself. I just don't really know how you would have done that when you already had so many villains fighting for screen time, as is in Spider-Man 2, especially between Craven's story getting cut short, albeit done the most decently out of them all. Trying to get through the black suit art as quickly as possible so we can get to Venom.
I think the thing is, very simply, if they don't have, if there's not enough room for them in the main story, they should be side missions. That's how Arkham did it. It's like, oh, we don't have enough time to have Two-Face and Penguin in Arkham Knight. We did everything we could in Arkham City with them. It's like, okay, they're side missions now, and we could just do something there.
Yeah.
And it's say what you want about their side missions. At least the Arkham Knight made you feel like it was a world full of things that like are happening. Like, oh, Penguin's doing shit. That's not just Scarecrow. Like, it's not just one story. There's a bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah, and I would have loved to see how they might have done that if they weren't previously beholden to something like the Spider-Verse tie-in, like just like swap that out, swap the drone pickups out for something there. But
why can't the spider drones lead to like Alistair Smythe or something? Like, you know, do something to make the world feel larger. The Insomniac universe feels so small still, and we're in the third game. And I think the reason is because Insomniac doesn't care about like the world building or story when it comes to the villains or the expanded universe that Spider-Man has. They just care about the spectacle of it. Like, look at Sandman. It's like people are like, well, yo, the opening with Sandman is so cool, but it's like, okay, but they didn't do anything with him. He's just a fight, and then he's gone for the rest of the game.
I think that would be my concern if we did something with Electro, because if you think about either the Sandman crystals or the Mysterium challenges, you at least get introductions to both of those. And if you want to do something more involved, then you do something like the Flame that leads up to Carnage, which is also super cool, but obviously adds a lot to like resources and time. So while the game was already kind of shortened for necessity to hit a deadline, I do wonder like how many other things they could have put in. I think it probably would have been better to like substitute the spider drones or the prowler stashes in a more interesting way if we wanted to reutilize those older villains, and possibly do it in a way that still hinted at the redemption theme in a way that would have been more resonant and less hackneyed. Because like just sitting, I just remembered the prowler stashes were a thing, and I don't really know what was going on with those.
I think the redemption theme in the game, like, I think another problem I have with the game is like, I don't know why they're focusing on the redemption theme when I feel like if you're gonna do a game like this, it would be more interesting if they focused on Spider-Man's no-kill rule, because not that much media really deeply explores that like Batman does.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been much more relevant to the black suit, which makes him go too far.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I feel like that can give you more room to just work with the villains much easier, because some of them are just like hard to put into the redemption theme. It's like, oh, what's Vulture's redemption? He's dying of cancer. He's not gonna have one.
Yeah, which was why
Why would he
I really
fucking-
didn't
why
mind
would he
losing
fucking
him
change?
off screen with that. But yeah, I mean, I hadn't even even considered, because I kept thinking about like using the pieces of the game that was shipped, and not thinking about the fact of like extra time, extra resources. I hadn't yet considered like, well, you left this side mission in the game. What if we just swapped that out for something that gave this other villain more screen time? And like imagine if you got to the point of redeeming this villain. Say you did the whole Electro side mission thing, and you get to the point where he's either just about to get what he wants as like the pure energy thing in a way that doesn't really impact anyone else in New York, or he's just about to find his like come to Jesus reformation moment, and right then, like, imagine all the hunters storm down and it becomes this fight he doesn't want to be in, that he might ultimately lose his life to. I think that would have been an incredible thing to do.
Yeah.
And that's something I wouldn't have thought of without like having this conversation. So I'm already satisfied with the talk we've had if we need to move on, but I'll let you finish your spot as well, Liam.
I think just ultimately, if they didn't have enough time to do these villains, let's say they can't even put them in side missions and stuff, I'm kind of willing to accept that. I don't think that's a good reason to kill them off. I think at least you should keep them alive for whatever next game you're going to make, so you could do something with them next time. Like, if this game is so little on time, they just couldn't do that much with all these characters, that is not a reason to kill them off. They should have kept them. Because these characters are valuable and can tell stories later along the lines. I feel like you should only kill characters if you have any kind of thematic purpose to it, or like big story moment that would actually work. Like killing Joker in Arkham City, for example. That's when you should do it. You shouldn't just do it willy-nilly. You shouldn't just go, oh my god, Kraven's so badass, he killed all your other favorite villains. Isn't that cool? No, that's fucking annoying.
I mean, I know I've heard
Ultra
talks
Boy Kraven.
about
So
like,
it just bothers me.
Yeah, I've heard talks about like who's left for Spider-Man 3. Like we've gone through the Sinister Six, we've gone through Black Suit, like now we've got like Black Cat's in Paris. No one wants to see Screwball again. We've already talked about Trapster and Swarm in other subtle ways in either the comic spin-offs or other like DLC moments.
Oh yeah, they did mention Trapster. That's funny.
Yeah, and Swarm, the Nazi made of bees. So I know I've heard talk about like who's left outside of Goblin. So I'll definitely have to see like maybe they've kept someone alive for that. I don't want to see Rhino in another.
The only thing I can think of is a few legacy villains like Hobgoblin and stuff.
Maybe have there ever been both active goblins at the same time in an ongoing piece of Spider-Man media? I'm not well informed enough.
I mean, like, I don't know how they can fit Hobgoblin.
Genki.
I think that's weird. A lot of villains that they have are too big. Like, the only ones I can think of that are like A-list Spider-Man villains are so big that they can't just be like side villains. Like Carnage can't just fucking. You can't just go, there's some random side mission where you fight Carnage real quick. It's like, no, it's Carnage. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, I guess they'll probably repurpose that Beetle DLC they accidentally leaked and then took down.
Oh yeah, we got the Beetle. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is gonna be related to Tombstone. They are keeping the Lonnie's daughter shtick, at least if they keep the script they used for that. So,
what's the line for that? What's the meme, SK?
They weren't even gonna use the original Beetle. They were gonna use the fucking. Yeah, because, you know, Insomniac loves their modern Spider-Man for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely can see, like, ways they could have implemented the side missions differently, especially if it's either in a way that gives them more villain power to reuse in subsequent installments, or just make like a more interesting gameplay loop that's not just find the glowing spot on the map and go collect the thing.
Yeah.
I will definitely be looking forward to seeing how they try to expand the Insomniac universe in Wolverine this year. I know that they've got him obviously traveling at a bunch more places, and I know that like they've had a couple little like mentions of like T'Challa and Captain America and like a couple of offhand lines in the Insomniac universe so far, but now that we're properly getting like literally around the world, I'm hoping that'll boost things up a little bit. Obviously, we're stuck with like Logan as our kind of unreliable narrator, so I don't know how much he'll directly connect to what's going on in the US, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm happy with that. Thank you guys for your time.
For sure. Just out of curiosity.
Just remember that the Jedi have super durability, okay?
No, just straight up. Have you watched the YouTuber Sheev Talks?
I have not. No, I really want to know what this is because I already
Link
do
it
like
to him
voiceover
right
work
now.
on the
Really?
side.
All right. Let me link the channel. I'll link the channel in
great.
disagreement request. I'm just gonna say right now, you sound hauntingly similar to him.
I know, it's so funny.
It's like I almost want this guy to create a channel called Osborne Talks and just have a dude in a tuxedo and have Willem Dafoe's face put on it. But yeah, he makes some good stuff. Go check it out, and you'll notice that this is literally just you. This is just you.
All right. I will immediately send this to like my girlfriend or like more like my family to be like, is it true? Do y'all agree?
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh
All right.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Take care.
Yeah. Take care. But yeah, since TK you're here,
was
that
Steve
sounds
Riley,
like him,
bro.
right?
That was Sheev Riley.
Steve Riley.
That was the Scarlet Palpatine, bro. Like, holy shit.
Did I miss Sam Raimi?
Yeah.
Well, he
Literally
didn't
nothing
say
happened.
anything. He
You
didn't
didn't miss
say anything.
anything.
Okay, good.
Thank you for the $2, and have Spider-Man fight the Juggernaut. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch.
Well, unironically, you could. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
He kills Madam Web.
No, bro, let's
Sadie.
have Spider-Man. Let's have Spider-Man fight. Let's have him fight Kingpin again, and then Doctor Doom.
Was
I
everyone
wonder how
ready
they're
for
gonna do
Sadie-
Kingpin with
Insomniac
Vincent
ideas.
D'Onofrio.
Is everyone ready for Sadie Sink Jean Grey?
It's not
Why are
happening.
they doing that? That's so
They're not.
I don't
Trust me,
know.
they're
I don't know
not.
if that's confirmed.
No, they've already got. Chris Claremont. Can I talk about spoiler talk with that?
Well,
So
I was
what is
gonna say it's another leak, but I'm not believing anything until the actual trailer comes out.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm in the same boat I'm in. Yeah, I don't trust anything.
Yeah, apparently, I haven't seen the clip itself. Chris Claremont let slip that a previous Jean Grey might pop up, but I don't know if he would know anything about that, so I don't know. You take that with a grain of salt, guys.
I don't even understand this. It's like, why do Jean Grey in a Spider-Man thing? Like, I can't think of that much relevance between those two characters, like, ever.
SK, do you have any thoughts on Sheev's boys videos? I haven't seen them, so I have no thoughts. Okay, let's bring in... I think Squirty's gonna try again, so let's try. Squirty, you are on the line. What is your disagreement?
Oh my goodness, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Now.
Oh my goodness, what an honor. All right. I'd first like to just apologize for kind of cursing the stream.
that is all right. That's all right.
Okay, I appreciate that. And secondly, I'd like to just congratulate you on taking the Superman pill and seeing Superman as the 8 out of 10 it truly is.
Appreciate
Dude,
it.
we've tried so hard. I don't know what happened this time that just fucking hit him in the head with a coconut.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it takes time having to like re-see a film.
I think they had the best preparation for what to say.
They had the best proposition.
Yeah. Shut up.
But I mainly just want to be a little nitpicky when it comes to Superman, because I love Superman through and through. I think it's a great film, not just in terms of comic adaptation, but just as a film in general. But I'd like to disagree with some of the points that you made on the legendary 3+ hour video in response to Little Platoon's review, and it's the not flawless bits. And of course, they're nitpicky. They're minor, right? But I just like to kind of defend these small itty bitty things. And the first thing I want to talk about, and I want to go in order, is the trailer shot with the young girl and Superman flying in slow motion. I'm sure you're familiar with that. I'd just like to say, going forward, I have a huge suspension of disbelief when it comes to these sort of things. So I can easily, regardless of whatever it is, I can easily go, oh, that's just happening. I don't need to think too much about that. The trailer shot was definitely one of those things that kind of tested it, but I think that I can defend that point, where I see it as a part of the film. Like, especially as a young kid, I think that she would have no care that there's a giant kaiju behind her, considering, Superman's always there to save the day, right? Does it really matter that there's something going on behind her? And again, it's a small nitpicky issue, but I think that's, yeah, it is a huge nitpick. But a huge thing that I see throughout the film is how a lot of people are just kind of not too caring about the environment that they're in. Like with the Hammer of Baravia attacking, for example, why weren't so many of the people on the ground that were filming the entire thing, why weren't they evacuated? Right? I mean, it's an
to be
active
fair,
thing.
there are people who are willing to.
Maybe you could say they're desensitized to it, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, exactly,
yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I
know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
That could be a factor, but also, I think there's people with genuine interest of getting like exclusive footage of the event.
Oh yeah. It may not be the best thing to exactly compare it to, but it's almost like 9/11, where a lot of the people that were at Ground Zero and were filming and watching the whole tragedy happen right there. They probably should have run. They probably should have ran from what was going on, but they just couldn't stop looking at it. I definitely think that's a valid thing, especially when it comes to Hammer of Baravia, when it comes to the kaiju. And that moves on to a bit of a later point when it comes to, say, in the latter half of the film, like the very, very end, when the rift breaks apart and you have the neighboring city and its citizens not leave. I think it's also a bit of a desensitization. That's another not flawless bit where it's like Superman's going to come in and save the day. Why should we care? I mean, that doesn't mean people should still be onlooking, but I think it's still that desensitization of it that's still an important thing. I definitely disagree on that behalf. I'm not saying it's not valid. I just want to say that going forward, right? I think a lot of people that may come on this show may say that what you're saying is not valid. I do not believe that in the slightest. I believe everyone has a valid opinion. I believe everyone has a valid thought process when it comes to criticism. But when it comes to these little nitpicky things, I'm just a bit of a stickler for them. Let's see. Ultraman. The fight against Ultraman and the Engineer. When Mr. Terrific gets knocked out, I admit it would have been nice if they tied him up or they bound him or tried to imprison him. But I feel like there's a huge difference between the metahuman that's able to fly, shoot lasers from his eyes, and have ice breath. That's the main target of what's going on, in comparison to this really smart technological guy that's been knocked out cold.
Well, the reason I think I would agree that they should have killed him once he was knocked out, is because one, it's effortless, and two, he's a loose end, and I think that would be in Lex's interests.
Absolutely. I'm just saying that I can see how it isn't that big of an issue, since Superman is very powerful, right? And although Mr. Terrific, although Mr. Terrific himself isn't that powerful and he should have been killed in the moment, I feel as though Lex could have had extra motives for the Justice Gang, for Mr. Terrific, especially since he's also an intelligent person himself. You know what I mean? can you kind of see where I'm coming from with that? Where Mr. Terrific isn't exactly the biggest concern or the top of the hit list, but he could still be spared in comparison to the main threat that's right next to them in the baseball stadium.
I just wouldn't agree because Lex's current priority is he wants to get rid of his loose ends. I mean, that's why he's doing this in the brazen manner that he's doing. Superman has information. He no longer wants to do any interrogations. He just wants to kill him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. There was Ultraman and how Superman didn't reason with Ultraman. And I agree that he probably should have tried to take the time to reason with him. But considering how stupid he is, and considering how he's basically just continuously obeying every action that Lex is giving him, I feel like Superman would know that he's psychologically conditioned to only obey and hear what Lex is saying. But I do admit that he should have at least tried. He tried with the engineer, but he also should have tried with Ultraman. That's fair.
Sure. Is there like a disagreement? Because it seems like we agree on these things.
When Lex does not stop Superman when he calls for Crypto. I disagree that it is a flaw. I believe that Ultraman didn't tell Ultraman to do something because Lex was so hot-headed in the moment. I disagree that it's seen as a flaw that weighs down the film in some regard. Again, super nitpicky, but I see Lex as just being so hot-headed in the moment, and he's curious about like, oh, what's he gonna do this time, right? What exactly is this whole thing about? Because I think Lex has definitely has a bit of a complex where he wants to take on and thwart every single thing just to kind of overcome whatever challenge comes his way, just to get that bit of an ego boost. So when it comes to that small thing where Superman calls Crypto, I think that's just a thing that's, again, I think it's fair. Let me see. When Lex runs to the Rift portal, he should have been running, probably, but in that very moment, I think Lex was just defeated. He did not care. He didn't run because he just thought he could take care of it really coolly, right? And again, this is all nitpicks. These are all nitpicks. I still think it's a great review. I still think it's fair. I just disagree with these small, minor things that could be seen as flaws about the film that I personally don't see as like the biggest issues.
Now speak your shit. Tear SK to shreds. He deserves.
Well, I mean, I've already agreed.
No way.
I've already agreed that not all of these are like significant issues, but like I think the running thing, that's definitely a nitpick because that wouldn't change shit. I think the whole issue with Lex not reacting to Crypto, I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable because if he knows that Superman is signaling something, he has cameras monitoring the situation. I think he would at least just tell Ultraman, yo, heads up, the dog's coming after you. I don't think it would change much, but, you know.
I'm also saying that he would take any opportunity to see Superman break. Like, who's to say that the moment that Crypto shows up, he would probably beat that dog senseless once it shows its face, right? He said to Superman himself when they were in the Pocket Universe that he would euthanize the dog once they're done with it. So I feel like there would just be that alternate motive where he's waiting for Crypto to come so he can beat that dog senseless. It's morbid, but I feel like he'd have... I feel like Lex has his own ideas of what he wants to do, because he doesn't just want Superman to die, he wants Superman to suffer. You know what I'm saying? I totally think that's in Lex's MO.
I don't think that's how it's presented in the scene. How it's presented is that Luthor gets caught off guard, and he's annoyed that the dog is doing this.
All right.
And right now he's in less of a torturous state, and more so in a very panicked and urgent state of mind.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this time.
For sure.
You're just a great content creator. I appreciate all the time that you've taken to allow us to just kind of have these little disagreements, and I hope you take care.
You too.
I like this guy. This guy's cool.
Yeah.
Take care.
I want to address another thing from KinoFlex real quick because we're on the topic of Superman. After
Well, I was gonna
Superman,
say that's probably the first time I saw someone in disagreement. They know what the fuck they're talking about.
Oh. After Superman is captured,
Well,
there's
first
zero
one doesn't.
justification for Lex to not kill Superman. He has a clone of him that the government doesn't know about and can easily frame him. Okay, so two things about that. One, Lex is not an impatient character that's not established at this point in the film. So why would he even bother with, oh, let's rush the process and get him killed right now? Like, that's not his current goal. The reason he wants to do this, in the way that seems cooperative is, well, that's self-explanatory. He wants to seem cooperative in the eyes of the government. And as far as, like, the framing thing, it's like, well, why does he have to do that? What does that change as far as the outcome of events? Whether he kills him or he goes through the process, especially since Lex would want the satisfaction of killing Superman after the government says, okay, please kill Superman. Like, he wants the government to literally ask him to do that. So that's part of the satisfaction he gets from killing Superman. The fact that people are telling him to do it, and he is perceived as the hero of the story for it.
You think Superman would?
So that would just be less satisfying.
Yeah, do you guys think Superman would dox SK if he got offended?
Well, Superman doesn't
That's a good
dox anyone
question.
in the movie when criticized, so... Let's see, there's a lot of people here. Let's try I'm a really good lawyer, trust. Welcome, Daredevil. You're on the line. What is your disagreement, and tell me why.
Oh, okay. Hi. So I feel like my disagreement is having to do with your I don't want to say recent, your Supergirl defense video.
Uh-huh.
All right, so actually, can you there a way I can? All right, hold on, can you talk real quick? I don't know if I.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. So my disagreement is how you were talking about your Supergirl defense in the marketing, in terms of the Walkman, just her having the Walkman.
Yes.
In my personal opinion, this is all my personal opinion. I think that yes, even though James Gunn himself isn't directly making the movie, he's only a producer. I feel that would reflect poorly because from what I've seen, most movies like to market their producers, such, like the example of like Jordan Peele. A lot of the movies that he produces, he's like front head of marketing,
Sure, yeah.
All right. So I personally think that's just going to reflect poorly in terms of, how he popularized the whole Walkman 80s soundtrack, everything. And I'm not like defending the whole like, oh, this is a Guardians of the Galaxy knockoff. I don't personally agree with that, but I think it kind of reflects poorly.
Why does it reflect poorly?
That this is like the first project in the DCU that isn't directly made by James Gunn, yet it has the most James Gunn kind of inspiration behind everything.
But how is that an issue?
Shit, I didn't think that far. Shit, my bad.
Like, here's the thing. I don't think there's absolutely zero influence whatsoever. Maybe there's a form of inspiration here and there, but I just don't see how that makes for bad content. Anything can be inspired by anything. I mean, Raimi's Spider-Man 2, I think that's a pretty good film. That's inspired by Spider-Man No More. You can see clearly see that in the way they reference shots from the comics. I don't see the issue with that. I think it's just, inspiration. It's homage.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it is technically more of an homage of his own work, it is. I mean, obviously, I know about the whole like inspired by the Woman of Tomorrow comics, which I have personally read. I love that story. But fuck, I'm sorry, I didn't have much of a disagreement. I kind of just wanted to be on here.
That's all right. That's all right.
I did have one more comment though.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember your short that you made on chilling at Cedar Raptors.
Yeah.
the whole plagiarism thing. I'm fully on your side on this one. Just want to like clarify. He has been like out publicly like asking for you, SK, to do like a one-on-one kind of deal with him. No one else, just like discussing Superman and the whole issue with that, you know. And
well, I've been open to that. I've actually told him he can join here and have the discussion. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because right now he's just on his own page, just kind of like.
I mean,
kind of
he can join right now.
Can't lie regarding you're short on him.
He can join right
He's
now.
off his rocker.
But yeah, appreciate you having you on.
Yeah, well, but I mean that's really all I wanted. I kind of just wanted an excuse to be here because I was pretty bored.
All right, well, have a good one. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. You too.
Goodbye.
I respect the commitment.
Yes, Lex Luthor ruined Superman's image by playing the recorded message. Did you watch the movie? Yeah, but he also wants the satisfaction of the government telling him to kill Superman. Like, think of it this way. What's more satisfying? Killing Superman against the government when they haven't given him explicit permission, versus the government saying, please kill Superman to save the world. I think it's more satisfying once you've gotten them to literally tell him to do it, and then he does it.
I mean, I feel like Lex, it's natural.
What if he wants to make the execution public? That's another thing.
I think.
How's your neck? How's your neck, Superman?
Validation. I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, yeah, he wants.
PJ, how's your neck?
He wants the validation of them saying.
It's fantastic, Cobble. How's your?
Hang on. I'm trying to make a point.
No, fuck.
He wants the validation of being told that he needs to kill him as well. That's another element. And yeah, like I said, what if he does it publicly and he gets seen as the hero of the story for it?
He's envious of Superman being the
Lex Luthor can stage an event where Ultraman goes crazy while pretending to be Superman. Why does he have to do it though? In order for him to kill Superman, he's already got the video out. Let's see. Who's next? We'll do this person. Hello, Eddie Studios. You're on the line. What's your disagreement, and tell us why.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I have two. One is pretty small. One is decently big. The first one is that I don't actually know if you still stand by this. Do you still stand by the idea that the monster in the background of the Superman Lois talking scene is a joke that's distracting from the emotional core of that scene? Do you still stand by that point?
Yeah, it's a little bit distracting.
I disagree with that for two reasons. One, I like the line where Clark says, oh, it's just an interdimensional imp, setting up how chaotic the DC universe is and how interdimensional gods can just show up out of nowhere on the average Tuesday. I like that. Two, I like the color palette that it adds to the scene and how it reflects off the windows and how it looks very majestic, and I like that.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. I just think it's a bit silly as like a background gag to just throw in there when we're trying to focus on the conversation.
I understand that. It'd be kind of hard to objectify how distracting a background thing can be, so I won't talk too much more about that. This one's a big point. You think Sonic the Hedgehog is an interesting character. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I disagree with that, and my reasoning
is.
Okay. I disagree. I don't think he has I don't think he has many character flaws, and when the plot tries to, or when he's written to have them, it's not written well. Like in Lost World, for example. He kind of.
No one's defending Lost World.
I don't know. I'm not defending Lost World. I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm saying no one's defending it. So you don't even. Yeah, we don't have to bother with that.
Okay. It's like when he's written with flaws, he's not written well there, and when he's written normally, as he normally is, with just like the hopeful guy, I don't think he's written well either. And
Wait, I just got back.
It's about
Kyra
Sonic.
just sent me. Oh no, one in particular.
He's saying that Sonic is not an interesting character.
What the fuck? How?
Just
Okay,
let
I'm
him explain. Let him explain.
Okay. I'm gonna give a comparison to Superman real quick. And Superman is a hopeful character, but he has the flaws of also being a god, being very lonely, that he doesn't know many people that can relate to him, or anybody. Very few people that can relate to him. He doesn't know many Kryptonians on the Clara, I guess. And he's just he doesn't have many people to relate to. Sonic doesn't have anything like that. He doesn't have any weakness points. He's not.
Yes, he does.
Wait, what?
Yes, he does. Sonic,
No,
much in it. Well, no. I just want to say this. Much in the same vein as Superman having flaws and like having the insecurities of him being an alien, most of the things about Sonic and the biggest thing that holds him back is his arrogance. Because yeah, the whole thing about the character is that he is a cool dude with attitude. But at the end of the day, if he jumps the gun too much, it's gonna fuck him up in the long run. And even then, he does have flaws. He is too arrogant. He jumps the gun too much. He's very short-tempered. Not in the same vein as like Knuckles. So it's like I don't understand. I don't understand why that's even a correlation or whatever.
Hey, Distrate. Oh, sorry. I just want to address the super chat real quick. Thank you so much for the super chat, Distrate. Doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, man. It's great to hear from you.
Okay. I disagree with that as well, mainly because
you disagree
first
with
of all, that's not.
you disagree with character traits that are shown in the games.
Well, let's let him finish.
I disagree that is like an answer to the issue I brought up, because that's very rarely is that very rarely does he learn from that, and when he does, he kind of just goes back to how he was before in the next game. And an example of that is, again, I know no one's defending the story, Lost World. If I pulled up dialogue from Sonic Lost World to Forces, and arguably even Frontiers, I don't think there would be many differences.
Yeah, because one of them's bad writing and the other's making up for bad writing.
Hold on. I do want to say something real quick here, like, because he never changes. I think it's within character for Sonic to be someone that's stubborn. I think that's like kind of obvious as well. Because I was gonna bring up.
Well, also the thing about the no changing thing is flat out wrong, because the entire thing about Frontiers is him changing as a character. Don't, for better or for worse, it's literally him changing as a character. He's older. He's like a lot of the Sonic characters by the time it's Frontiers, they're all older, so they're all changing in their own ways. They're all realizing their flaws. That's the entire point of the game.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, just to add on to that, because you mentioned Frontiers, it's like even in that game, Sonic makes mistakes. Like when he takes one look at Giganto, thinks, "Yeah, I've got this." Cuts to him getting immediately one shot.
That also plays into to what I just said earlier. He's way too arrogant. He jumps the gun too much.
Well, on the point of Frontiers, I don't think them aging is well realized. One, because the kind of obvious answer is that they don't, like, their ages, like their actual age numbers aren't very well fleshed out. Two, there isn't, correct me if I'm wrong, it's never really established how long ago Forces was, or any of the previous games were. So it's not really explained, or like, not even just explained, it's not really like presented in a way that I buy that they're both much older, too old enough to the point where they're better people. I don't buy that. But going back to previous things, or like, sorry, did you say something?
Nothing. Just keep going.
Okay. I also with like more low-hanging fruit, I find Sonic annoying as a character whenever I like.
That's
okay,
honestly fair.
Okay.
That's real.
Like, I don't like watching him. It's like the only times I can think of where I found Sonic enjoyable was the first Sonic movie, and just few bits of dialogue and murder.
I guess all I just say to that is
Wild.
I would suggest we could just keep things more quantifiable and measurable rather than, oh, he's annoying. I know, like, yeah, that's obviously your opinion. That's a valid opinion.
Well, let me ask. Are you? Would you call yourself a Sonic fan?
I like about 12 of the games purely on gameplay. I don't like the story of any of them besides Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
What the fuck? Why the fuck are you here then?
Well, he thinks he's an uninteresting character. That's what his argument is.
I wanted to
He's
bring
disagreeing
up
with that.
I wanted to bring up something as well with like Sonic is that like he's very, at least in like probably what I would consider his best depiction and many would consider his best depiction, Black Knight. I think you can very much argue it's a character flaw that he might be a bit too imposing on his own movie on other people.
Oh my, hold on, I'm sorry. Liam, go on fucking mute.
Yo,
Like,
mute.
You psycho.
How bad is it? What the fuck?
It sounds like you're in like a snowstorm, so mute.
I legitimately didn't hear what this guy said because of
Yeah.
I can repeat.
Oh my god, this piece of shit phone has to be the slowest thing on planet
I'm gonna
Earth.
mute him. There we go.
Oh my fucking god.
All right.
I was just gonna say like I think there could be a case to be made that in what's arguably his best depiction, at least considered by many people, which is Black Knight. Are you aware of Black Knight's story?
I've seen the cutscenes for Black Knight. Yes.
Okay. So I think it would be you could very much argue that he's a little bit too imposing on his worldview on other people, and even by the end of the game, you could kind of. I think what I like about the game is that you can't necessarily objectively say was he in the right to do this to make his in regards to that universe's fate. Because I think what's her name, Marlena, also has somewhat of a compelling case as well, where it's like. Yeah, maybe this world like will be evil, but like at least people are alive, right? That is kind of her thing. I don't know if maybe I'm getting that wrong, but but Sonic's like no, yeah, this world should die, but that's a good thing. I don't know if you can like say that's objectively the right thing to do, and Sonic just doesn't necessarily operate.
Every world has its end. That's why we gotta live life to the fullest. That's that's what I figure. That's literally that sentence alone in the end of the game literally defines like his entire like trait.
I mean, okay, because I don't know how to necessarily fully describe it. Because obviously Sonic has to, on some level, operate on a moral code, but it's like he doesn't literally do things because they're the right thing to do. It's like it's what he specifically just deems to be right. It's not even necessarily like.
I'd also point out as well, in the scene where he actually gets the sacred sword, and you could chalk this up as like manipulation from Melina's behalf, but she even makes it clear to Sonic, it's like, yeah, if you pull the sword from the stone, you could potentially get the reputation of like someone who is the slayer of kings, and Sonic just doesn't care. He's like, well, I guess I can't be the hero all the time, and he just goes along with it.
Even in like Frontiers, where he's like he kind of just doesn't give a shit. Well, he does, but at the same time, he doesn't.
Dude.
What? Well, no, I was gonna say.
He definitely gives a shit in Frontiers.
Well, I wasn't finished.
Sorry, go on.
Then word it correctly.
Yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't when he's told like, oh, this can destroy what is it like the world or whatever. If you try to save your family or not, your friends. Oh, the end is just gonna like fuck everything. He doesn't really. He still just kind of goes with the plan, kind of just hoping it will not happen. I don't know. That's kind of just on some level questionable from him. So I would say that's also like a showcase of his character flaw. I don't know.
Okay, there is two things I do want to add to this debate, and then I don't know where we'd go from there. One, I think one of my biggest issues with Sonic's character is that like I don't know how to define. We don't like, because I'm gonna go back to the Superman comparison. Superman has fears. He fears being too alien and not being human enough. He has we know a lot about like how he lives and like all the stuff. With Sonic, we don't really like I don't know what Sonic is afraid of aside from water, I guess, and orcas maybe. Isn't that whatever? Like I want to know more about what makes Sonic tick, and that's never really been a thing.
Sonic has fears, he just never shows them. That's the difference. It's more so like Batman. Like, he clearly has fears, he just never wants to show them.
Okay, then my response to that would be, is that ever like brought up in a story as like something he needs to get over, and like being vulnerable with people is a good thing?
I mean, if
well,
you want to
in
go
Sonic
there,
Unleashed, one of his fears is being corrupted and being taken by the darkness. That's what he's worried about.
I mean, you could also apply the same thing with Frontiers, because as he's literally being corrupted by whatever the fuck it's called, I forget. But at the same time, that. At the same time, he's worried that if it corrupts him badly, he's not going to be able to not even just save the world, but save his friends, who are literally like imprisoned by this fuck off moon.
There's also oh, sorry. Just to add on to that. So with Frontiers as well, I don't know if it's unused dialogue or if it's just dialogue that you can hear with like idle animations, but the more and more Sonic gets cyber corrupted, he loses parts of himself to the point where he struggles to even remember his own name, and he does sound
that was unused.
Yeah, it's unused dialogue, but like they do try like show that he does have like fear, especially when this super dimensional force is like affecting him.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I think my big thing is that I want, if I'm expecting, my thing is like, if I were to care about Sonic, I'd have to like know just more about his emotions, what he actively cares about, and besides generic things like I want to know. Okay, let me use the Sonic like caring about keeping his friends safe thing. I want to know I want to know more about his connection with Tails and Knuckles and Shadow and characters like that. I want to know.
Tails and him are basically brothers, and him and Knuckles are best friends. Him and Shadow just have friendly rivalry.
Yeah, but like I don't remember literally any moments that are like intimate with them, except the lame moments in Frontiers that I don't consider intimate at all. But like moments where I feel their connection between each other, and moments where like I actually like, these two are friends, and
Adventure 1.
Adventure 1. Well,
Adventure
even
1.
not just Adventure 1. Have you read the like, at least I wouldn't even say Archie, but like, have you read the IDW comics?
They're written by Ian Flynn. That was my turn off.
Oh my fucking god,
Wait,
bro.
that doesn't answer the
Oh
question.
my fucking god. Okay, bro.
The answer is no, because it was written by Ian Flynn.
Wait, so you can't even you can't judge something you haven't read.
So so it's written by this one guy you don't like, so therefore it's all bad.
Hold on, no. I said I didn't read them because I don't like Ian Flynn's writing in Frontiers. So I don't. Why would I?
What? Okay, I don't like the way he writes Amy, but I think his writing in Frontiers is fine. What's wrong with his writing in Frontiers?
I'll just say like that's. Hold on. If you don't like how he writes in Frontiers, I think on one hand it is fair to be turned off by the IDW comics.
Yeah, but the IDW comics isn't Frontiers. That's the difference.
I know, but what I was gonna say is that you obviously cannot judge the IDW comics on a qualitative level.
I didn't.
Okay. Obviously, those are things. Hold on. Those are things that like go deeper into all of these characters, especially Sonic. And then you're like, that's missing a big piece of the puzzle. I'll just say that.
Well, that also brings another point. If let's say the IDW comics are well written, let's say that, why aren't moments like that in the games?
They are.
I mean, they are, but
they literally are.
They're canon to the game, so I don't really think it's like.
Well, like it.
Alright, you know what? Here's a good example. SK might back me up on this. So there's a scene in Unleashed where I think it's after Rooftop Run, either the first mission at daytime or nighttime. We see Amy there, and Amy doesn't recognize Sonic, and because of that, it also plays into the whole Sonic's fear of being corrupted by the darkness thing. He's not very Sonic is not very I want to say intimate, but he doesn't show much of his like I want to say compassion, but more so his feeling towards Amy. But even then, he was bummed out over the fact that Amy didn't even recognize him because of the form he's taking, corrupted by Dark Gaia energy, literal negative energy.
It's also about discovering his own strength when he, you know, realizes he's the cause of him not being corrupted.
It's also interesting to think about because from that point forward up until Chip gets his memories back, you kind of get the impression that Sonic kind of convinced himself that I'm fine. You know, Light Gaia is protecting me, but then it's revealed that, you know, that was never the case. Like, he was, you know, it was just his willpower that was protecting him.
All right. Okay. I think something that also had been mentioned a couple times is that, like, Sonic maybe not represses. He doesn't really talk about his emotions, which I don't think is. If that is, let's say that is, the writer's intent was, oh, he doesn't talk about his emotions because he doesn't want to. I don't think that's very well written if that was their intention. Or like he doesn't want to talk about his emotions to be maybe like a burden or whatever just because he doesn't want to. I don't think that's like a good choice or like a good writing thing, because like I don't think his flaws are very well shown if he's not going to talk about it. Two, that's never really brought up as an issue. As I already said, it's never really brought up as an issue that he doesn't talk about his emotions.
I mean, within the context of the games, when would be like within the context of the games, when would be an appropriate moment for him to talk about his feelings? Because it's like most of the time he's stopping like, you know, end of the world threats, or he's fighting like Eggman.
Like, I don't know, maybe let's say like, oh, Sonic is about to go against world-ending odds, and he's gonna go alone to protect Tails and Knuckles and Amy, what stuff like that. And Tails would be like, no, you're gonna go alone. And then Sonic goes, no, I can do this alone. And just like, Tails like, we gotta do a plan or something. It's like, the more, I don't know, just, I want, in a heat of a moment where like one of Amy, Knuckles, Tails, someone tells Sonic like, we need to like plan something, or like we need to like go over things, and then it could be like intertwined of like Sonic doesn't want to like, he just doesn't want to sit around and talk because that might be an excuse to talk about his emotions, or just regardless of any like.
That's out of character though. That'd be really out of character if that were the case, because again, it's not that Sonic is again showing his emotions. He just does it when it's absolutely. It's not even just when he does it when it's absolutely necessary. He just does it when it's appropriate. And even then, the hypothetical you're describing, that would never happen, because he'd never want to do shit alone. He's always doing the whole thing about Sonic Heroes. We're Sonic Heroes is him doing shit with his friends.
I'd also. The only time I can really think of an instance where Sonic did that is like in Lost World after Tails got trapped, and like Sonic like he kind of like speaks to Eggman. He's like he voices not necessarily how he's feeling, but you can get like the fact that he's talking out loud to Eggman of all people, and he was voicing how he was too slow when he was supposed to be the fastest. It's like, that's kind of like the closest thing I can think of him, like, talking about his emotions. I know it's not really the same, but...
It just sucks because the writing in that game is shit.
Well, okay. We brought up a scenario of, like, what would be an appropriate time in the games, like, the games that already exist. Well, in that case, I want the writers to come up with appropriate times for him, not even necessarily to straight up talk, but I want it to be presented. Like, I don't buy any of the flaws you guys have brought up. Because I don't.
If I'm gonna be honest, if you don't buy that, I don't think you're paying attention to like anything the games are showing you in front of your face.
I mean, I would just say, like, you did just tell me, like, you know, you went through Black Knight's story. It's like
that.
so,
Yeah, Blacklight does literally that.
I don't know. I mean, what do you mean you don't buy it? If you saw the story, that's literally what he did. He literally decided a world's fate because he thinks he's like he can do that. Just like he has the power to do that, and he decided, hey, I'm just gonna, you know, kind of fuck you what you think, right?
I don't think. Well, okay. In that case, I don't think that's a character flaw in the traditional sense. I think that's a flaw with how the story is written, because if I recall correctly,
what?
That isn't like brought up.
What do you mean that's not brought up?
What do you mean that's not brought up?
Well,
I mean, like no one tells Sonic, hey, that's not okay.
But I'd also
What? The final boss? What do you mean? What?
I don't know what we're on about, but let's chill. Let's chill.
SK, fuck you.
Oh my God! Wait.
I said, okay, hold on. I said if I recall correctly, meaning I could possibly be wrong. Tell me what I got wrong.
What is he in reference to? Because I'll probably know if it's Sonic related.
Black Knight.
What about it?
Kyra, do you want to repeat it?
Wait, is it about him not allowing a world to go on forever and just like repeat itself?
Yeah.
I mean, well, hang on. What's the issue? Because as far as I'm aware, none of like the only character that really argues with him on that is Melina, because the other characters are convincing Sonic to like get out because they think he's fucked. Like
it's when it's when Melina turns.
Well,
Sonic, no, that is not okay. That's what should have happened. I think the MCU man should have appeared in Sonic and the Black Knight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is not okay, Sonic. This is unacceptable. Why do you want a universe?
All right.
What were you gonna say? The other guy?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I think I misunderstood what you said before. I now have a grasp. I apologize for that. I don't think that counts as a flaw because I think that's the right thing to do in this scenario. I don't think that's a flaw. One, because the story doesn't present it as a was that the right thing to do scenario. Again, if I recall correctly, like because when I say I watched the cutscenes, that was like about 5 months ago, so I'm a bit vague on certain parts.
I mean, I would just say part of like what's good about the story is that it's kind of left to the viewer's interpretation. It's kind of like not really necessary. Do you think the story literally needs to say, was this the right thing to do? In order for there to be a dilemma or like a moral, like, you know what I mean? Do you think the story needs to say that?
Well, I don't think it necessarily needs to say it, but I think it needs to present it in a clear way.
I mean, I feel like the dilemma in of itself existing is already clear enough. It's just like, I think it would be worse, if anything, if you had it where it was like, oh, was this the right thing to do? Like, I think that'd be worse. I think it would take away some of the
a bit on the nose.
I'd also point out as well that, like, ironically enough, like what you're suggesting, where like Sonic like talks about his feelings and shit, I feel as though they do that too much with movie Sonic, where it's it's kind of like too far in the opposite direction.
I agree. They talk too much about this stuff.
I think, at least in movie 1, movie 2 and movie 3 I don't like. Movie 1 is the most interesting version of Sonic, and I will stand by it.
Okay, man.
Alright, well, I think the topic has been kind of gone. It's kind of been running for quite a while, so I think we'll try to...
Alright, I'll head off, but before I go, I do want to say, SK, you're pretty cool. I like your videos, and I respect you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming on.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Have a
So
good one.
shines indeed in a weary world.
Dude, I fucking hate that claim. Oh my god. Like
Alright.
the
He leaves it,
the
you
moment I got
immediately
back,
mad.
because I was literally getting food from my mom. The moment I got back and I checked the DMs, I was like, wait, what happened? And then I heard it, I'm like, I want to fucking kill myself. It's like, bro,
Very
why do
sorry to
people
defend
think
you.
this? It's like, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry to offend you that Sonic isn't fucking Insomniac Peter in Spider-Man 2 crying to his black best friend. All right, I'm sorry he's not crying to Tails as fucking Dark Guy is gonna destroy the whole city.
Sonic, do you think it's okay to have a destroyed universe in your back pocket like that? You think that's okay,
You
Sonic?
think that's okay, Sonic? You think that's okay? It's like, fuck you,
Sonic?
bro. I hate that claim. I hate that claim so much.
Someone needs to criticize you, Sonic. You've had a lot of bad days. We've seen a lot of really bad days, Sonic.
Jacko, you are on the line. What is your disagreement?
Ja-
Tell us why.
Jacko Rito, little brother of Jack Rito.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry if you can hear the plane going by just now. But anyway, I had a couple of questions regarding Luke's plan in Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah. What are your questions?
So why did they send in Leia and Chewbacca if they already had a man on the inside, Lando?
So the idea
And do you
here.
have-
Well, the idea here was that she wanted to sneak in, so there would be a less destructive way of breaking in and forcibly taking the droids, or taking Han, excuse me. But then once that failed, that's when Luke gets brought in, because he's gonna take the most drastic of measures, which is leaving that to a last resort. And another thing too is that it's also kind of a subtle way of building Luke's numbers, because Luke is able to break them out, and the more people he has on his side, the easier it is for him to get the job done, especially if people are able to blindside him, blindside Jabba.
Well, I meant, is there a reason Lando couldn't have broken Han out?
I mean,
in the middle of the night?
if they do that, then they lose their only insider.
Yeah, but then, why? What wouldn't have worked? Why wouldn't Lando be able to get him out?
Well, the similar reason that it didn't work for Leia, right? So let's say he did try this plan while they were all asleep, and then they happen to catch him in the act. How far can they go at that point? They also lose means of somebody feeding them intel on what's happening in there. So it's like they're not going to have that. He can no longer report what's happening, how things are operating, none of that.
Do you think Lando was feeding, like he fed Luke intel after Leia was caught?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was periodic that he's feeding pieces of information that are relevant, so Luke can properly form a plan or adapt.
Okay, got you. And then, why did Luke hide his lightsaber in R2 rather than take it with him?
If he took it with him, it would very likely have been searched and confiscated.
But they were confident that Leia could get in with a thermal detonator?
Well, yeah, because she's using it as a threat.
But Luke was... But then, couldn't...
That's a threat. I will not pay you more money for a
Shut
threat,
up,
Leia.
shut up. Go on, Jacko.
But she wasn't searched. She made it in front of Jabba, and it's not like
Well,
Luke
she wasn't
faced much
searched because she
opposition.
was making a threat with the bomb.
Like she threatened.
Yeah, they physically
the
can't
guards
search her.
before, like the Gamorrean guards at the front.
Bounty hunters are always known to be armed, and it's the common assumption, and that Jabba clearly allows them to come in because he trusts that bounty hunters are loyal and work for him in the Hutt clan. A Jedi is a different story. A Jedi is literally someone he doesn't trust or respect, so of course he's going to make sure he doesn't have weapons coming in.
True.
And he wasn't searched. Like he just force choked the two guards and mind tricked Bib Fortuna.
Yeah, but he also wants to enter
The,
in peacefully and have a discussion.
the lightsaber is usually outside of his belt, where you can easily see it. That's where he puts the lightsaber usually, and there's nowhere he could really hide it in the suit that he wears, like the Jedi robes.
It's also just
So they
easier to
would've just
blindside them when he has R2 holding it.
Well, he could put it in his robes. I mean, General Grievous put lightsabers in his robes.
Well, I mean, General Grievous has 4 arms, so, but like setting
Yeah, I
that
know,
aside,
but I mean the way that it's concealed. I mean,
maybe I haven't seen the prequels in a while.
And you don't. I mean, isn't that a flaw that he keeps lightsabers in his cape where they could easily fall out? That's how Anakin and Obi-Wan were able to escape.
Yeah, I don't know. But regardless, right? I would also simply argue that it's easier to blindside them. If they search him, he has nothing on him, but R2 has the lightsaber and he's able to use it. That would be an easier way to blindside them.
true. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, because it seemed like Luke, so right before Jabba makes him fall into the Rancor pit, Luke force pulls a blaster from one of the guards, so he was, open to fighting them at that point, and if he had a way of having the lightsaber then, things would have gone very differently.
Well, it's a different situation here. He was prompted by them making threats against him. So at that point, that's why he went for the blaster and used that to his defense.
But if he knew...
That was the last resort for him.
If he knew what 3PO was trying to tell him, why didn't he just move?
What do you mean, why didn't he move?
So that he wouldn't fall into the pit? Into the trap?
What was 3PO telling him? I don't remember.
Where are we?
Well, he's saying, why didn't Luke move because of what 3PO told him? Like, how specific was 3PO's wording?
I'm pretty sure he was cut off.
Yeah, he was cut off. He just says, Master Luke, you're standing on, and then he doesn't finish. But I mean, I thought that's what you meant in terms of Luke was being threatened.
No, I meant the fact that they were immediately acting hostile against him. That's why he pulled the gun.
Oh, okay.
Hostile? I'll show you hostile. Pulls out the blaster.
Okay. Yeah. That's pretty much all I had. It wasn't much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on.
Subscribe to SK.
Alright, see you later. Goodbye. Alright, let's see. Jordan Atkins. What's up, Jordan? Jordana Atkins. Jordan Atkins. I'm sorry. I was misreading that. What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
What's up, SK? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. So, let me ask you a question about Superman 2025 regarding Ultraman.
Okay.
Damn.
Would you agree? Would you agree that it's a plot hole that Superman can't see through Ultraman's suit? Because A, it's never established that James Gunn's version of Superman can't see through lead, and B, to be honest, it's never even established that the suit is made of lead.
Well, it's never established that Superman can see through clothing in that specific regard. If anything, it shows us that his X-ray vision is closer to how an actual X-ray would look, where it doesn't necessarily show the full face when you look through a mask, but rather it shows the skeletal structure of the body.
So it'd just see right through his face.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't really say much to that.
All right. Appreciate you coming on. If that's all.
Hang on. Before you leave, I just want to ask a question. Would Superman, given his X-ray vision, would he be able to tell that Ultraman's biology is suspiciously similar to his own.
I'm not sure how he
that's a
could
good
determine
point.
that because his biology is also similar to human biology, just on a surface level.
Well, no, but I mean, like maybe it could fool a machine if you did like a Kryptonian and a human side by side. But like, would Superman be able to tell the difference?
I don't think so
I don't
because
think
there's
so, to be
nothing
honest with
specific
you.
that would that the X-ray would have told him.
He couldn't look at like a, I don't know, like a molecular level or something, or does it not work like that?
It doesn't work like that. It's
Okay,
just
fair enough.
seeing the parts in the body, the physical parts.
Don't worry, it's not like the comics where he can see your soul.
Well, no, because I mean, like, I obviously they don't do this in the film, but what could have been interesting is if like when they do. Not just in the comics, but in like the animated films and shit. Whenever a character comes from like an alternate Earth, for example, like their internal organs are like the wrong way around. So it's like maybe Superman could have found out that way, but obviously they don't do that, so it's just speculation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, a peak
I think
superhero
so,
movie
yeah.
that
Where it's
SK,
like where the
that
characters
SK
like
hasn't watched because SK only watches bad superhero media to cry about. Is that right? SK?
No.
But yeah, if the film never addresses that, then fair enough. That was just speculation.
All right. Appreciate you coming on, Jordan Atkins.
Appreciate it. Peace.
Peace. All right. Let's see.
I got a good one about the Star Wars Episode 6, and you can't counter this one, SK. Why did Boba Fett fly his jetpack into close range with a guy with a lightsaber to try and shoot him in the face? Why did he do
it's not
that?
flawless. Yeah, I've already noticed that when I watched it. Voice of reason. You are on the line. What is your disagreement? Tell us why.
Be the voice of reason against the madman that is SK.
This could be such an ironic name.
If this
We
guy
will know.
acts crazy, I'm going to laugh.
It's just another Noodles.
Let's
hold on.
let him
You guys are
unmute.
being too. His name's the voice of reason. All right, he's gonna be the light. He's gonna be the Superman of this call right now. Speak.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Hell
I can
yeah!
hear you. What's up?
Alright,
What is your
so
PFP?
That's Teddy Roosevelt laughing.
Ah, okay.
It's a-
what is your
it's a
disagreement?
little-
Tell us why.
Oh, well, I guess it's more of a hot take than anything else. I don't know how it would bounce off around you guys, but I would have to say that the Plinkett reviews of the prequels are so awful that they've had a negative effect on Star Wars criticism in general of them.
Oh, I wouldn't know because I haven't seen those videos and I haven't seen the prequels in a while. I do have to rewatch
Yes.
them.
The answer is yes. Those videos
Okay.
are awful. And I don't think the prequels are well written, but those videos are pretty stupid.
I honestly think that the prequels are sufficiently written as they are by and large, but that's neither here nor there because, as far as I can tell, like it's just a really telling thing that one of the first things that Plinkett even brings up, and is like when you begin the whole thing of the Phantom Menace back then, he basically talks about how, the prequel, the Phantom Menace doesn't have a protagonist. It's like, dude, half the movie is literally being driven by the decisions of Qui-Gon Jinn and Queen Amidala later on in the halfway point in which they reach the Senate. In fact, like most of the plot divides between the two, and then it veers off into, Queen Amidala, she's now taking the reign.
So, I have a question for you. Ever since you got the take of the prequels being sufficiently written, I'm curious. In episode 2, what is Padme's genuine argument for the No Army Act? I don't know the official name of it, but what is her argument against that, and how does that make sense? When she is aware that the Confederacy of Independent Systems are all militarized and are flat out anti-republic.
We'll have to go over the exact details because I think it's mostly in like deleted scenes here and there and whatnot, especially in Revenge of the Sith, for example. But the idea initially, of course, was that she didn't really want an army to be put up because it would be seen as an act of aggression, thus, justifying some sort of military action against them by the separatists. It would basically further their cause effectively, legitimizing a lot of their complaints.
Oh yeah, that was said in the deleted scene, but you understand how little sense that makes, right?
Well, it depends on if you take on the simple fact that what happened over in Naboo was with the Trade Federation trying to invade the planet. A lot of that more or less sort of spiraled into what would happen with the talks of, the separatists, if you would, because the separatists actually used the Queen's effort of like rising up against the Trade Federation because they were a major player in the Senate. They, as far as I could tell, were at the very least like this is going off on like EU type shit, expanding universe type lore. So that depends on whether or not you accept this answer. But the fact of the matter is that within the confines of that lore, they were using Queen Amidala's like what would you call it? Like just throwing them off the planet effectively, uprising and taking it back. Regardless of like the senatorial confines of the Republic, allowed for a movement of the separatists to be used like many years later. In fact, you could even say that Phantom Menace, the events of the Phantom Menace, kind of sort of cemented what would happen later on in the next movie. At least that's how George intended it to, as well.
All right, but here's the problem. Her argument about it causing an act of war, the reason that doesn't make sense is because ever since the attack on Naboo, and because of just simple terrorism that has happened across the galaxy, especially that she was almost assassinated, they could easily make an official response to the CIS that the reason they are making an official army of the Republic is because of the increased danger of the galaxy to the Republic. That is more than just them.
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that, and there's probably arguments in that regard, really, but that wasn't really made for the lore by and large. As far as I'm aware, that wasn't really a position that was really taken up as in terms of like what was being argued within the Senate. What was being written to be argued within the Senate.
Yeah, I'm talking about Padme. Padme's
Padme's
argument against an army doesn't make sense because she herself literally experienced her planet getting invaded by the separatists at one point, the Trade Federation. So it would make sense for the Republic to have a grand army so that they can properly deal with invasions that take place on planets after that.
Well, Padme is a peace pacifist advocate. She believes that the best way to peace is not necessarily through
in episode
conflict,
1, she literally advocated to go to Naboo herself and start fighting them, and that's what they do.
Yeah, because she had no choice. Yeah, because she had no choice. But just because she's not a pacifist doesn't necessarily mean that she's not going to fight an oppressive army herself. There's a difference
exactly.
Between, there's a difference
Exactly.
between
That's
being a
what I'm trying to
pacifist
point
and
out.
being completely anti-war to the point of like just not fighting at all.
But that's what I'm trying to point out. A Grand Army of the Republic, it would be made to make sure that things like that never happen again. It's not made to cause a war. No, countries don't have armies because they want to start a war. They have armies to prevent a war from happening by presenting the fact that they can fight back just as much.
Well, yeah, so I'm not necessarily disacknowledging
that.
I'm not even going to...
Hang on a second. The argument that Padme makes that it will cause a war doesn't make a lick of sense, because that would, if anything, make it less incentivized for the CIS to want a war, because now they have a raw army that can respond. If anything, the reason why the Clone Wars even started is because the Separatists were confident they could win the war, because they already have an army that was pre-made, and they completely outnumbered the clones initially. That's why the first 2 years of the war, the Republic were losing dramatically.
Well, the argument of the Separatists was, by and large, and this is sort of to say
I'm
that
not talking
the
about the separatists.
entirety.
I'm talking about Padme. Padme's argument. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
get you to focus on. Would you
well,
admit that
yeah, well,
her
yeah,
argument against the
well,
army
yeah.
is
Her
really stupid?
argument isn't necessarily sufficient. I'm not necessarily going to disagree with that, but it's a point of it's a point of reference to simply point out the fact that sometimes people don't really make the best arguments in favor of them, and I think that's fine to write characters like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, Padme being a bit hypocritical in this regard, or being like so prone to advocating for peace during her time in the Senate after her term of queenship ended. Um, I think her making mistakes like that is just perfectly fine for things to be written in that fashion.
Yeah, but it doesn't
I
suit what
that
her
doesn't really.
character was established to be. Because in the first movie, she is very willing to fight back against oppressors if they
Well, yeah,
extend their
Buddhists are
powers too
willing to
far.
fight back against oppressors too, as well, and they're often peaceful and very
So
pacifistic too. So what's their point?
yeah, that's the thing. Peaceful people that are pacifistic would also agree to have an army because that would keep the peace. That's my point. She would
Well, yeah,
definitely
but
want
there's
to
a
keep the peace through
sufficiently
that.
yeah,
And it
but there
makes
is a
sense because
sufficiently
she wanted
difference.
the Gungans to fight against the droids in the first movie. She is perfectly okay with getting an army to rally up and fight against people that are abusing their power to protect the planet of Naboo, and I would assume all planets around the Republic sector. So, with her logic and her belief system, she should be for the army, especially after what she did in
Yeah, but
Naboo.
the army is going to be concentrated around that of the Supreme Chancellor, and she made the argument that during times of
Okay, so
war, it's been
why don't you
showcased
vote
that
that the army isn't just under the Supreme Chancellor? You know, it doesn't have to be under the Supreme
because
Chancellor to make a vote against that.
there were a number of haphazard bills that were being promoted necessarily, and she didn't really want any of them. There were a bunch of bills that could be proposed that she didn't really have any ways of keeping track of. You know, it's not like there weren't like just that bill in and of itself, but there was a push for one in particular she was arguing against, and she obviously had that issue of assassination going on there. So I don't think that there's any
The
necessarily
non-army
reason of
that the
opposing
Republic
that
made
for that to begin with.
was because it was a time of peace. There was no other faction that could even oppose the Republic, so they eventually got arrogant enough that they didn't feel like they needed to create an army anymore. That's why originally the Republic
Oh
doesn't have an army.
no,
But the problem
well
is
no. The
now
reason
we
why they
know
don't
there is
have
a
an army
faction
is
that
because of
does have
the
an
Treaty of
army.
Rusan. No, the reason why they didn't have an army was because of the Treaty of Rusan. It was an effort to make it so that way the Republic wouldn't constantly be embroiled in war schemes, and there wouldn't be an effort to consolidate war powers. It was also an effort to be able to recover
It's
from
also
the
because
Sith
in the Old
taking over the
Republic,
galaxy
the old
too.
empire was taken down and nothing else could properly oppose the Republic. They don't need a grand army. They just have enforcers, which is fine because they don't need a grand army. But if there is a faction that can actually challenge you again, similarly to the Empire, by the way, the old Empire, it makes no sense to not want an army. I understand she wouldn't want an army to work for the Supreme Chancellor if she doesn't trust him, but she should make a vote for no confidence under that the army's under the Supreme Chancellor, make it under the entire Senate, at least.
Well, she would need the
But she doesn't
political
make that
support for
argument. She
that,
just says,
but
let's not have an army when there's a quadrillion droids out there that could take over the entire galaxy.
yes,
That's just
and
dangerously
as a
stupid.
result, she doesn't much of a political support for it, but she does have enough of it to warrant an assassination attempt. So I don't think that's a big deal, really.
No, I'm not arguing about the assassination attempt. What I'm trying to explain to you is that in her character, it doesn't make sense for her to not agree with the army.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not really a big deal for her for that decision not to make sense, because we don't really
It's not a
see
big deal. I would argue a
what the
character
reasoning
assassinates her.
is. Well, we don't really see the big deal of why it is that she makes that change, really. You know, we don't really see that. We don't have to see that. The issue is that something happened in
All right,
between the
all right.
Phantom
Before you
Menace
go,
and
I gotta
now
ask you a question.
that
So
caused
you
that
said
change.
like,
And I don't think there's a really big deal for that not to be fleshed out. Like,
are,
we can
are,
leave
are
it
you
up to
saying
the
that there was a big
imagination in that regard.
So you're saying there's a big change that happened to her character from 1 to 2 that we just didn't see, right?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
why she
and it's
doesn't
not,
want the army.
and
All
it's
right,
not
all
a
right,
big
all
deal
right,
that
all
it's
right,
not
all
fleshed
right.
out. I
I
guess
gotta
it
ask you a
was, but,
question.
you know,
I gotta ask you a question.
yeah.
Can't you make that same argument for Luke in The Last Jedi?
I mean, Yeah, but we also do have the material for that, though. So there's a bit of a difference in that regard. And I didn't say that there wasn't
What?
any. I mean, we have the material between the Last Jedi and like Empire. Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about the Last Jedi and like.
No, I'm talking about Luke's change. It's character assassination. Despite the
Oh,
fact that
oh.
there's been a big time between Return of the Jedi and TLJ, right? My argument is my argument is that's not consistent with how he's established, and there's no explanation as to why he changed. You can apply the same argument to Padme in Attack of the Clones. She was a go get 'em kind of character who is very quick to action when she thinks it's the right thing to do, which would include violence to defeat bad guys who attacked her planet. And then in the second movie, she's uber pacifist and is not okay with having an army to defend the Republic. And she wants the Republic to be defenseless, even though her planet was defenseless last time because of the Republic's apathy for the situation.
Well, well, you're kind of overselling the reasoning there because the
Inconsistent.
reasoning there is more or less that she doesn't really trust the Republic being at the behest of a supreme overseer like the Chancellor specifically.
Yeah,
without
so
any
she
kind
should
of,
vote
without
for
any
no
kind of
confidence
leeway.
of the Supreme Chancellor to have full control of the army.
Well,
Also,
that is their argument.
hang on a
Their
second, that's not
argument
even
is-
true because the Supreme Chancellor doesn't have full control of the army because one of the orders that the clone troopers have is to kill and or arrest the Supreme Chancellor if the Senate deems them unworthy
Yeah,
or a
but here's the-
traitor.
Yeah, but a lot of those orders weren't necessarily well known to a lot of the senators to begin with. Like there were a handful
Yes,
of
they were.
senators actually
They were given
knew
to
that.
all the orders are given to the Senate. That's why the Senate can decide to create. I think it's Order 65, but I could be wrong. But
It is Order
the Senate were
65,
told
yeah, you're
those
right.
the Senate were told those orders so they can announce it. So
Yeah, the
like
Senate would-
obviously Palpatine isn't gonna go execute Order 65 because I'm a traitor to the Republic. No, it's the Senate that would say that. So yes, the Senate would know about these orders.
Well, no, well, that's the thing, though. The
Also,
Senate
that brings
wasn't
another
in notice
question.
of
If
those orders, like
if Padme
65.
doesn't
There
know
were
about those
notice of
orders and then she
25,
doesn't trust,
and 35, but not 65.
hang on a second,
because only
hang on
a
a second.
handful actually had
If,
it.
if she doesn't know about those orders anyways, for some reason, let's say she doesn't know those orders, she doesn't trust like Palpatine to have control of the army. Why would Palpatine not fucking bring up that there's literally an order as a precaution just in case the fucking Chancellor abuses his power? Why would he not bring that up? The Chancellor could literally say, "I understand your concerns, but we have created orders as a precaution for this."
Well, we are talking about lore that was added after the fact necessarily, but when we're talking about like whether or not the prequels were well written versus whether or not the lore that slots into the prequels to explain certain things, whether or not that was actually well written, or considered two different questions. So the movies being well written.
Well, under what we know about just the movies alone, once again, the Senate has the ability to vote against no confidence for these kind of issues. If she genuinely thinks the Supreme Chancellor shouldn't have control of the army, she can really just vote for a no confidence for the Supreme Chancellor to be able to control the army.
Well, no, what we know from the actual movie itself, just watching it off, not going off any lore, we know that there is a secret order called Order 66 that Palpatine ends up ordering, literally in a Sith disguise, meant to like disguise who he is. Giving out this order and everyone going, "Yes, my Emperor will be done." Like literally calling him Emperor during that. Yeah, so.
They say my lord, they don't say emperor. They go, "Yes, my
lord." Well, my lord, my emperor, it's the same thing, okay? It doesn't really matter because it all denotes the same thing. But the point is that's what we see, and we don't really see any kind of.
Well, yeah, the clones and Kaminoans more or less know about what's going on with some of the stuff with the emperor.
Yeah, and the Kaminoans, obviously.
We're talking about what Padme does and or can do. We're talking about what, under her perspective, if she would want the Grand Army of the Republic, and it makes no sense to vote completely no army, especially under her character from the first movie. That's my argument. And the argument of the Supreme Chancellor, she doesn't trust him, is not a good argument because we can see in the movies, you can vote a no confidence on the Supreme Chancellor. You can literally just vote for him not to have the rights to the army. If she did that, that would have made sense, but she doesn't.
Well, I guess it would depend on whether or not she has the political leeway to do so, and the fact that she doesn't really does imply that she doesn't have that political leeway.
No, it's that she doesn't vote for it at all is my problem. I'm not saying if she would win or not.
Well, why would you
I'm saying
vote for
that
something
she
like
would
that
vote for
if
that. She
you
would
know it
have
would fail?
she would present that to the Senate. She wouldn't present to the Senate, hey, hey Senate that's scared to death of this massive droid army created by the CIS with tons of major corporations that can literally destroy us in an instant. Let's not make an army. That's not a compelling argument, and it's also not something she would do. It's just nonsensical.
Well, during the rise of the time, they didn't really know that they were actually reaching to make an army. They knew that there were threats to raise an army, but that was only in response to like the belligerence that we saw going on there.
Okay.
So,
In the
that was
first
effort
movie,
to-
the Trade Federation already has an army, and the other people that work under the
What do
Confederacy
you
of
mean the first movie?
Independent. In the Phantom Menace, they have an army, and the Trade Federation, Newt
In Phantom
Gunray
Menace,
is one of the
the army
headers
is a
of the
trade
CIS.
federation, but that's not the CIS. Though the CIS is an organization that comes up later in the
Yeah,
second, sometime before the second movie.
yes, and who's the head runner of the CIS? Who's the biggest funder of the CIS?
Well, you have a lot of funders in the CIS. You have the banking
Yeah, but who's the
clan, you have
biggest?
Techno
Hey,
Union,
who's the biggest?
you have Count Dooku. You have a lot of people going on there. In fact, the Trade
hang on.
Federation
Answer
being
my question.
one of the biggest doesn't really.
You're not answering my question. You gotta stop. You gotta answer my question. Who is the biggest funder of the CIS?
Well,
Not
I'm assuming you're referring
funders, who's the biggest.
Well, that would be the banking clan then.
No, it's Newt Gunray, because he's the leader.
Newt Gunray isn't the leader. The leader is Count Dooku.
No, Count Dooku is the one who controls everything, but he's the leader of all the funding. He's the top.
No, the leader of all the funding is the banking clan, quite literally.
No, he controls the banking clan. Newt Gunray is the third most important, and the third
is like one of the biggest influencers.
He's the
in
third
the
most
Trade
important
Federation.
person in the CIS. It goes Count Dooku,
he's
General Grievous,
one
because
of the
General
most
Grievous
important
controls
people
the
in
entire army, and Newt Gunray is the leader of funding.
No, he is the most important person in the Trade Federation, not the CIS. He's like one of the big top people, yes, but the big funders, the people who are pushing most of the money, is the banking clan, which like the Republic,
which work
I don't really wanna
under
go into-
General Grievous, Count Dooku, and Newt Gunray, because Newt Gunray has the closest connection with all of them, because he literally works for Sidious, so Sidious put him on top of all the
He's
other
like-
funding clans.
Yeah, he's one of the many people who work for Sidious. Sidious has an entire network.
Yes,
full
and
of
he's the
people,
one who
and part of
directly
that network
communicates
is
to
those
Sidious. So
people with the banking
Sidious
clan
and
especially.
Dooku gave him the most power out of all of the funding.
Sidious's master was literally from the race of the banking clan. I'm not too sure what.
Yes,
what
and
point
he's
is you're
dead
getting
before
at.
the CIS was ever made, so that's not a good argument. It is
No,
literally
no, my
established in
point
lore. I
is-
want me to pull this up because I can literally show you. There's a reason he's called Newt Gunray, Grand Newt. He is literally the leader of all the funding. He takes the final lead of all the funding. He makes the final decision on any funding because he's the leader of all of them. He's the top of of all the funding in the CIS. The Trade Federation's on top.
The Trade Federation are literally a glorified series of merchant pirates. What are you talking about?
Yes, and then once they went into the CIS, his business was on top because that's what Sidious wanted, so he had the most control over the funding. That's why General Grievous literally had to cancel his massive invasion plans during the Clone Wars to save him. That's how important he is, that General Grievous literally had to basically lose multiple controls out of multiple planets during the Clone Wars, which cost him multiple fucking wins to save him, because he is the third most important in the CIS. He's also one of the only two people who have the specialized communication chair that has a direct line to Sidious to talk to him. And you're telling me that he's not the leader of the funding
Hold on,
in the CIS.
I got someone to talk to real quick. Hold on.
All right, that's crazy. What's y'all thoughts on this?
My thoughts are I genuinely have no clue because I haven't seen Phantom Menace in such a long time. I'm like, damn, this is a lot of stuff that I do not know about.
We're talking about Attack of the Clones.
But I mean, it is interesting the way in which you two are bouncing off each other. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's good stuff. I think it's productive.
This actually, yeah, it's actually really interesting.
I'm looking for a Star Wars fight. I'm bored.
The combined.
Well, I wanted people to like debate me on like the Superman thing or the
Iron Man
or the woke thing. Well, yeah, and the Iron Man thing. I was shocked by the lack of Iron Man ones. Like, come on.
Well, I got my comeuppance. I got a fucking Sonic one.
Well, like right now, KinoFlex is debating on whether or not John Walker should have been killed, and tried to say putting your hands up is not surrendering. That's a real statement from him.
What?
Yes, that's a real statement from him.
All right,
putting your hands up is not surrendering.
I guess if you got a weapon in your hand automatically, then I guess that would make sense. But I doubt that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
we'll open that can of worms later. Let's get to the
Let's go back. Let's go back. Fat Wars.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, okay.
so I'm gonna.
I'm rooting for you. By the way, voice of reason, I'm on your side, bro. Destroy Liam. Destroy him.
I'm gonna move on because we're clearly not getting anywhere with Newt Gunray. All they'll simply say is it doesn't even matter. Trade Federation's clearly a part of the CIS. They have an army, and that's only one of the multiple different clans that have armies. You know, not all the droids are made by the Trade Federation. Some of them are made by different corporations that work by the CIS.
Yeah. That's why
the Techno Union.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have an army, and most of those people are known to create armies. So it's common sense they have an army.
But yeah, I know they are.
There's no way.
The area, and I said that they are one of the biggest like portions of the CIS.
I mean, I can actually go further with this with the CIS and why the Republic should know they have an army. You know, the CIS has direct communication to the Mandalorians. You know, a warrior clan.
Wait, hold on, what? What was that?
Yeah,
again?
Did you know during the Clone Wars, the Mandalorians, a few of them sided with the CIS and fought against the clones? That happened.
I suppose that makes sense. I guess that would be the case, really.
Yeah, not all of them are droids. Like, that's how ridiculously big the army is. So there's no way the Republic doesn't know they have an army. They have a quadrillion droids from different, like, you know, organizations that already work under the CIS.
Well, I didn't say that they didn't know
that
they had an army. What I said was that they were getting together to create an army in secret after they had been threatening to create an army for quite some time due to the belligerence of the Republic not necessarily, like, you know, acknowledging them. There was a reason why why the meeting was held on Geonosis. It was because it was to maintain secrecy.
Yeah, that's secrecy to create an even bigger army that could take over the entire galaxy. That doesn't mean they don't have an army, though. Those are different things. Because back in the day, they had a few thousand, maybe trillion droids. Now they have quadrillion droids once the Clone Wars started, because they need enough to, like, immediately overwhelm any planet. And they were able to do that for a long time. 2 years they were winning the war because they massively outnumbered the Republic. And that's because of the Republic's stupidity to take this long to create their own army.
Well, to be perfectly fair, it was literally a conspiracy thrusted onto the Republic through the machinations of Sidious, but that's neither here nor there. So, that being said, here,
well, they're still stupid. Like, if you see someone building an army that's clearly against you, you should, you know, get an army to protect yourself. That's common sense. And that's the problem. Padme doesn't think that. She doesn't want an army.
Well, like, her mindset at the time was quite literally like, okay, they're threatening to build an army. The Republic's being belligerent. Hey, why not let's not be more belligerent and let's not provoke them into making the army that we're clearly, like, pushing them to make because of our belligerency. She was trying to, like, calm things down, and she believed that trying to make an army would not be the solution to calm things down at all, which she kind of was right, but she also didn't really know that there was a machination of a conspiracy going on behind the scenes, which was kind of the entire point of why this thing spiraled the way they did.
I don't even buy that for a second, and I don't buy that Padme would even think that, because one of the people, once again, that are headers, No, she does think that. That's why she's the one arguing against the army. One of the headers of the CIS is Newt Gunray, a guy who literally wanted to take over her planet just because he's a greedy asshole. These are clearly not good people. This is like if you saw Stalin making a massive fucking army, and then like you sit there in America and go, yeah, we don't need the official American military still. Because like, you know, we need to peacefully calm things down. It's like, bro, it's Stalin. He wants to take things over.
Referring to the idea that she knew that there was a conspiracy now. But that being said here,
No, I'm not saying she knows there's a conspiracy. She knows that the CIS are full of people that are really bad. Some of them that clearly just want to take over planets, and like, you know, for selfish, greedy, evil reasons. She knows there's a lot of bad people in the CIS. She personally experienced it, and she knows that they clearly at least have some form of army.
Well, Newt Gunray
and she
at
doesn't
the
want an
time
army
wasn't
herself.
really joining the CIS because he wanted Padme dead as a means of him joining the CIS to begin with. And because he hadn't got that, he said he wasn't really going to sign anything. So he wasn't really in the process of joining them, even though he was, for all intents and purposes, kind of backing them. It was kind of a weird thing going on, I guess.
Yeah, but like, once again, like, she still knows that there's going to be an army being made. Even if we ignore, even if Newt Gunray isn't a part of the CIS, or she doesn't know that at the time, we've already established a lot of these other funding agencies that work under the CIS also are known to make droid armies.
Okay, and
once again, she knows there's an army full of greedy bankers and greedy capitalists that are similar to the one that almost took over her planet.
And that's badly written because, like, I'm not getting the implication.
Okay,
that's badly written. All I'm saying
I'll clarify this for
Padme
you.
is changing her position.
All right. I'll answer your question.
Which I agree, but that's not badly written.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna explain why it is badly written. The reason it's badly written is because it is out of character for Padme to think this is a good idea. It is out of character for her to believe that we shouldn't have an army or any form of protection after what happened on Naboo. That doesn't make any sense. Especially that on Naboo, she was so willing to go in and fight against an army by creating an army. That's what she did in that movie. Her, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan got a Gungan army and a bunch of pilots, and they fought back. So she does believe in this, but apparently she just doesn't anymore. She doesn't think that you should, you know, have the means to protect yourself, even though she can't even trust the Republic to protect her planet for her anymore. But she doesn't think that they should have an army to do it more efficiently, or just spread them across the galaxy so that they're already there.
The argument is, and I think I've repeated this like 3 times now, the argument is that she doesn't want to increase hostilities and lead to an all-out galactic war in this regard. I mean, we don't really know if she doesn't want an army, period. You know, she may
but how would creating an army increase hostilities? How would making an army create hostilities? It's basic defense. It's basic precaution. The Republic once again can make an official statement. Hang on a second. And I'm countering it. The Republic can once again come out with an official statement simply saying we're creating the Grand Army of the Republic as a defense unit to protect our planets more efficiently. That's all they have to say.
Yeah, this was one of the arguments that were probably being made in favor of it, and Padme was like, no, this is just going to lead to war.
How would that lead to war?
Because it's like, it's part of the belligerency that has been expressed by because the CIS would interpret it as further aggression.
Yeah, it would be a fucking stalemate. There wouldn't be a war. It's literally what happens today. Oh, why don't we go to war to Russia? Why doesn't Russia go to war with us? Because we'll both just say we'll nuke each other. Mutually assured destruction. That would be the same thing. That would be the same thing as the Republic and the CIS. It would literally be, oh, we're making an army. Okay, we're making an army. If you attack us, we'll attack you back. Do you want a war, dumbass? It's like, obviously they wouldn't.
Well, Russian officials, especially those of Putin as well as his inner circle, have expressed the idea of bringing the territories of the Soviet Union back into Russia and reestablishing the Russian Empire. Like, this is already a thing that's happening right now, so I don't get your, like, the idea of
I'm talking about a concept. I'm not talking about the specifics of it. I'm talking about the concept of why we don't nuke each other. Why don't we ever get nuked, for example? It's because we'll nuke you back. That's the simplest answer to it. What I'm trying to say is,
but the nuking doesn't necessarily.
if you say we're making an army to defend our planet under our system, that would not provoke anything. That's not a provoking of anything. That's just basic protection.
That literally provokes war in so many regards throughout the entirety of history. Just pick up a history book, man. Come on.
Pick up a history book, okay?
Yeah, there have been times
okay, how about this? Name a country that doesn't already have a war on the offset. Name a country that just doesn't have an army on the offset. How about that? What do you mean you pick up a history book? What a joke, bro.
I'm sorry to say, man, but when it comes down to it, like there have been times in which armed forces have been.
Do you think World War II started because America created an army in the middle of the 1940s?
Like,
Liam, he's
my
not
God,
done.
Our neighbors are actually like raising up an army. They might attack us. Let's attack them first, or whatever.
Name one time. Name one time. Name one time. Name one time that's happened.
That's happened.
Like unironically. Name one. Name one actual relevant moment where a massive war, a world war, for example, because that has to be a big one, by the way. Name a time that happened because someone created an army.
Doesn't have
you
to
can't.
Be a world war.
Hang on a second.
You know
I'm not
like...
finished. I'm not finished. You keep interrupting, dude. You can't because most countries on the offset already have an army. Most countries in history start off having an army anyways. So what are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is a simple
Pick
fact
up a
that
history book. What a fucking joke, bro.
Well, what I'm talking about is a simple fact that armies have been raised up, or people have raised up the forces really to then engage in certain military drills.
They provoked each other by sending them into things or pissing people off. I agree.
And sometimes they will
like the Tea Party, for example. America will come in.
Wait, he's not done.
No, shut up, PJ. Shut up, because his premise is flawed. Like, for example, like the Revolutionary War. it's the fucking Tea Party. They go in and they fuck up the tea, and that pisses off the British, right? That's not because America made an army, time to fight. Okay. No, it's other reasons. Because no one in right mind is going to start a war because someone creates a way to defend themselves against invasion. That's retarded.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when people raise up an army, you know, and then they use it as a means of being belligerent to another side, or when they threaten to do so,
it's not
that actually will cause war.
Okay, so you didn't listen to my argument anyways, because I literally said the Republic makes a statement that they're not threatening.
So I guess it goes both
ways.
No,
because you disrespectfully told me to pick up a history book. You couldn't regard one time in history where this is anywhere similar to what the fuck you're talking about, and then you ignored my argument anyways and completely pretended it didn't exist. If the Republic made a statement saying this is not for aggression against the CIS, and they keep the army away from any system owned by the Confederacy of Independent Systems, if they fuck off and they just have an army in, let's say, their capitals, like Coruscant, Naboo, places like that, right? And there's just clone troopers there that just police shit and make sure no one gets invaded. That would not start an army because it's not an act of aggression. It's an act of defending your own shit. That's like saying it's an act of aggression to go out and buy a gun to protect your farm, bro. What the fuck?
I mean, you're not really listening to what it is I'm saying. You're actually shoving words into my mouth,
bro.
What it is I'm referring to here. I said, when it comes down to it, if you actually listen to what I'm saying here, when it comes down to it, when you're raising up an army and being belligerent with that army, or if you have someone threatening to raise up an army to be aggressive, to be aggressive unnecessarily.
What does it mean to be aggressive with the army? Like, how do you be aggressive with it?
I mean, when you're sending out certain individuals to say, hey, I'm going to attack this place or whatever, you don't necessarily attack it, but you just say you're going to, and you just
so once again, you didn't
so
consume my argument. My argument literally centers on the fact you don't do that. You don't have to do that. If you just have the clone troopers and you do not threaten the CIS and you do not attack any of the CIS places and you literally just argue to not do that. What Padme should say is we should have an army not under the Chancellor but under the Senate, and the army should be under the protection of the systems and planets under the Republic only to prevent invasion from happening, and that is it. That should be her vote.
So you don't think that there weren't any deranged senators that were going around saying, "Yes, let's do an army and invade the CIS. Let's liberate those places from them. Let's conquer the galaxy." Like there weren't people doing that, because I'm pretty sure
that would not be an official statement from the Republic. That would be a random senator. That's not a good argument.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a good argument, because there are literally
because
so.
all the senators have to work under the Republic and the Senate. So if one of them acts out of line, they would be voted out of confidence or arrested. So if one of them threatens war, that'd be a fucking crime. They would literally vote, okay, Senator Jar Jar Binks or whatever, for some reason, is threatening war. I vote no confidence. He doesn't control this planet anymore. It has to be someone else. Or the Republic is going to take over.
I was just calling you Jar Jar Binks.
Don't threaten war. Like, are you kidding me?
I'm sorry, man. This is happening right now.
Also, the deranged senator can literally threaten war even without an army.
I think that there's a precedent for this actually happening within that world.
All right, name time it's actually happened. Name one time that a military has attacked an entire country because they created an army for self-defense, and that's it. Name one time that's ever happened.
I believe Haiti ended up overthrowing their government and like trying to establish themselves as a legitimate force, and we literally just went in there and said, nope, you can't do that. And we blockaded them, we just ran them through, we put all kinds of conditions on them, we tore the country apart by and large, all because they want to do like create an autonomous force for themselves as a government. Like come on, bro.
That's intervention because of overthrowing another government. That's not the sheer fact of creating an army. So once again, you're misconstruing.
The people of Haiti literally rose up against their government and tried to reestablish themselves as a legitimate force. It's like it's not a foreign government.
Yeah, okay, once again, you keep misconstruing the basic concept that we're talking about. We're talking about an already established government just creating an army to defend themselves. I'm not talking about like the government gets overthrown, they try and reestablish a new government and a new army, and then someone else intervenes. That's different, and there's different reasons why people would attack you for that.
Well, yeah, but the similarity
so you changed it once again. Oh my god, no, I'm talking about the exact same. You're changing it to a completely different thing.
The issue is
yes, it does, because this is
so. It doesn't have to be an exact same
thing. Okay. Yes, it does, and I'm trying to
to
explain it. You're still talking.
You don't have
bro.
to be repeating. I mean, come on.
Okay, once again, yes, it does, because of how specific this is that I'm asking for and what she should be voting for.
Why do I have to
and once again, your context is okay. I'm not finished, and you're constantly interrupting me, dude. You gotta stop, or I'm gonna actually server mute you. You gotta learn when to speak, bro. I'm talking still. So once again, your problem with your comparison is that there are many reasons for a war to start if a government is overthrown. There could be ulterior motives from other fucking countries that see that happening. They could literally go, I'm in agreement with this country, so I don't like that the government was overthrown here, so we're going to come in and interfere with what you're doing. That's probably the reason. What is not the reason to attack someone is, oh, this country that we don't like, you're creating an army to defend yourselves against any threats that probably doesn't even concern us, just to prevent basic attacks on your country. Oh, we're going to start war with you. That has never happened, because that's a retarded reason to start a war.
I don't really exactly get why it is you seem to think that there has to be a one-to-one comparison in exactly.
Oh my god, because the context you use changes the reason the war would have started in your real-life example. The context of a war starting in the example given by Padme doesn't make sense. No one in their right mind is going to start a war because they create a defense force to defend themselves. That's stupid. They're especially not going to start a war because they have the defense in the fucking first place. If anything, there's more incentive to start a war against a defenseless country. or a country they think they can overthrow. Anyone heard of the war between Russia and Ukraine? Why do you fucking think Russia's so comfortable doing that? Because Ukraine is outmatched. Imagine what the CIS is gonna fucking do if the Republic doesn't have an army. Well, better start invading. They can't defend themselves. That's more incentive to start a war. It's common sense. And it's stupid for Padme to think this, because she experienced it herself. They invaded Naboo because she couldn't defend herself. At least not properly. Imagine if she had a fucking clone army there. Do you think they would have tried it, taking over Naboo?
Well, the entire reason of why that happened is because it's like meant to showcase the brokenness of the system to begin with. So.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the broken parts of the system is the fact that they don't have a proper means of defending their own planets, and that they can just basically allow invasions to happen.
Part of the system is that they allowed the corporations to be able to take political power in the first place. They shouldn't have made that an issue to begin with.
Yeah, and that issue doesn't contradict the issue that I pointed out that is a problem with the system either. That's not a contradiction to what I said. That can both be true. Yes, corporations can get away with that shit, and planets don't have armies to defend themselves, which is a problem she has. Why the fuck is the Republic not helping? Maybe it'll be easier for them to help if they just spread across clone troopers across all the fucking planets that they own. They don't have to deal with anything at that point. Just if any invasion happens, okay, here comes the Grand Army of the Republic, and they're getting fucking swamped.
I mean, all I'm hearing is that you think that it's a little bit out of character for Padme to be able to do stuff like this, but it's really in many ways similar to what goes on in real life with certain politicians. Like, for example, if I can draw a real world comparison here, there's AOC. AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, by and large, has a huge issue with being able to push.
I'm not gonna bother addressing this because that's a whataboutism. Padme is her own character, and I've already addressed what her traits are and why it's contradicted in Attack of the Clones. I've explained this multiple times.
Well, yeah, but
I think I made it very clear.
Politicians will contradict themselves if it's either to their interest or to some other interest that they're trying to pursue, even though it's really against what they're actually, even though it's against what the grain of what they could actually do. I mean, this happens all the times, especially in modern day politics. So it was even happening.
But listen, I'm gonna be straight up saying that real life politicians are retarded sometimes doesn't explain why Padme staunchly believes in being able to fight back against corporations with mega armies to defend her planet, but then in the next movie thinks that the Republic shouldn't have a grand army to protect all planets. That doesn't make sense. She believes in defending the planets that are under the Republic, and she has a problem that the Republic aren't doing a good job at that in the first movie.
I mean, I get what you're talking about, but
she created an army. She literally got the army of the Gungans to fight in the first movie. She is perfectly okay with creating armies to defend the planet.
I get what you're talking about, but again, it really doesn't make much sense that people like. Okay, I get what it is you're talking about, but it also really doesn't make much sense that, again, drawing another real-world analogy, when Nancy Pelosi had her husband literally like assaulted there, like it doesn't really make much sense that she wouldn't pursue some kind of legal liability for the conservatives who like pumped that person full of fucking propaganda to actually cause that to happen, and then as well as like later on some pundits celebrating it. Like she would have had all the cause in the world to go after these people, but she didn't. So politicians are quite literally sometimes retarded, and it's something you just have to accept both about real life and the writing of it.
So your defense of Padme being character assassinated and contradicting her staunch beliefs from Phantom Menace is politicians are retarded in the real world. Is that genuinely your defense?
I mean, I don't agree that it's a character assassination because politicians in the real world can be.
So politicians in the real world can be retarded and contradict themselves. Luke is not character assassinated because I know a bunch of martial artists and monks that contradict their beliefs and do horrible things, even though they were good people at one point. So I guess it's fine that Luke tried to kill Ben Solo. That's a ridiculous argument, bro. These politicians that you're bringing up, these politicians are like some fictional character in a. Okay, hang on a second. I'm not done my point. You can address when I'm done my point. The problem with the real life politicians shit is that, firstly, we don't intimately know people like we do in fiction. We will never intimately get into the mind of characters or their belief systems in the real world that we do in fiction, unless like you fucking deeply know them. And I'm assuming these politicians you bring up, you don't fucking actually know as people, so you don't really know how they would react in certain situations, or if they have these belief systems true to their heart. In the movie Phantom Menace, we do know this because it's presented to the audience, what she believes in, what she doesn't believe in, what she is for, and what she's against. And we know that her belief system would be okay with having an army, so it's out of character that she is against having the Grand Army of the Republic not be a thing, when that could literally prevent multiple different Naboo incidents from ever happening again. That's really dumb.
Well, with regards to Luke and the whole thing about that, I don't actually
Oh my
agree. I don't
God.
actually agree with the idea that his whole writing wasn't necessarily like bad or good or whatever. I do think it was really bad. Okay, I do think that the whole thing was like very
How in
not
the
well
world
done
can you
because it
say
didn't
that? But
because
you're
it
saying
didn't
that
really
politicians are
portray.
retarded in the real world, so it's okay that Padme contradicts her core beliefs. How can you say that?
Well, I can say that by the simple fact that a lot of the way in which Luke was written was not necessarily in subversion just of the fact that like he portrayed his core beliefs, but there was also like a general effort to like use him as commentary against that of the Jedi, which really didn't make any sense at all.
You just use real life politicians for an example for why it's okay that Padme contradicts her character and beliefs from the first movie, which could be argued as a commentary against politicians. So she is literally different and acts like a different person and believes in different things for commentary.
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't really say that. What I said was it's a simple fact that because this happens in the real world, I'm fine with a character doing the things that they're doing in that regard. You know,
Isn't that not
it
what I
doesn't.
just said? Is that you use that as
Well,
a
no,
defense, and then
well,
I
no,
proceeded to say you
it
can
being
argue
commentary is not the same
that
thing,
it's
though.
a commentary. I'm saying it can be used as a commentary, and it probably
Ah.
was used as commentary. Like obviously the prequels have political commentaries.
Well, yeah, I agree
So
with
when
you
you
on
use a
that
real
part,
life
but
example
there's
like that, you could literally just use the same argument there. Oh, so because it's a commentary on real life politicians, that means it's okay that Padme doesn't act like her character from the first movie.
why did
Because
well
real
you
life
could
politicians are
you could
retarded and
argue with that, but
hypocritical.
that's not what I'm arguing to begin with. Okay, what I'm arguing is the simple fact that Padme acting out of character in that fashion is fine because there are politicians that will act in a fashion that seems out of character to begin with in the real world. Whether or
Yeah,
not we know them
and the
intimately or
problem with
not is
that is that there's a
irrelevant for all intents
distinct
and purposes
difference
because we don't
between
have
our
to know.
understanding of people in fiction versus people in the real world. We can intimately understand people in fiction because they're presented to us on screen. We're the omniscient viewer that can see everything that they're doing and what they do and do not genuinely believe. The difference is in real life, we don't really know people as much as we do because that requires us to intimately understand them and be closer to them. Most of these politicians aren't our friends or buddies or family members. So the examples you use there, I would never understand why they would be that way or why they're hypocritical or what their true belief systems are or if they even have any, because I don't know them. We know Padme because Padme's not real. She's a fictional character with presented traits and beliefs that are sent to the audience so we understand what she is and what she believes in. So if that gets contradicted, that's an inconsistency in the writing. And they are contradicted.
Well, yeah, it's. I guess you could say it's a contradiction, sure, but it doesn't necessarily indicate bad writing. I mean, characters are contradictory from time to time. They have inconsistencies.
Such as? Name one character that's like considered well written. That's just that have contradictions in their moral beliefs.
So a character doing one thing or saying another or whatever doesn't necessarily ever happen in fiction. Okay. Is that what I'm getting at here?
That's not. I was asking you to provide an example so you can paint me a better picture, not give me some stupid sass and give me nothing. Thank you very much. But what I'll also say to that is,
your question indicates a point, and the point seems to be that characters
I'm
aren't
asking
written
you
to
to
be
provide an
contradictory.
example. And what you said is already stupid because with Padme, her actions and what she says and believes are consistent in the first movie. Because what she believes is also shown by how she acts. She literally goes to Naboo. She literally, by her actions, convinces the army to happen so the Gungans can fight. She's completely okay with the pilots getting in the ships and getting into a space battle, and she gets a fucking blaster out and starts fighting the droids. Her actions are in tandem with her belief that we need to fight back to protect our planet if necessary.
Are we also kind of forgetting that in the first movie she was doing it primarily because there was a little gremlin whispering in her ear saying that these people won't actually defend you, they only defend what the money goes, and that pushes her towards war because he says that she is easily manipulable?
Yeah, but that's literally based off of her beliefs. Palpatine has to manipulate shit that is already like in stone of the character. Like Palpatine didn't just change Anakin's beliefs, he used it against him, so he's Darth Vader. That's how manipulation works, my guy. Manipulation isn't, hey, believe that black people are bad, SK. He's not gonna go, black people are bad now. No, I gotta use his beliefs against him to act that way. Which I can't do. There's no way I can do that because of how airtight it'll be against hating a certain race, for example. It's not what he did is that he whispered in her ear that the Republic sucks because they don't follow her beliefs, and that's why she literally voted against a no confidence against Chancellor Valorum. That's based on her beliefs. He literally used her beliefs against her, but her beliefs still are consistent with the fact that she thinks that people should be able to fight back in case of invasion for her planet, and she believes that the Republic should do something about it. The Republic doesn't do something about it because this Chancellor sucks. Fuck off, get out of office. That's her mindset. Her mindset's literally this Chancellor should not be in power because he's not doing enough to protect planets.
I guess we're just by and large at an impasse where we won't necessarily agree on anything in this regard. So, because I just think it's perfectly fine for.
All I'm gonna say is the voice of reason. Regard, you should change that to the voice of unreasonable, my guy. That shit was awful. You literally came in here and tried to tell me it's not character assassination because real life politicians can be retarded.
I mean, yeah, they are, and they can.
And you think it's reasonable for a country to start a war with another country because they create a fucking army to defend themselves? Like, you think that is a means for war or inherently aggressive to do?
Well,
basic protection.
Basic
protection is aggressive, guys. So just remember, folks at home, if you buy a gun to defend yourself or to defend your farm, the police might think that you're an aggressive criminal, bro.
What I'm saying is that people will interpret that as aggressive if you act aggressively to like raise your army in that fashion by being belligerent in
that's
that
great.
regard. But
That's great. So Padme can simply say, "I agree with the army, but not to be aggressive with it. To only use it for defense on each planet. It should be a planetary defense force, not an army that invades other planets." There you go.
Well, yeah, but she wasn't fighting against those particular types of arguments. She was actually fighting for arguments that were being fairly.
She wasn't fighting against. She was fighting against planets being able to defend themselves so that other planets can experience what Naboo experienced. Yeah, I gotcha. She contradicts herself and she is inconsistent. I mean, she is literally arguing that other planets should endure what her planet endured because she apparently doesn't think we should have an army to defend ourselves. We should have no means to defend our planets, guys. It's a joke, bro. This is literally stupid.
I mean, I'm sorry, that's not what I said. What I said is that she was literally arguing against people who were trying to go, yeah, let's use the army to like conquer the galaxy and shit like that. She was like saying, hey, whoa, let's calm down here.
No, I'm not
arguing. So, and as a result, she had to actually
against that either. So you're strawmanning me. I'm not arguing that she wasn't against those people.
And I'm arguing that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she shouldn't argue against those people. I'm not saying that. So once again, you're strawmanning. I'm not saying she shouldn't argue against the people that are like, yeah, go to war, like those crazy ass senators. No, she shouldn't side with them. What I'm saying is that she should be okay with the army, just not okay with using it aggressively. She should literally, once again, I keep saying this, vote for a no confidence for the Chancellor to have full control of the army. Have it be a voting process of the Senate.
Oh, yeah, but when you're dealing with belligerent
At
forces
least
like that
at
within
least
the same
making a
Toyo
unanimously
aspect.
agreed thing of how the army's used, so at least it's a fair voting system. And if she thinks that is too dangerous, hell, I would even say this: vote that the Jedi have control of the army, because they're literally peacekeepers. Anything but no army.
Well, yeah, she could argue against that, but that wasn't the primary factions that was pushing
It's
for
not
the army
about
to begin
arguing
with.
against that.
So,
It's about what
but when
she
you have
should believe in. It's what she should vote for.
Well, no, it's also you also have to consider the simple fact that people have to advocate for what is most primarily beneficial for them. And right now, what was primarily most beneficial for her was to arguing for no army, because the people who were like pushing for the
No, it
army the
wasn't.
hardest and the most.
No, it
were
wasn't.
belligerent
Not at all.
senators.
No, it's not. It was established she is basically the only one who's arguing against this army.
Well, no, there were people who were arguing in favor with her. It's just, I
Yeah,
mean, that's
because
one
they're
of the reasons
loyal
why
to
she was
her
effective.
because of what she did on Naboo. They would literally be there no matter what. So that's not relevant.
Well, it is relevant because she was literally assassinated for her view.
No, because
for
they would
persuading
vote for
people,
whatever
so.
she voted for because they respect her after getting Valorum out of office and the events in Naboo. She gained a lot of respect in the Senate because of that, which is why a lot of people were also with her within the No army. You notice how Palpatine isn't assassinating multiple senators, just fucking her? It's because she influences what they think. So if she said what I'm saying, it would have happened.
So wait a second. She
Well, if
didn't
anything, I think
have
the movie will still
support,
happen the
but
same
now
way.
she
I think
does.
Sidious would
Which
still
is
try
it?
to. Huh?
I'm sorry. You said she didn't have any support, but now you're saying she does. What's the deal here?
No, what I'm saying is the people that are voting for the No army was established because of her respect. It's because of her. It's why she's getting assassinated. It's because she has enough influence. What I'm saying is that she doesn't have to argue in a side that is majority, because she is the reason that majority is happening. Like, if your argument is she should vote for No army because it's the only vote that may pass because there's other people voting for No army, that's not true. She is the only one that's doing that. Others are following her, which is why she is the one getting assassinated, not others.
Oh, okay. Now I'm following you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's really explicit in the film. That's why she's dealing with Jango Fett trying to fucking kill her. That's why. It's not because of
I'm
she's voting as much as everyone else. No, she's influencing the Senate because of the first movie. She's doing it enough that Sidious, Palpatine's like, get her out of the picture. Dooku kill her, and then Dooku's like, oh, send Jango, and Jango fucking sends someone else in the worm droids. But the point is,
well, yeah.
But the point is, whatever she says, they will follow, so it doesn't matter. So she doesn't have to follow anyone else. She could literally vote for whatever she wants, and they will still follow her, as long as she's not ridiculous, of course.
Okay, and like her not arguing for an army is bad because it's out of character, even though she's like trying to fight against people who might influence the creation of that army anyways, because they're being belligerent as fuck and they're driving the belligerency of it. Like,
you would just literally argue that she has enough of a following, and we both agreed she has enough of a following to influence the Senate that would follow what her beliefs are. Based off this voting. It's enough that Palpatine wants to kill her, so she can literally make a bunch of rules to make sure that shit can't be abused.
Well, yeah, but you don't want a consistent effort by people who are going to continually try to derail you.
That will happen no matter what she votes for. She can vote for a No army and they will keep fighting for it. That doesn't matter. She can't influence everyone's minds, but the minds that she is influencing is enough that's scaring Palpatine and might destroy his plan, which is why she's gonna get assassinated in the movie, or why they try, right? So that doesn't matter. That's not gonna change anything. That army is gonna be argued forever until the CIS either just somehow disappears or actually starts attacking. So that's not gonna change. What will have changed is if she wins the vote to have an army that is properly used only for defense, and only used for defense, and any, let's say, clone sector of a certain system or planet is out of line, that they should be like like they should be gone through a vetting system and or arrested or something. Like, you should have countermeasures for that happening, so it's only a defense system. And you make an official Republic statement that this is a defense system to defend all of our sectors and planets. This is no means for aggression or war, and we have an official vetting system to make sure that we do not use this to invade and or attack other systems that we do not own.
Well, that assumes
And this
that
goes for
people
both
are
the HUT
enacting-
system and the CIS, which is actually another thing. The CIS also can't argue this is an act of aggression or war by inherently creating the army. They can't argue that because the Republic could easily say, and it's a fair argument actually, we built this army because we want a precaution just in case the HUT clan gets too greedy and tries to take over more of the galaxy.
Well, that will assume
Precaution for the HUTs.
Well, that will assume that people are acting and advocating good faith, and we can't really actually engage in that kind of particular assumption, especially given the belligerency that was like being prevalent within the Senate at the time.
It's not about advocating for good faith. It's about practicality. No one wants to start a war, and even the CIS doesn't exactly want to start a war. The higher ups want to start a war, like Dooku, for example, sure. But the others, most of the CIS are against it. And ever since they're a confederacy of independent systems, they have independent rights to just not agree with the war and not contribute. Which means they will have less followers if they don't have a good reason to do the war. So if it's like, oh, we're starting a war because the Republic has a fucking grand army of the Republic now that's meant to defend their planets, just in case either the HUT clan, spice trades, or even us try to invade or attack them, but they're not going to attack anybody, and they have rules and systems to prevent that. Instead of let's keep an eye on them, you think they're going to go, let's go to war, and all the CIS is going to agree with that? No, they're not. They would literally think that is fucking bad, and they don't want to go to war. They don't want a war, they want freedom. The CIS literally believes in the freedom of having an independent system without a grand government controlling them, like the Republic.
I mean, we are talking about a government that's literally being like guided by a conspiracy of Sith, so it's not out of the question that we certainly assume that people are acting in bad faith within the confines of the senatorial arena, as well as various other economic systems that
they don't know that Dooku's a Sith, and also
well,
once
they
again,
don't have to know. We know that simple fact, and we know that simple
yeah,
fact.
but
because we can
Dooku
assume,
can't do
therefore, there's
anything.
probably
If they
bad
don't
faith in-
do a war, they're not going to do a war. Remember, the Confederacy of Independent Systems wasn't built off of wanting to destroy the Republic. They're built off wanting freedom from the Republic. They don't want a war. They literally want to just be peace and have peace and be left alone. It's in the
I'm sorry,
name.
SK is obvious.
of Independent Systems. Did you read it?
I'm sorry. SK is clearly finding something very funny. What are you finding funny, SK?
It's a DM, don't worry.
Ah, okay. I thought you were laughing at something that we were saying or whatever. We didn't really.
Don't worry, Grant.
This is the biggest Star Wars debate. Okay, yeah, this is the Grant Paulson debate. No, this is worse than the Grant Paulson debate, because at least with like Grant Paulson, like you can at least move to different topics. He's not conceding on the basic idea that people should be able to defend their own fucking planets.
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that that's not the case. Really, I do agree with that, but it's like clearly the.
I'm gonna move on. We're not going anywhere. I want to test how biased you are at this point, because you're not conceding on these things. That's pretty bad. But let's try something a little easier. Okay, so Jar Jar Binks is what vote is representing Padme, and that's how they get the army, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to argue that Jar Jar's stupid. That's not my argument. I got a better one. Why the fuck can't Padme, go to Naboo, where she's safe with Anakin, in the secure planet, and then just literally have a holographic fucking voice call so that she could say her voice? Why couldn't she do that?
I mean, they couldn't contact her.
Why does she need
at
Jar
the
Jar to
time.
represent her?
I mean, they couldn't contact her at the time, and she was leaving.
What do you mean they
her
couldn't
representation-
contact her at the time? She's literally at Naboo. She can literally fucking... Wait, you don't even need to be at Naboo. It's on spaceships. Any spaceship has I forgot what's called. You know the holograms where you call each other like holographic communication or whatever I'll call it. That's on spaceships. She can literally do it while she's flying to Naboo. There's no time in the world where she can't have a holographic communication in the Senate, and I don't know why the Senate wouldn't allow that.
I mean, my point was going to be a little bit longer than that, but okay. My point was that not only could they not contact her, but she also left her representation.
How in the world can they
things,
not
so she
contact
told
her?
Can I finish?
What do you mean they couldn't contact her? She couldn't fucking just call. This is as easy as a phone call. She can contact them.
I mean,
hey Jar Jar, carry a holographic communicator. Turn it on, and then I'll vote.
I mean, I'd have to rewatch. I'd have to rewatch the movie again, but if I remember correctly, I believe that they were in the process of being on Tatooine at the point in time, and I think she was dealing.
Mobile.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have had access to it because she was actually on a
I'm
farm.
gonna simplify this to you because apparently this is really hard. Do you have a cell phone?
I mean, I don't get why that is relevant considering
yes
the
or
fact that
no?
we don't
Do you
really
have a
see
cell phone?
portable communication capable of long-term transmission.
Do you have a cell phone?
Do
you have a cell phone? Yes or no?
Well,
yes or no
that's
question.
Not, that's
do you have
not
a cell
really
phone?
relevant. That's not really relevant.
You don't know how it's
Okay?
relevant or not. Yes or no? Do you have a cell phone?
I know what you're going to say, and it's not relevant.
This is the
but
voice
okay.
of unreasonable, dog. He can't even answer a yes or no question. Do you have a cell phone?
I mean, the answer is yes.
That's not why I'm
implied it's yes, but okay.
Okay, so if you're running late from getting home and your mom's worried, do you call your mom?
I mean, I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be an
Yes or no?
actual
Would you
serious
do
question
that?
here?
If your mom's concerned about you, would you call your mom, like on your cell phone?
I don't
Hey
see the
mom, I'm doing
relevance of
all
this
right.
at
Like you
all,
call
but
your cell
okay.
phone. Yes or no? Would you do that?
I mean, the answer was yes, but okay. I mean, do I have to keep saying yes in
Yes.
other ways, or do I have to be
How
explicit
easy-
about it?
And would you agree it's really easy to do that?
Well, yeah, I guess it is easy
That's
to
how
do that.
easy it is for Padme to fucking have a mobile holographic communicator, have Jar Jar carrying another one, and fucking call him. It's a phone call, my guy. Come on.
I mean, I'm sorry, but we're talking about a communication in between a planet
you're telling me
that
that
is in the
Padme
outer
failed to
realm
prevent an
that isn't
empire
even
because she
in
didn't call
the
other
juris-
phone.
We're talking about a
The empire
communication
happened
between
because
a
she didn't make a simple phone call.
We're talking about a
The
communication
empire
on a
happened
planet
because Padme
that isn't
didn't
even.
make a simple
Yeah.
phone call.
You know what? The communication didn't happen because Padme was on a planet because she was on a planet that was outside the jurisdiction of
Guess what?
the
Phantom Menace,
Republic.
Darth Maul was able to call Sidious on his holographic communicator. So she can still do it. She can call them. She can call Jar Jar. She could literally go, Jar Jar, here's a holographic communicator. Then when Jar Jar goes to the Senate, call him. It's that easy, my guy. How is
If
this?
you want to just interrupt me, but as I'm giving my answer, as I'm trying to rebut
Worse
you,
than
you can go
Grant
and do so.
Paulson. This is the voice of unreasonable. How can you say this?
Dude.
Well, no, actually, it's fine. That she doesn't fucking call.
I really don't get your reaction
I'm
here
not-
because you are quite literally just not even allowing
Alright.
me to actually respond
Let me
to what
simplify
you're
this.
saying.
Let me simplify this, Mr.
I mean,
I'm laughing at
Unreasonable.
something else completely.
I'm gonna simplify this. Shush. I'm gonna simplify this. Okay, she couldn't contact them. Why doesn't she write Jar Jar a script? Why not write down exactly what he should say? Because it's her vote. How about that? Let's see you scurry out of this. Why doesn't she just fucking write a script? Is that too hard for her to say, write down in marker, Jar Jar, don't vote for the army? Why doesn't she do that?
I mean, Jar Jar is fucking stupid, so even if she did, that's
So
probably
why would
when-
he? So why would she have Jar Jar vote for her if she knows he's stupid?
Because she obviously has undue confidence in this kind of stuff. I mean, what?
Okay, so she
what
would
is
have
the point?
confidence that he would read a piece of paper with marker on it that says "Don't vote for the army."
I mean, he would probably disregard it if Sidious was being convincing.
Oh my
enough, so-
god, I don't care. It's the fact she didn't do that. She literally had no precaution to make sure Jar Jar didn't vote for the army.
love calm.
I mean, even if she did, he probably would have tried to like use his force persuasion to do so. I mean, we know that he's a Sith to
Oh
begin
my
with, so what's the point?
god! What the? Are you saying that Sidious is gonna use the Force to just force people to vote for shit that he wants? Because why doesn't he do that to Padme then?
I mean, there are people who are resistant to the Force, but to Force influence.
Oh my
god! It's not like that. We know that Jar Jar Binks is like some kind of Sith Lord to begin with. That obviously isn't the case to begin
He
with.
is a Sith Lord. He's Jar Jar. But
Okay,
setting
now
that
you're being
aside,
totally about point.
setting that aside, like you do understand if Palpatine actively uses his Force abilities in fucking Coruscant, every Jedi is gonna sense that, right?
My guy, he literally was within the room with them, with one of his dead, with the remains of his dead master, with the other masters, like conversing with them behind them. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's pretty adept at hiding his Force usage from them. So
he killed him in his sleep when everyone was like not near him. What are you talking about?
Well, no. When he was meeting with the Jedi during the war, there were multiple times in which he had the remains of his master within his office, and the Jedi didn't even sense anything about it. So
that's okay, but that's different from actively using Force abilities. The Jedi cannot sense Palpatine and the dark side because he can conceal it, but if he actively does something, like forcefully influencing people's minds with the dark side of the Force, that's going to be detected. There's a reason why Palpatine doesn't go around force influencing the entire Senate to make the Empire. If he can get away with that, he doesn't need to do any elaborate plan. He could just walk up and just use the Force and to just force everyone to go, yeah, I agree with the Empire, and immediately order 66 to the Jedi.
I mean, we do know that there are books that have described that it is very like hard to be able to actually like concentrate while you're around him. You know, that he's using the Force to subtly influence
because he's
him,
using the Force to conceal himself.
But
if he uses other abilities, if you're using other abilities, that's gonna expose him as a Sith Lord because they would sense that. There's a reason why Vader was able to sense Luke. It's just because he's Force sensitive. So if you do something that proves that you're Force sensitive and you expose that, your Force concealment will just go away. So they'll go, oh shit, there's a lot of fucking dark aura around Darth Sidious. He's the Sith Lord.
Well, one, he can conceal that, and two, like he's on.
No,
Coruscant.
he can't. He can't conceal using abilities. When in the fucking Star Wars universe has Palpatine in front of Coruscant ever just used a Sith trick that isn't concealing?
Well, for one, we're talking about him being on Coruscant as he's doing this, which, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but Coruscant probably has like the largest concentration of people who have Force powers in there to begin with, not just because of the Jedi, but because of all the people.
Darth Sidious's dark side of the Force is so big and so influential that it expands across the. Okay, so once again, you're using a bad argument. I'm trying to counter it, and you won't stop talking. You clearly haven't read Dark Empire, because it's literally stated that the dark side of the Force in him is so big and so influential, it spans across the entire Star Wars galaxy. Everyone feels his dark presence.
I mean, we're talking about him just subtly influencing someone through conversation or trying to get them to do what he wants. Really,
yes, he's manipulating. He's manipulating them on his own.
All the Jedi are going to feel is that, oh shit, someone's using influencers, so they manipulate people.
Oh my god.
Where's it coming from? Well, it's coming around the Senate place. Well, I guess that makes sense. Like that, they wouldn't automatically tie it to Sidious.
They would just
probably
so the Jedi would suspect that the Senate is compromised by the dark side, and you think that will not risk people thinking it's him more and more?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that you don't have to use the dark side to be able to subtly influence people through conversation. I mean,
everything that a Sith does is based off using the dark side of the Force. It doesn't matter, bro.
I mean, there are ways in which to use the Force without tapping into the dark side to create similar powers.
Yes,
and similar
but Sith don't do that. They only use the dark side. That's how he knows how to use it. He's not gonna subtly Jedi mind trick. Even then, by the way, that would still be sense. They'll go, oh, he's Force sensitive and he's rigging the system. Even then, no, he's gonna forcefully manipulate their mind with the dark side because he's a Sith Lord.
I mean, I'm
They
pretty
can
sure he's
sense
probably
the
not.
darkness
I mean,
in
he's
him.
not going to do that within their presence directly.
You know,
but
you know what's
they'll
crazy? They
probably
sensed the
sense it
darkness in Anakin when he was a little boy. But you think they
Well,
can't
yeah.
sense the darkness in Sidious if he starts using his Force powers?
I'm
And they
pretty
directly
sure
knew
all
it was Anakin.
Again, I'm pretty sure all they'll probably find out sense is that, oh, there's someone using force powers over in
Oh
the
my
southern
god,
area.
dog.
So
I just
they wouldn't
remembered in
automatically
Attack of the
connect that
Clones,
to
in Attack of the
Sidious.
Clones, Yoda literally senses the dark side in Anakin across the galaxy.
I'm sorry, and what?
Yoda senses the dark side in Anakin when he's on Tatooine. And he knew it was Anakin.
And in what source was this?
Attack of the Clones, the movie we're talking about?
Oh, okay. You mean during the time after a time in which he was actually within the temple, he probably would have trained Anakin in some fashion, oversaw his training, and would have made
You're
some
not
sort of subtle
listening to what I
connection
just
to him?
said. What?
I mean, we're talking about Yoda, who is
Sense-
also
he
able to
senses
sense the entirety of the
across the
genocide of the Jedi throughout the entirety of the galaxy too. So I guess that would make sense that he would actually sense
Yes,
it.
because none of them are using
So-
the seal themselves. And here's the thing, if Yoda can literally know that Anakin is tapping into the dark side, galaxies across, how could he not know, hey, Sidious is using the Force? When you can sense that. You can sense someone using the Force. This has been established ever since The Empire Strikes Back. That when someone's... No, actually, A New Hope. Because he literally goes, Obi-Wan is in the fucking building. Vader just immediately goes, Obi-Wan. Just because he has the Force.
I mean, concealment is a thing that they can do, and they are able to throw
Yes,
people off.
I
throughout
know,
their
but
use
if
of
you
power,
use
so-
concealment, you can't use other abilities, because if you start using those other abilities, they'll sense the Force being used.
I'm not entirely too sure what the problem is.
I think the
I mean,
problem
you
is that you're saying that Sidious can just force manipulate people's minds, but he just apparently never does this in the fucking prequel trilogy, even though it would be way easier to get what he wants.
I mean, I haven't exactly read the books to those areas, so I don't know that he's not doing that. But
I've
you know,
read
that
the
being
books.
said here,
I literally have read the books, and they literally will
Okay,
tell you
fair
the
enough.
same thing. Force concealment can't fucking hide you from using your abilities. It just hides your presence.
yeah, and when he uses those
And I also
abilities,
read
he's
Dark
not necessarily
Empire,
going to be
where you
sensed
can feel
beyond the
Palpatine's
fact
dark
that
aura
some,
across the galaxy. I also read those books. They were kind of fun.
yeah,
This has
but
been
when it co-
established. Palpatine is so fucking full of dark side energy that if he just uses it once across the galaxy, any Jedi's gonna feel his presence. Holy shit, I feel cold. What the fuck is that? Why would he risk that? For Jar Jar Binks! Come on, man. You gotta at least admit it's a fucking flaw that she doesn't write something down for Jar Jar to say, or does the holo call. That's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't agree with that because, like, there is a point being made in that regard, which is the simple fact that people are
This is the
easily
voice of
manipulatable
unreasonable.
when it
SK.
comes down to it, and
SK,
people
my
are unable
guy.
to.
SK. And you gotta agree, this is the voice of unreasonable.
I don't know.
No.
I'm barely paying attention. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, I gotta get going. I do have to get some water here, so I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Alright, goodbye.
He won.
Wow, that was fucking...
He won.
No, he didn't. He was
Yeah, he
so
did.
retarded.
Dude, the moment he said history book, he won. The moment he said it, the moment he told you to read a history book, he won, bro.
He told me to read a history book, and then I asked him to present one time in history that anything even similar to this happened, and he said something that's completely off context. And then he tried to say Padme isn't character assassinated because politicians are retarded in the real world.
So
thing
King of
is-
Flex said,
Lord.
SK, I just want you to know what that despite your childishness, I'm always willing to accept an apology from you, along with an admission that you were wrong. Door is always open. Dog, you never
Wait.
apologized for the doxing.
Wait. No, fuck you, SK. Kettner, if you want to apologize, let's get in a VC and
Yeah,
let's
get in the
settle it.
VC.
I'm
How about
gonna-
that? How about getting the VC?
Me and you versus SK. I'm not even joking. I will side with you. I'm pro Arachnid Youth now. Hang on. No, Kyrito. No, not Kyrito. Fuck you, Kyrito. Jack Henner. That was a joke. That was a joke, though. That was jest. That was in jest. But
he does want you to join VC.
Jack Henner, just join, man. Well,
yeah, just join. Literally, just join.
As far as you've known me, I've always been fair. I've always been lenient with you.
No,
I think the only time I've ever went.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
The only time I've ever went really hard on you, I think, was the Arachnid Youth stuff. But that's more so because of Arachnid Youth, not really you. I promise I'll be fair. Just me, you, and SK in this VC, and no one else joins, and we have a discussion.
Sharing someone's address and location is indeed bad. It's a good thing I never did those things. You shared my face, which is, that's private information. Falls under doxing.
Hang on. Well, what's the response? Is he like, come on, man, just let's do this one more time.
You know what's interesting right now? Enoflex tried to say, I recognize I was wrong for posting his face, but right here he's trying to defend it by saying, well, address and location is indeed bad. It's a good thing I never did those things. Very dishonest. Very dishonest. Especially since he was totally on board with those exact criticisms being made towards Colin, which he made in his video. So
SK, I don't think you know what doxing is. I think you should pick up a history book.
Pick up a history book. That's gotta be a new meme. Pick up a history book.
I'll be fair to that guy.
Unreasonable or some shit.
Voice of reason. I'm gonna be real. I feel like when he said that, I didn't even think he said that in like any hard malice.
I don't know if he did or didn't. It was just frustrating because he's just being so stubborn on such a basic. He kept ignoring my arguments, and I keep repeating, and he never addresses it properly.
My family and I have also been stalked and harassed online, and it's a terrible experience I don't wish on anyone. And yeah, I agree that shouldn't have happened to you. But you still doxed my face and you put it out there, so.
Which endangers him of having.
Yeah, so you still did that, Kinoflex. You can.
Well, SK, no more arguing back against him. Even just Kyrie, no fucking Kyrito, fuck off.
Wow.
Jack Kyrito. Just please join VC. Come on.
Yeah, join VC. We're waiting.
If you don't want to do disagreement day, we'll do a different server or whatever, so no one can join. I don't know, man.
I will do this in any server you choose.
Songclaw's in the rating queue.
He's trolled last time, so. Google definition of doxing. Yeah, dox definition. Search for and publish private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. Well, I think that covers it. It's private information. My face is private. It identifies someone because a face is unique. And you published it when it was private. And you did do it with malicious intent. You did it with malicious intent because you're like, since you're saying this about me, here's my parting gift. Have a nice life. So that is malicious intent.
I think the biggest thing that blew my mind about the voice of unreasonable was once I brought up the hollow call thing. I'd have no idea why he didn't just concede there.
Small violin.
What's your thoughts
so
on that,
we're
PJ?
waiting, Kinoflex. You can join this server. You can invite us to a server.
Wait, what did you say, Liam?
What's your thoughts on the fact that Padme should have just called the Senate through a holographic communication?
I think that's silly. You don't want?
What is SoundCloud want?
Silly that they don't do it.
Thank you.
I actually.
I think it's you, fucking bitch.
I thought that was the moment I fully just lost it because I'm like, how can you not at least agree with that? He's like, oh, they cannot contact. What do you mean they cannot?
To be fair, I will say
this.
Even though he was being stubborn, I do think he actually brought up some decent rebuttals, and I will say I do think that the one thing I will agree with him on, it's not the fact that you know, Padme being. I won't say Padme being based off like retarded politicians is a justification, but I think I knew what he was talking about when he said that. When he was overall just saying that Star Wars like period is based off like I get that. I guess I can kind of understand what he meant there because you know
Well,
it
it's
is
based
true.
off real politics, because like I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with arguing against having an army is that in the real world, no one has ever like just had a country without an army without something really bad happening at least.
That's why to an extent I can kind of understand what he was, even if I don't agree with it myself. Even I can kind of understand what he was saying about Padme, especially in relation to like the Last Jedi thing you brought up, because dog, none of the sequels are based off anything. They're based off money. That's what they're based off.
No. My point is, he tried to say it's bad that Luke was assassinated in The Last Jedi because it was trying to like, it was trying to be, I forgot the exact word, but it was essentially like trying to be like representative of something, even if it goes against his character, right? It was like supposed to preach something or whatever. It was something along those lines, and it's like, but you can say that about Padme. Padme is literally there to be political. Oh, commentary. He tried to say that Luke was a commentary, and that's why it's bad. He's out of character because it's a commentary, and they did that to make it not fit his character, right? He's out of character. He betrays his morals and beliefs for the commentary. But it's like, you can say that about Padme. You can literally say that because of the commentary that George Lucas wanted to say about politicians. They made her out of character.
Yeah.
I mean, we could rewatch The Phantom Menace. I could point it out. Like, she is pro-army. She literally helps get the Gungans in line so they can fight. Like, she would want an army.
Now, can I at least say something?
What do you want?
What do you want?
I wanted to speak on Arkham Knight boss fights. I want to talk to you about that.
God.
What do you want to talk
This is
about for
between me and
Arkham Knight?
I was so close to disconnecting him because he said.
Wait,
Arkham Knight. I'm not gonna lie.
Songclaw. Instead of arguing this, listen to this instead.
Yeah.
No, hang on. I don't want the stream to hear that. I don't want the stream. No.
DJ.
Wait, PJ. Do that one more time just for the fun. Then we'll move on.
No.
Oh my
Alright, continue on your agreement.
Okay, so there are some problems with Arkham Knight boss fights. The one is with the Arkham Knight himself, which is he basically doesn't have any hand-to-hand combats whatsoever in his like own game, like against Batman. And it would have been better. I'm actually talking about hand-to-hand combat. I'm actually talking about Arkham Knight just using his utilities against Bruce Wayne. Well, against Batman.
He did.
In hand-to-hand. Yeah, that was like when he actually took a sniping position like Deadshot did. No, I'm actually talking about using his hand-to-hand combat, not using like just a sniper.
So you mean like just like more so a toe-to-toe fight? I mean,
yes.
I'd argue that's
yeah,
out
I
of
would say
character.
that's that isn't in character because that's not what Batman does. He doesn't just jump into fights. I think it's tragic that SK doesn't respect my privacy, but I'm willing. Hang on, but I'm willing to respect. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if he'll refrain from doing so and simply move on. What about? What do you mean? Hold on.
Yeah.
Stop. Hang on.
No.
All right.
Okay, it better be about that VC then. If you just respond to the argument, I'm going to find you.
Step in VC if you have a disagreement. Now, I want to address the claim real quick. Doesn't respect your privacy. Everything I've said about you is public. Like, are you trolling right now? Respect privacy. You doxed me, you fucking idiot. Like, what? You are such a goddamn hypocrite.
Also, the thing is, we did move on. You're just choosing not to.
Yeah, we also moved on a while ago. We were done talking about you, but then you proceeded for some reason.
Wait. Jack Hentner, if you're willing bygones to be bygones, unironically, let's do the VC.
Let's do the VC. You know what? I'm gonna quote what Charlie Kirk has said, since you seem to admire him a lot. When people Stop. Well, it's a good quote. Like I'm not like just shitting on him. Like I think that is like straight up a good quote.
Charlie
When
Kirky.
people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option. Yeah, I would add or doxing as well, but you know, he's on the right track. Yeah, so Kinoflex, I think if you admire what that guy has to say, and you know, his strive for discussion, I don't know why you're not having a conversation with us right now. You can bring whoever, you can bring this, we've offered whatever server, you can choose the server.
That's a contradiction, actually. You cannot whoever, you can bring Backseater.
True.
Charlie Kirky. I just popped the Kirky.
Larry said, why Padme didn't want an army is probably because in lore Naboo going against the Trade Federation is what inspired many in the CIS to escalate their violence against the Republic and the Swearer.
That's not true at all. The CIS was inspired by it because of how inefficient the Republic is. It's actually because the invasion happened. Most of the CIS are planets that were already unhappy with the Republic. Even before Naboo. So no, unless you're talking about canon, but as far as I know in the Legends continuity, it's well established that most of the CIS is just planets and or systems that were never really happy with the Republic and how they handled things. So they just want independence and freedom because they think the Republic are inefficient and stupid. And Naboo pushed them because Naboo was a good example of the Republic being inefficient and unhelpful because they didn't do anything about it. So no, it's if anything, it's the reverse. The CIS is just unhappy because the Republic sucks.
Can we actually
the threat and aggression is because they thought that the Republic was going to take away their freedoms and try and, you know, take control back of the systems that were under the Republic originally. That's why. They want freedom. It's as simple as that. The CIS want freedom. War isn't freedom, so they're only going to do war if they feel like they have to. So just don't give them a reason to start a war.
It's
Create
funny
the army and don't start a war.
It's funny you say that, Bright Knight. If you come to an understanding, SK might even compromise. I straight up told Jack in DMs that if we have a conversation and it goes well, I'm willing to remove the video on him. I straight up gave him that offer. And then he gave a weird reason for that, for why that's not an option. He says, that seems tempting, but I won't do it because... God, what was his fucking argument? Oh wait, this is a different chat. Fuck. Alright, I think he said...
Oh yeah, back to Arkham Knight real quick. All I'll simply say is, I think it's out of character for Jason to try and fight hand-to-hand with Batman, because I don't think Jason's stupid enough to think he would win in a fair fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you actually look at Under the Red Hood, I know it's a different than Arkham Knight game, but still...
He doesn't want to kill Batman in Under the Red Hood.
Yeah,
he wants to
that's
confront
true,
him.
but... Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
And every time he fights him, he doesn't expect to win. Like, when they do that final fight, I don't think he's fully expecting to beat Batman. He doesn't even want to win. He just wants to put Batman into the scenario with the Joker.
Okay,
yeah,
there we
and
go.
he just wants to make Batman suffer. That's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, so why would he fight him straight up? Why would that wouldn't be smart?
No, I'm not actually talking about. I'm not actually talking about in terms of storytelling. I'm actually talking about in terms of mechanics, like what the developers could have actually done better with the Arkham Knight boss fight. Like, simply just make it a little bit better. Like, and I sure can understand your point that it would be way out of character for Jason just to immediately fight against Batman, because it would be unexpectedly be for him not to win. Obviously, he would expect not to win, obviously, because Batman's actually stronger than him. I get that. I'm actually talking about in terms of gameplay standpoint. in terms of gameplay.
No, I think just fighting him straight up, I don't see why that would be better from a gameplay standpoint. When I think what's better about the stealth section is that you actually have to deal with someone that knows your tactics and your strategies. Batman doesn't just straight up go against people in combat, because that, you know, like you said, that'd be suicide. So I think this actually is better as like a counter to what Batman does. But yeah, briefly,
I
I want
think
to.
the boss fight that great. I would just simply say like it could be done better, but like hand to hand just would be kind of out of character. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, just to address Kino real quick. Yeah, I gave the offer to potentially remove the video. The reason he said no was, cool offer, but I don't think you're genuine considering you went back on your word not to use my face or full name in your videos when we had a falling out. I don't remember an agreement to that, where I think he preferred the name KinoFlex, but he didn't say never use it under any circumstances. I know this because Jan used the name Jack over and over again in the discussion with Anthony Grimoglia, and there was nothing said about it. So...
Well, I usually call him Jack more than I call him KinoFlex, and you never seem to have a problem with me saying it, so I always just assumed it was alright.
Well, I assumed it was alright because he put his
always
name and face out there and tied it to his KinoFlex account. That's why I assumed he wouldn't care.
Yeah, I could actually agree with that.
Yeah, so KinoFlex, I think it's blatantly disingenuous when you're like, well, you didn't respect my privacy because you used my name and face. Yours is public. That's the difference.
Well, here's the thing too. Even if you went back on your word, we're live. You could just catch him on the act lying then.
Yeah.
If SK goes, I'll delete the video, and he doesn't delete the video after like, you know, we reach an understanding and like some peace or whatever, then like then you can make a video going SK's a fucking liar, and
exactly.
It's not beneficial for him to do that.
Yeah, why would that be to my benefit to say, if this goes well, I'll remove it, and then it goes well and I don't remove it?
I mean, if anything, that can give you content that you can use against him. So I just say, come on in, and like, you know,
and
worst
be a
case
man.
scenario, you have content against him.
Yeah, and be a man.
The video, guys, even though I was, you know, being fucking da-da-da.
I mean, that's the same indirect offer that I have for Colin. If he goes out and says, yeah, I was wrong for this, and that, I would have removed my videos on him. But he hasn't done that. So.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would genuinely say just keep it up still. He's fucking Colin.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You can't remove my video. SK, I enjoy watching it too much. I think that's my most rewatched video on your channel is fucking
The second one?
That video.
I assume it's the second one because the second one's funnier.
No, yeah, the second one. The first one's kind of boring, and like, you know, the bit rate looks like shit on your Sonic gameplay. But then the second one, he just contradicts himself so much, and he's such a
he just shoots
clown.
himself. It's so funny.
He's such a fucking idiot.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
Like we'll give this to Jack. He was a bit smarter in how he responded. A bit smarter.
At least Jack Kettner never pretended to fucking kill himself because he was being criticized for stupid shit.
Wait, is KinoFlex the one who defended Arachnid Youth? I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what his position is at this point. He is so confusing. So, like, originally he did, but then he said, I was ignorant, so I defended him. But then he went back to defending him. But then undefended him. It's like, what is your stance? I'm so fucking confused. I mean, what I think is pretty evident is that he said he banned CNIMF because he thought it was weird that she showed what was happening in his public server where anybody is allowed to look and join. They get banned for that for being weird. But You know, Arachnid Youth is totally in the clear. He's totally not weird.
I miss Nymph. They don't ever talk anymore.
I don't even. The Arachnid shit's like just annoying. Like I don't even care that much. Just whatever. Come on, let's just fucking do the VC and
I
settle
just
our
don't
beef,
believe in
bro.
holding grudges that don't benefit me or have any sense to have. So then why don't you join the VC?
Or
we
you
can,
know, wait. Okay, how about this? If you don't want to join the VC, you don't want the beef anymore. Why are you like commenting?
Yeah, why are you
talking
even
with us at
here?
all?
Like, I'm
Move
so
on.
confused. Why are you even here?
If you want to move on, that's great, man. Then just move on. Because like I could care less, honestly. But it's like instead of like fucking, you know, these shots or whatever on like the chat, why not just join the VC and we can discuss it and end it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're really confident in your position, you should be able to explain it right here.
If you have a disagreement, come on disagreement day.
Or just simply come on, apologize for what you did, and you know, vice
Get
versa.
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the apology for the doxing, instead of you justifying it. I'm still waiting for that. Jack should have gone a community guideline strike against his channel for that. To be fair, he didn't do that on YouTube, he did it on Twitter. So that's where he would have faced the punishment.
Can't do the crime, don't do the... You can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Stanny V made a mockery of. Well, I mean, Kinoflex, we don't have any other disagreements, so, here's the deal. Next 15, you have 15 minutes to just hop in. If you don't, I'm just gonna head to, pick up some dinner, and then move on with other stuff. And maybe you can join the next disagreement, I don't know, but if you want to squash it right here, right now, this is your one opportunity. And I think, I'm gonna be honest, right, if we want to appeal to, what your audience may like, I think your audience would probably prefer if this stuff was dropped, so there would be less and less drama farming, unless that's what you prefer, in which case, well, that doesn't reflect the intentions that you've been stating. So yeah, you know what, we'll give you 15 minutes. It's up to you to make a decision. Jack Kentner, father of Sneeko Kentner.
For you.
I fucking hate Sneeko.
Jack Kentner, father of Sneeko Kentner.
What's the disagreement?
Oh snap! Sent 1 SK gift memberships. Oh, awesome! Awesome! I appreciate that. Yeah, I started. I set up memberships. If you guys haven't seen, that's a thing now. I'm still kind of figuring it out. And I still have to like add some emotes and stuff to have it like fully set up. But yeah, I appreciate that. Wildies.
Disagreement about your woke video, Oscar.
Oh, there's a disagreement.
Yeah.
Well, like,
No,
yeah, I'm gonna
from
do the
neighbor-
disagreements this Friday as well, and Saturday, so more people can. Because I was expecting more for like the woke thing.
God damn it, you're doing it in the days I'm gonna be occupied. Fuck.
It is all right. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a bit more disagreements given the energy I've seen in some comments. It's like, all right, well,
I changed my fucking profile
honestly,
for nothing, dude.
I'm gonna stroke my own ego.
Stroke my own dick.
The highlight was the prequel debate.
It was, yeah, I would agree. I'm not even
That was
like
the highlight.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna
That or
do
the
shit on
Sonic
you. I
debate.
agree.
That or the Sonic debate. Even though Kyrito and PJ have the inability. Simple statement.
What? We were literally making statements. He wasn't making any statements that made
There's
any coherent sense.
literally a part where he said, I don't read the IDW comics because they're written by Ian Flynn and I don't really like Ian Flynn's writing. And then you guys took that as
because that's retarded.
Because you don't like Ian Flynn,
excuse me,
you're gonna you assume this thing's bad. It's like he never said that. He just
I
says he
didn't-
doesn't want
I
to
didn't
read it.
say that.
He doesn't like his
I
writing.
didn't say
We didn't. None of us said that.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
let me just
Computer, play back the footage.
Yo, first off, I'm muting Sanko. Go on.
What I said specifically was that
That's
I think
discrimination.
hold on. I think it's fine if you don't read or consume something because you don't like an artist's previous work. I think that's fine. I'm not excited for Doomsday because I'm not impressed.
No, you
with,
said that
know,
after. You said that after. Yeah, because he clarified.
I don't even remember saying.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. That doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. In the end, that doesn't really matter because even then, we were literally giving him examples with Gaming Rift, clear cut fucking examples, and he was just like, "Nah, I don't believe that." It's like, okay, then I don't know why the fuck you're here. If you're not gonna believe anything we tell you, which are literal fucking proof, context within the games, then get the fuck out of here. Like that shit did actually annoy me when I was talking to him. He was being so fucking retarded that entire conversation. That's why I was like pushing him that entire time.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think it's dumb, but I thought it was really funny that you guys like took some of this shit out of like you literally took his words out of like context and shit.
The thing is,
I just don't even remember saying.
well, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a shit. Like he was just angering me.
I'm gonna link the. I guess that's not how it works because I'm stupid. But whatever.
Liam, because he flat out said that he's not even like, because I asked him, are you a Sonic fan? And he straight up said, I only play the games for gameplay. I don't care for the stories or characters. And yet he's in there arguing about the characters. So it's like, what? Then why the fuck are you here? Get the fuck out of here. Like, take your retardation somewhere else, bro. Genuinely.
He's like arguing like the characters and shit are bad or something.
He's arguing that Sonic himself is not interesting.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
that's just true.
Let's see.
Liam,
that's a good
especially,
question, Master Jedi.
Especially when Shadow's in the room.
join?
Liam, stop.
Yeah, let's see. So 5 minutes have passed. Kinoflex, your window is closing. You've got 10 minutes if you want to get it done right here, right now. Or I'm gonna choose something else for the night. What's up, Larry? What's up? Thank you for all
Larry the Lobster?
Larry the Lobster,
Cable Guy?
Yeah. Mediocre? What's up?
Okay.
Looks like
Larry,
someone ran
you
away.
are on the line. What is your motherfucking disagreement?
Disagreement.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
What up, Larry?
Yes, Larry.
Okay, hold on. So yeah, it's like overall, like I just came on to say like about this disagreement, like parts of that Return of the Jedi video. I still agree about it. It's just
Why
I
are you
have like
cutting in and out.
He's mostly fun.
Hold on. So yeah, I mostly agree with that video, but I just kind of like want to talk about at least 3 things that like I'm not sure if these were like already like talked about since I came in like around 2 or 3 hours in. So it's just like something that maybe you can be like, hey, like you can like explain to me on some parts of the films that maybe I'm still kind of like iffy on.
Yeah,
I just gotta find it. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. I wrote in the comment section of your video.
Okay.
Hold on. Right.
Oh,
so it's like right here. Yeah, it's the first thing is about the land. Like, despite infiltrating Jabba's palace as a guard, or like no, he would have given like Luke info about what layout and stuff, but like and like I know you probably tell him about how Jabba loves when like trying to execute people, but there was a reason why he didn't inform him about, like, let's say the trap door that Jabba has to send prisoners to be eaten by the Rancor, because it just felt like I don't know, like that would have been something that maybe Lando would have
Okay.
told Luke.
Is he genuinely just fine for you guys or something?
Yeah, he's fine for me. He's basically asking why is it that Lando wouldn't have told Luke about the trapdoor, and what it does, and I guess
Because we've seen in the film about like the Twilight slave got in and Lando saw it. So I'm wondering, Lando got in recently that he couldn't told Luke about it, or was it like
well, real quick, has Lando seen this? I can pull up the movie just to check, but has he seen this trapdoor?
I think so, but it's like, considering how like Lando seemed to have like gotten in, you would think like he would have either heard it if, let's say in the Return of the Jedi, that is like his first would think like if that is like his first time seeing it, I think he would have like at least heard about it, you know? Like,
not
this is how
necessarily. It depends on when it's relevant. I don't think they're going to talk about the trapdoor unless it's specifically relevant to a plan.
I know, but it seems like a case of like, well, considering how like again, it's like you would think like maybe like either Lando, unless he just couldn't, like he could have like at least contact Luke saying, I'm saying, you know, there's a trap door here, so if you're gonna like to Jabba, maybe don't step in this specific spot. So is it?
Well,
it's kind of like that one thing.
The question is like, is there a scene where what's his name, where Lando acknowledges the trapdoor?
I don't think so, but I think he was like there watching like when they were like I'm not sure it was either the special edition or the original one, but it was like I think he was there like when like they were all like dancing and all that stuff, when like you know, like that the like big lip like blob alien like skinny,
okay, I see the scene. So the trapdoor is set.
Yep.
Okay, so the trapdoor is set. I'm gonna look for if Lando's in the scene right here.
Yeah, because
if he's like looking at them.
Because like my thing is about the plan is like how long.
Would he have a time or even an opportunity to tell Luke exactly?
I imagine he would in between, like periodically. I think he probably did contact Luke.
Yeah, but like, you know, before Luke gets in Jabba's palace, because like, if we assume that he saw it for the first time when the Twi'lek died, it's like, how long would that be? Like a day or so? Like, would he even be able to do it in like that short of time span? Because I'm assuming he's been doing this plan has been like for at least a few weeks, if not a month or so.
Yeah, and it just well, for me, it's like, well, how long has Lando been like infiltrating Jabba's palace? Because like, you would think like at least even within a few weeks to a month, he would have at least heard that. Oh yeah, this is like, unless it's a Sarlacc pit, this is also Jabba's preferred execution, just seeing people getting eaten. Because like you would think like Lando would have heard about it, like, and like maybe he would have like scattered around the bed, saying like, okay, how would he do it? Like, is it like a door, or does he like send people like down in like that door below, just push them in the cave, like the small little cave?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the scene right now. It doesn't appear like Lando is even in the area while this is happening. So maybe he's in a different area. He's securing somewhere else.
I know. I just think it's just finding kind of weird how like even if he doesn't see it, at least heard about it. Considering how like again Lando is this commercial guy, he has like contacts everywhere, and you would think he at least heard about it, like either.
Well, the thing is,
like before.
He is ultimately new here. Even though he's trying to play it off as like he's been here and he's aware of you know, how all of this works. I don't think there's any proof that Lando himself has witnessed what happened with the trapdoor. Because I'm looking at the scene right now. I just don't see where he is.
Okay. I thought
I mean, probably though the trapdoor could be relatively like new for Jabba.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I don't know, cause like maybe I'm thinking through like old information, but I'm like cause I swear it's like I thought, but like I guess I could kind of accept like him being new. We didn't specifically know what a trapdoor is. I would think like maybe it's like okay, like since like this did happen, like oh there was an incident with Jabba, you would think like maybe he would have like heard of it, and maybe within a day or so, like between like when Luke's trying to come, he would at least like try to warn Luke like, hey Luke, I'm just letting you know, like there's a door here, or at least be prepared because like Jabba could like defeat somebody to send you to that room. I think it could have been like
don't know where he was.
Right. So that's overall like one thing. Second thing is about like I do think plan kind of hinges like bit more on like Jabba's personnel not looking too closely at the droids, because like okay, because let's say like R2, I can because of how like considering how like for like this movie, and especially after, we've seen droids that can like carry weapons, bombs, intel, and other stuff within them, and like we all know like Jabba would have had made plenty of enemies throughout his time as a criminal lord. So you would think like maybe he would be sorry, I'm going through a cold. Think he would maybe be somewhat more paranoid, and like maybe it's like maybe like check him a couple more times, just double check, just make sure. And I think you will see, just thanks to Jabba's personnel either being too confident that they just take C-3PO's word, and like that overall him and R2 are just harmless after they put a bolt on 3PO, and just never really just thought about checking R2 and just been like, okay, like, because I also like only other thing I can go off of is that either maybe like like maybe Lando did something to like the droid personnel that like.
Well, so what in particular
R2.
do you think is like shaky with how the droids are implemented?
I think it's something that it does kind of
double check the droids, I think is what he's saying. At least like check what the fuck could be in them and shit, like in case there's a bomb.
Yeah, because it's like again, we've seen before, like okay, like we've seen R2 carrying the lightsaber within him. You would think like considering how Jabba knows that like Luke really wanted Han, so you would think they would be like.
I think he's underestimating the danger because he knows that Luke's a Jedi, and he knows how Jedis work. He's even familiar with their mind trick and shit. He calls it a Jedi mind trick. So it's not the Jedi way to like send a droid bomb to terrorist bomb criminal organizations. So I don't think he'll like feel the need to check because of that.
Well, it could also be
I think he's underestimating the Jedi because he knows that Jedis aren't for attack; they're for defense. They're not gonna fucking, bomb them or whatever.
Okay. And sorry for the coughing. I'm still kind of going through a cold. That's why.
Hope you feel better soon.
So yeah, thank you. So again, but so I would be like, even if it's not like a real bomb, like how Leia had like the thermal bomb with her, I could still maybe see this. Maybe I don't know, and maybe there's like hidden weapons that can like someone inside could stash it for someone, or maybe like an EMP that just like technically it's not gonna like harm anyone. Just like it could just like maybe like this that's either a distraction or to like damage some droids while they try to get a separate thing's going on, or like a separate attack. So it's just kind of like weird how like
so giving other people weapons would also be similar to the bomb thing. I don't think a Jedi I don't think it's the Jedi way for Jedis to smuggle weapons for people to start killing, to invoke like violence. I don't think they invoke violence that way. They're there to defend. They're not there to give other people arms to kill each other.
I'm just wondering because, like, considering.
And
again,
like, I don't even know. I don't even know if like as far as we know, the Star Wars universe at that point of the movie, I don't think they ever established EMPs anyways. So I don't know. I mean, like, even if they did exist, like, it would just be kind of an odd strategy to like try and EMP a bunch of organic creatures. Jabba doesn't have any like battle droids either usually, so I don't think that would be smart anyway. So we just probably wouldn't think of that.
Well, I don't think like you could use like the EMPs just on the battle droids. I could be equipment, like shutting down like vehicles or disabling like doors, so either like close something in, or like open something. So,
A lot
like,
of Jabba's
you
men
can, like,
have just spears or like those like axes and shit. Not all of them have like technology-based weapons either.
yeah. Again, like I was thinking like other ways you can use that, like EMP, like get out the lights and stuff like that, just either like create confusion or all that stuff. So again, like it's just like one of those like little pet peeves of mine ultimately. To whereas I'm not so gung ho on like that on like on whole like Jabba like not checking people like checking the droids like R2.
I do think the thing is like Jabba is so comfortable with his power. I don't think he would think of things like that. Because like even if you EMP him for momentary confusion, he does have the number overwhelm like anybody. Like if you try and attack him in his palace, you're getting unless you had like a thermal detonator, which would kill you in the process.
And my personal also like another thing about the whole like I do think that like maybe like just couldn't get like people within the plan to whereas like maybe they could like there had to be like, you know, some rebel alien or human that's like enough to be like okay, like that could have taken like Leia's place to be like okay, there's this big imposing person that like would fit because like I think the reason why Jabba just like figured out Leia is because small little person, even with like a bomb with her, like managed to like hold this big Wookiee guy. Because I think that's like one of the things that like alerted Jabba to being like, maybe this is not what it seems. So that's the reason why like that like when Leia opened Han's
I just assume he
kryptonite thing,
keeps an eye on new bounty
carbonite.
hunters that work for him. I just assume he just has someone keep an eye out over bounty hunters that are newer to his organization. That's why.
Yeah, because I think like also like I think the novel that's about Return of the Jedi, I heard about like how like it was actually like Boba Fett that like connected the dots. It's like that's like oh like this bounty hunter's too weird. Keep an eye on them. I would think like maybe like I know this is a personal plan of Luke, Leia, friends to get Han out. Like maybe they couldn't like at least like either like explain like how like only we can do it. Why not just get like a few other rebels or hire some mercenaries to like maybe not just mercenaries, just like people they could trust to like come with them on this mission. Hello?
I don't know who else they would need for the plan. Or if they would even be willing to risk their lives in one of the most dangerous places in the galaxy for one leader, like a rebel leader.
Like maybe because like there would be like I don't know like some soldiers like loyal to someone like Leia, that stuff. Because like I do think like maybe like much of the rebel leadership would have been like, "Hey Leia, we're not going to endorse this plan." Like that's the reason why it feels like it's not like an official mission. But I do think maybe there could have been like I don't know like a few guys or else that would have been like Leia, you're my leader. Like I'll like support you no matter what kind. considering how big the Rebel Alliance became by Return of the Jedi.
I mean, it's possible, but I think very simply, like even if she does get it, I don't think I think it wouldn't change much because I don't really buy she would get a significant number of them because I don't think even she would want to risk losing a lot of rebels when they're losing a war against the Empire for one guy because I think she's willing to risk it but not put others that don't even know, especially if it's not really to change the plan that much.
Well, I don't know.
I'll be right back.
I think maybe I don't think it would need to be a significant portion. Just maybe 1, 2, or 3 guys could have came and helped be okay, our friend hey, we're a group of bounty hunters that captured this Wookiee, or they could have been on standby. Maybe okay, if things go wrong, we can get you guys out. Or it's any other thing that could have helped with in case of any contingencies, you know.
He said her. He'll be back.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to repeat myself? In
Yeah,
case
sorry.
I
I was not fully caught up. What was the question?
Oh yeah, we were I was me and Comic Collection was kind of going on on the second point about how again Jabba's plan just there was 2 other things how Jabba's plan kind of how Luke's plan hinges on Jabba's personnel just not fully checking R2D2 and C3PO enough to recognize that R2 is carrying something because as we've shown in the
isn't
movies
he hiding
and
it
other
in within his what is it called? Well, within his compartments, isn't that where he's hiding it?
Yeah, but you would think with Jabba being this Prime Lord and making plenty of enemies throughout his time as a Prime Lord would have been a kind of bit paranoid about.
I don't agree.
About
it's not that he's paranoid in the movie. If anything, he seems rather relaxed and arrogant, and he doesn't really. I don't think he would really take a Jedi that seriously, considering he's of the mind of I know their tactics, I know what they would resort to. That's why he calls him on the mind trick. He's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I don't think he's particularly worried about what's in the droids.
Okay. Well, again, it's just a case of maybe not just Jabba himself, but maybe his personnel would have been maybe that's the reason why he's so relaxed. You know, his personnel will just handle it because they're more serious.
Well, that's another thing.
I was
too.
thinking
It's
maybe
his personnel were able to catch Leia in the act. He wasn't even shocked by that. He's like, yeah, I know how these people operate. This isn't a worry to me.
Okay.
I think.
Well,
I think. What's his name? Jabba. His ultimate. The ultimate cause of his downfall is the fact that he is egotistical and he is prideful.
I can get that. It's just a case of I don't know. It's it's considering how again I would think one. This is not the paranoia that I would think check if there's any enemies or any weapon that can harm me. Kind of paranoia would be okay, you know, double check them just in case. I don't know, if you can take some parts of the droids off, put it back on, bada bing, bada boom, in my service, I feel.
Huh?
Well, I like I said, I think this is something that Jabba just doesn't see as a necessary measure, to dig for the droids. Like Liam said earlier, I don't think he would have even thought Luke would think of a plan as complicated like this. He thinks the Jedi are rather simple in his mind, where they'd simply try to resort to tricks to try getting what they want. That's how he understands them.
Yeah, Jedi are supposed to be very defensive, so I don't think he suspects any actual danger
some
of the droids.
Complex infiltration plan.
He's probably assuming what is most likely, which is literally the Jedi is trying to do. That's what Jedis do. So that's probably what
just
he
to
thinks.
negotiate.
All right. I'm gonna move on to like my last third point. SK, I don't know if you were here about like me saying why couldn't why couldn't Leia like either like have like at least some like rebels with her, like just in case of a sort of like contingency being like either because either they could have like either played along with it or be like a last sort of we have like rebels here to be like okay we're on the outside we're gonna watch if nothing goes wrong we can go to like last resort to like either like
what's the question that you're leading to?
I was wondering if Leia, despite being a leader in the rebellion, why couldn't she like at least ask for more help? If the rest of the leadership said no,
they want this to be like there needs to be a level of stealth. If she gets too much help, then that'll be way too obvious.
I know, but I was thinking like maybe like
mitigate the chances that word of their plan
Also-
just starts spreading.
Also, she did get the best and brightest rebels she could find. The only rebel that you could ever like say, "Hey, why didn't you bring him?" is Dash Rendar from the fucking Shadows of the Empire multimedia project.
Yeah, because I was thinking like
I don't know, he's not in the movies. That's the reason.
Like I was thinking like maybe like again like it was I get it like this is a personal thing about Luke, Leia, and Han, Chewie, and Lando trying to get doing it themselves. I was thinking like could have been like a reason where be like a tech guy on the outside or maybe like or someone else can also known for like doing infiltration to help with Lando and all that stuff. It's just like a case of like yeah, like I said, like
Kyle
maybe it could have been itself, but yeah. So it's just to me ultimately a small nitpick. I know it's because of how like the budget they probably couldn't accommodate for more higher like actors.
Even if there was rebel reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to follow Jabba's boat to the Sarlacc pit.
Well, do they even have the proper like jurisdiction to just raid Jabba's palace? Would that not cause legal trouble with them?
Well, like as far as we know, we have no idea if not sure if Jabba is a part of the Empire's like jurisdiction because it.
Well, like there's definitely has to be some.
Tatooine is firmly controlled by the Empire in a way.
Yeah, and on top of that,
I think it's like Jabba and the Empire kind of coexist in Tatooine. It seems like, but in A New Hope, like the Empire is there, so
they're definitely doing some
rebels
kind of
can get
deals
in
because
there
they
easily.
handed Han Solo over to Jabba.
Well, like
So they have to have some decent relationship with the Empire.
Well, I'm sure there is enough relationship to where it's like they can be like okay, like the Empire to like the Hutt. Like Jabba the Hutt to be like, okay, make sure you keep your criminal like underground in a way that's like ultimately harm us, and we'll just leave you guys alone, kind of deal. I'm not sure if it's a case of no, like let's say if another faction decides to attack like the Hutt territory, but like I'm not sure if their relationship is at that point of the Empire. Can you guys come and help me, kind of deal? Because I'm not sure if it's that level of relationship.
I think even then, like setting that aside, it would just naturally result in interest if they notice that there's rebellion ships arriving at Tatooine. I mean, even without Jabba's word, they'd probably just notice that.
Alright. Well, again, that's ultimately a nitpick and
a piece of shit.
What?
No, I'm joking. I was making a joke.
Fuck yourself.
Alright.
Yeah. Any other disagreements?
Oh yeah, like one more thing. Lastly, I do think I still think like Jabba would still be overconfident to still go on with his way of executing Luke in the Sarlacc pit. I do think it's kind of weird how Jabba, despite knowing the Jedi and seeing how like Luke could use the Force to grab like a blaster before he was sent down in the Rancor pit, like no restriction, no restraints on him, like nothing around his legs. At least something that something that's like, because like again,
well, the idea was
he
to
like
trap
knew
them.
of.
I mean, there's blasters all over the place. Like, he can't do anything. He's just gonna get shot at. And they didn't
Yeah.
expect him to have a lightsaber to deflect it. Like, if he starts using the Force can't stop him from getting shot at.
I know, but it's like Luke's like pretty quick, and as we
Are we talking about
as we,
the
like, see
trap door
Luke
part?
I'm talking like during like the Sarlacc thing. The
Well,
Sarlacc
in the
pit
Sarlacc
area.
thing, if I remember correctly, didn't they restrain him when sending him there?
No, I think like what he did is like they unrestrict him, and like, or like he was like he had his like arms out and was walking down to like plank, but like when he started to do his plan, he's like looks like he was gonna.
So they unrestrained him like
thing
once
is,
they
like-
were sending him to the end of the plank.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
they unrestrained him, and that's when like Luke did his trick of the playing and like his arms to like jump up high, lightsaber.
Okay, yeah,
and,
I have the scene pulled up here, but in fairness, they're under the belief that Luke is basically cornered.
All right. It's like just wondering because like again, I think like Jabba could have been like.
I guess you could say this is you know, extended shit too, but like they also have a notorious Jedi killer like there as well. Like Boba Fett is right there. So there's no way a
Right.
Jedi without a lightsaber is getting out of Jabba's mind.
Yeah.
All right, but like just seeing how like Jabba's performance was and how the guards weren't like shooting Lee, it kind of just makes the whole thing feel like, oh no. It, like as Jabba was saying, like maybe like Jabba go, oh no, I should have unrestrained him, or kind of deal like this as what was going on.
Are we live?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
we're
at
live.
the end point basically.
Oh, hey everyone.
Yeah, what's
Who's
up?
this?
Primezilla. Yeah, I mean, if that's the most we can get out of the conversation.
Why are you gay?
I'm gonna head to dinner soon, but this was a good
All right.
conversation. Larry.
Yeah, well,
good talking to
other than
you.
that, like, thank you guys for having me on.
For sure.
The more productive Star Wars conversation after the voice of unreasonability.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh my god.
But yeah,
one more
pleasure as always, Larry.
Yeah, maybe like I would have more disagreements, but I don't want to turn this into a shit show. But for that, it's nice being here, and
yeah,
and like thank you guys, thank you like both like SK and Legend for like at least like for like trying to give me like at least a few rebuttals to where is okay, this is about like my sort of like nitpicks about the plan. I still think it's a bit iffy, but I still ultimately like how it's like Lucas like can always like go from one plan to another and always improvise, even with his own like impulsive behavior. I still think like he is quick on his feet, and with his friends' help, what makes the whole like thing exciting. Really, I still think there's other parts of Return of the Jedi that I'm a bit iffy on. I still think it's kind of like the weakest film of the OT, but I still overall liked it. I still think it's like a 7/10 kind of deal. You know?
This may be a hot take, but I think it is the second best in the OT.
I think it's the second best of the
Alright.
OT.
I'd say it's right
I'm okay
behind
with that.
Empire. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It was fun being here, and I'm gonna go.
All right. See you later.
Oh, hold on,
All
one more
right.
thing. You are a coward. You're not.
Oh, you talking to Kinoflex?
Mm-hmm. Like,
Yeah.
Yo, was he here?
Flicks, I'm sorry, but you are a coward. If
Yes,
someone,
Prime. He stayed in chat for like 3 hours to bitch and complain.
Wait, was Jan with him?
No.
Ah.
Well, we need Jan and Charlie
Yeah.
Chap to have that debate.
yeah, Kinoflex. If I'm with a Cole, can come on.
If Jan's gonna be there, it's gonna be me versus him and no one else. Not Jolly Chap.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you're not pedantic and British enough, so I don't know, man.
No. It has to be me. I have to put him down.
Yeah, Kinoflex. If someone like a cold like me can just come on, what's excuse can you have? What excuse do you have
Well,
You
Kinoflex
doxing
has
coward.
he has as much of an excuse as he has for doxing. So
All I'll say is
Yeah.
Jan, and I guess Kinoflex, but I don't care enough about you. Jan, I know you're watching this, and I know you're terrified of my presence, but I'm here.
All right.
Come the fuck at me, bro.
That's
The only
great.
thing
But
I
yeah.
want to say is for these disagreement days, I want to hear more from Return of the Jedi than the fucking Jabba's palace shit. Because it's like, can we talk about the rest of the movie, please?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like
I
the
was
only
only
negative
I was
I
only
think
here
people
to
want.
really talk about like talk about that video, like
No, that's good.
what
Yeah, that's
SK
good.
made. That
Oh, that's fair.
But yeah,
But yeah.
so that'll be the end of it. If you didn't get a chance today, you'll have a chance Friday and Saturday. I'm gonna try to do these more frequently, so more people have a chance to discuss. And yeah, with that said, that's all I have for today. Yeah, hope you enjoyed.
SK's a bitch, by the way.
everyone.
Brian,
Primes
did you see the voice of unreasonability debate?
Who? I didn't see that.
No, yeah,
I'm
he'll
just
see it
not coming
later.
in here.
You can stream it to him later. It's fucking funny.
I basically had an hours-long debate about Attack of the Clones with a prequel defender.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Oh my fucking god, man.
God, man.
Oh my
all I
fucking
wanna-
god, man.
All I want to say is, I like sequel defenders really piss me off. Prequel defenders they like annoy me and they make me like lose confidence in the human race because they're like so fucking holy shit.
They're like Bay Formers defend